Chapter 2661, Begging for Forgiveness with a Shameless Face. Black Nether Palace. Under the busy work of a bunch of imperial doctors and palace maids, Su Maoyong finally woke up in the early morning 10 days later. However, when she opened her eyes, countless faces surrounded her, just like the scene of Tang Monk and his 4 disciples looking at the king of Wuji country, which scared Su Maoyong enough. The most excited one among them was the Dark Emperor, with a worthless flattering smile on his face. And he spoke so gently that water could be squeezed out. "Are you awake?" Perhaps because the voice was too soft, Su Maoyong didn't notice the Dark Emperor at all, and sat up and searched for Lu Yeyuan everywhere. "Where is Lu Yeyuan? How is he?" Yi Nantian saw that she missed Lu Yeyuan as soon as she woke up, and his face, which was still surprised, suddenly sank. "He's fine. He was taken back by the demons to heal his injuries." "No. I want to go find him." Su Maoyong was worried, and was about to get out of bed. Yi Nantian hurriedly held her down. "You are not a doctor. It is useless to go. You are still weak, and going there will only cause trouble for others. Besides, you are Yunqianma, not Yunqianga, and it is still unclear whether Lu Yeyuan is willing to see you." Hearing the second half of the sentence, Su Maoyong suddenly froze. Yes, she is Yunqianma, although she looks exactly like Yunqianga. She is a stranger to Lu Yeyuan. What if he is angry that she deceived his feelings and does not want to see her? She found that she had no courage to face Lu Yeyuan, who no longer loved her. The Dark Emperor saw that she was pale, and still worried about others. He felt so distressed that he could not help but reach out and press her back to the bed, comforting her. "Yes, you are still sick, so don't worry about others. I think that boy is thick-skinned and will not die." Su Maoyong was touched by the Hades Emperor, and her consciousness returned instantly. Seeing that the Hades Emperor was also here, she was furious and waved his hand away. "What are you doing? This guy is fucking sick." He was shouting and killing her before, but now he pretended to be concerned. "If you don't know, you would think he is mentally ill." "Nothing. I'm just concerned about you." The Hades Emperor was hit by her hand, but he still smiled attentively. Su Maoyong was shocked by his abnormal attitude, and slapped him as if awakened from a dream. There was only a crisp sound, and the Hades Emperor was stunned. Su Maoyong was a little clearer and said in shock, "Am I sick? Or are you sick?" The Hades Emperor covered his face and answered blankly, "You are sick." But seeing her increasingly sharp eyes, he immediately changed his words. "I am sick. I am sick. As long as you are happy, you can do whatever you want to me." Who made him owe her? Su Maoyong was surprised that he actually admitted that he was ill. But as the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. She immediately became alert. "What are you acting like? You didn't slap me to death before. Are you going to use a soft strategy?" "Daughter, I am sorry for you. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. If I had known that you were my daughter, I would have loved you so much that I would never hurt you." When Ming Biting thought about almost killing his daughter, he was scared and apologized with tears and snot. Su Maoyong felt something was wrong the more he listened to this. His brows were furrowed so much that they could crush an ant. He stopped talking immediately and said, "Wait, what did you say? Daughter? Who is your daughter? You? Oh, you just woke up and don't know yet. I'm your father, Leoner." The Hades pointed at himself and introduced solemnly. Su Maoyong heard him scolding others, and got angry on the spot. "Bah! I'm your father." Seeing that she obviously didn't believe it, Ming Biting was anxious. "I really am your father. You are the daughter of Shi and me. I have confirmed the Holy Dragon Seal and Hades' bloodline in your body. It can't be fake." After listening to his explanation, Su Maoyong felt even more confused. She couldn't help but glance at Feng Moxie, Yi Nantian, Ji Ruiqing and other friends one by one, seeing that they were hesitant to speak, but did not deny it. She suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. "Don't tell me this is true." Ji Ruiqing, Da Fan Liua and others all nodded in unison, and even Shi Nu admitted this statement with a serious face. Su Maoyong felt her eyes go dark, and asked uncertainly, "Am I dreaming? The Hades is her father? Why does it sound so mysterious?" But suddenly, she recalled what Nanian said when she was in Southern Sui, and Su Maoyong gradually woke up again. She remembered that Nanian did say that her father was someone else. Could it be that this damned old man in front of her? Su Maoyong took a deep look at the Hades, and found that although this man was an old guy from ancient times, he did look good and was well maintained, with the unique charm of a mature man. I heard that he slept for thousands of years before waking up. I guess this is the frozen age in the transmission. But, reincarnating as the daughter of the Hades. This is too much. And she is not the real Su Maoyang. She is Su Mo from the modern era. Su Maoyang shook her head in disbelief. You misunderstood. I am just a ghost who traveled through Su Maoyang's body. Not Su Maoyang himself. Your daughter died a long time ago. Bah. 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 What nonsense are you talking about? How can ordinary ghosts resist the holy dragon seal? Only the souls of the descendants of the dragon clan can match it in this world. So you are definitely my daughter. The Hades thought she was just talking nonsense, and refuted it with disapproval. Su Maoyang was speechless and emphasized again. I am really not. I am a lonely soul from another world. I just traveled through this body by chance. The original Su Maoyang died a long time ago. Do you understand what people say? There are not so many coincidences in this world. If you are really a lonely soul, it is just one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits scattered outside. Now that the soul has returned to its place, you are truly complete. The Hades looked like I don't care. You are my daughter. Su Maoyang was completely choked, thinking about the past and present lives. She was not sure if she was the sole fragment of Yun Qinmo in her past life that was scattered in another world. If so, wouldn't the old bastard Mingdi really be her father? But when she thought of the bad things Mingdi did to her, she really had no urge to recognize her. If I say it's not, then it's not. I don't have a father as deadly as you. Hearing this, Mingdi was full of guilt and said bitterly, Child, it's your fault. When Sheer died tragically, your father was disheartened and seriously injured. He has been in seclusion for so many years that he only knew about your existence now. If your father had known that Sheer had left my blood, your father would not have let you wander around for so many years and almost hurt you. Sheer? Su Maoyang caught the key words. Oh, yes. You don't know yet. Your mother is Long Yinchi, the youngest daughter of the Dragon Clan, and the most talented and most promising inheritor of the Dragon Clan to restore the glory of the ancient Dragon Clan. Su Maoyang was curious and asked, Is she still alive? Ming Biting looked sad when he mentioned this. Alas, she is gone. Back then, your mother mistakenly entered my underworld clan and lived with me day and night. We fell in love with each other over time. I thought we could finally get married. But the Dragon Clan received the favor of the gods in ancient times and has always been hostile to the underworld clan. Her father, when your mother found out that we were in love, she strongly opposed this marriage and forcibly separated me and your mother. Who would have thought that the shameless beast, the old demon emperor, would take advantage of this opportunity to marry your mother? Your mother would rather die than obey. And she was killed on the day of her wedding. The old demon emperor was furious and joined the White Tiger tribe to launch a war against the Dragon tribe. When I arrived, your mother had already been killed. So, you fought with the old demon emperor and ended up with both sides injured? Su Maoyang guessed the result. The Hades sighed and said regretfully, Yes. After that battle, the old demon emperor and I were both seriously injured and each of us was in seclusion for many years. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the Hades emperor was injured that year for the sake of his beloved. No. She couldn't be soft-hearted. The Hades emperor almost killed her and Liu Yeyuan. And Liu Yeyuan's injury is still unknown. How could she forgive him for a few words? Chapter 2662, Dog Boss vs. Resentful Subordinate. Su Maoyang didn't want to waste time talking to him, so she waved him away. Okay. I got it. I have no interest in your affairs. And I don't have the time to listen to you recount your romantic history. I can't recognize you as the father who almost killed me and Liu Yeyuan. Go away. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but jump up and beat you. She had already given Liu Yeyuan a lot of face by not beating him after he was injured so badly. Of course, the most important thing was that she couldn't win now, and a hero would not suffer a loss in front of him. Seeing that she didn't recognize him and wanted to drive him away, the Hades Emperor immediately raised his old face and grumbled. Daughter, this is my palace. Where do you want me to go? Just give me some face and let me take good care of you. Su Maoyang looked around and found that it was an unfamiliar environment. She immediately got up and got out of bed. No. If you don't leave, I will. No. 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 My aunt? You are still injured. Lie down quickly. Dad knows you are angry. Don't worry. Dad will vent your anger for you immediately. The Hades Emperor was so anxious that he stretched out his hand and pressed her back again. As he said that, he stood up and yelled to the outside with a changed face. Get in now! As soon as the voice fell, the Eternal Emperor, who had been waiting outside the palace for a long time, walked in quickly with his head down, and carefully saluted the Hades Emperor. Who are you bowing to? Didn't you see my daughter was still lying there? You used to look like a very discerning and shrewd person. But now you are so blind that you dare to hit my daughter. Why don't you apologize now? The Hades got angry when he saw him, and scolded him harshly. The Eternal Emperor was scolded by him, and felt very upset. How could he know that this was his daughter? He had specially asked for his opinion before he took action. He only took action after he nodded his head and agreed. Now, he was blamed on a thug who followed orders. He was really wronged. Although he felt wronged, he still apologized honestly. Yes, it's all my fault. I was short-sighted and didn't recognize Miss Sue's identity. I deserve to die. I beg Miss Sue and the Hades to spare me this time for the sake of my ignorance. He could only admit that he was unlucky and almost killed the daughter of the Hades. The father and daughter were angry, so he let them vent their anger. Otherwise, they would meet each other every day in the future, and it would be awkward to get along with each other. What kind of girl is that? You should be called a princess. My daughter of the Hades. If the princess doesn't forgive you today, you will go down and receive 100 military sticks. Kneel outside for 10 days and 10 nights until the princess is no longer angry. The Hades glanced at him angrily and said harshly. The Eternal Emperor opened his eyes wide in shock. Before, the Dark Emperor only asked him to apologize, without saying these additional conditions. Seeing his shocked face, the Dark Emperor gave him a reassuring look. He had already lowered his posture so much, and he thought that Su Maoyang, a junior, would not be embarrassed to embarrass an elder. However, just when the Eternal Emperor put his heart back into his stomach, Su Maoyang actually nodded. Well, you hurt Feng Moxie and almost killed me. It's not unfair for you to receive 100 military sticks and kneel for 10 days and nights. Executed. Hearing that Su Maoyang was going to take real action, the Dark Emperor froze his old face. Finally, under her sharp gaze, he had to bite the bullet and ordered, My daughter is right. Come! Torture. The Wangu Emperor originally believed the evil of the Hades Emperor, thinking that he was just surrendering and going through the motions, taking the blame for him, so that Su Maoyang would forgive his foolish father. He never thought that he would really use torture, and he was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a plop. The Hades Emperor. I am innocent. You, as a father, don't know the identity of this princess. How can I know? I am also doing things according to your instructions. It was your idea to capture and kill her. Hearing him say this, the Hades Emperor was so angry that he raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ask you to kill her? I just asked you to capture her alive. I didn't expect you to kill her. You dared to quibble after doing something wrong. Why don't you go down and accept the punishment quickly? The Hades Emperor scolded and winked at the Wangu Emperor. The Wangu Emperor understood and immediately stood up to leave. Su Maoyang stopped him. Wait. No need to go down to torture. Do it here. I'm bored lying down anyway. Just kill some time. When these words came out, the Hades and the Eternal Emperor were dumbfounded. The Hades looked at the Eternal Emperor's eyes wide open and full of innocence, feeling ashamed. But when he looked at Su Maoyang's iron-faced and selfless, the only shame in his heart disappeared instantly, and he immediately agreed obediently. Okay. Do it here. I'll do it myself. That's okay. It's just that the Eternal Emperor is old. Kneeling outside is really undignified. Do you think it's okay? The Eternal Emperor didn't expect that Su Maoyang would sell him out with just one word, and was about to speak anxiously. But the Hades quickly came to his side and whispered, A Tianming knife. I'll hit it lightly, and it will be over in the blink of an eye. Hearing that he was willing to exchange for the Tianming sword, the Eternal Emperor shut up and widened his eyes. If it was really the Tianming sword, 100 sticks would be worth it. In addition, the Hades Emperor would definitely be prudent if he did it himself, so he would not lose out on this deal. Thinking of this, the Eternal Emperor decided to swallow his anger and take the 100 sticks. Su Maoyang saw that the Eternal Emperor was willing to be punished with sticks, so he naturally didn't bother to care so much. Okay. You can save yourself from kneeling for 10 days and 10 nights. But you have to be beaten hard with 100 military sticks. I saw it with my own eyes. This Eternal Emperor is not a good guy. Although he got the permission of the Hades Emperor every time he took action. He often played the drums on the side. This time, it was considered a lesson for him. The Hades Emperor heard her let go and nodded flatteringly. Okay. Dad will help you get rid of this bad breath. As he said that, the Hades Emperor summoned a long stick as thick as an arm and hit the Eternal Emperor's buttocks hard. The force of this stick was so strong that it knocked the kneeling Wangu Emperor to the ground. When Wangu Emperor realized that he had been fooled, dozens of sticks had been thrown down quickly, and he almost fainted and couldn't speak because of the pain. The Hades Emperor was not just going through the motions. He was clearly taking the opportunity to avenge his daughter under the pretext of letting Su Maoyong calm down. At this moment, even if he didn't see his expression, Wangu Emperor guessed that the Hades Emperor must have clenched his back teeth and swung his arms to hit, in order to please his precious daughter. He was really a dog. Wangu Emperor was dumb and couldn't say anything about his bitterness. Fortunately, the 100 sticks were not in vain. At least he had a consolation prize. The Tianming knife. Su Maoyong saw that he had suffered enough, and didn't continue to embarrass him. He waved his hand. Forget it. All of you retreat, and don't get in my way in the future. Emperor Ming didn't expect Su Maoyong to still not forgive him. He felt so wrong that he begged, Daughter, you are no longer angry. Just acknowledge me as your father. Who said I am no longer angry? You wanted to kill Lu Yeyuan at the beginning. If he wasn't so tough, he would be a corpse now. If I acknowledge you, wouldn't that be like acknowledging a thief as your father? Lu Yeyuan. Lu Yeyuan. You keep talking about Lu Yeyuan. What's so good about that guy that makes you obsessed to this extent? For him, you even hate your father. Ming Biting was very jealous and wiped his tears while talking. You are so heartless. You are saying that you acknowledge a thief as your father. It really makes your father feel disappointed. If I had known that you were my daughter, and he was my daughter's sweetheart, I would have stabbed myself to death and dared not touch a hair on his head. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do to forgive me? Will you be satisfied only if I die? Su Maoyong watched him perform and now cried, and suddenly had a splitting headache. Don't play that trick on me. I won't take the self-torture trick. If you still want me to recognize you, get out of here. My eyes swell when I look at you. Yi Nantian knew that Su Maoyong had just recovered and didn't have so much energy to think about recognizing her father. So he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yes, Emperor Ming. She needs to rest now. Let's talk about recognizing her father when she gets better. Seeing that Su Maoyong was indeed exhausted, Ming Biting didn't insist anymore, and his tears seemed to be controlled freely. And he coaxed her softly. Okay. When you are well another day, your father will come to see you again. As he said that, he picked up the Eternal Emperor on the ground with his hand, and quickly stepped out of the hall. At this time, the Eternal Emperor looked weak, but he did not forget to reach out to the Dark Emperor and ask for the spoils. Master, the Tianming sword. What Tianming sword? The Dark Emperor looked at him in surprise. Didn't you just say that if I take 100 sticks, I will give you the Tianming sword? The Eternal Emperor was anxious. Ming Biting asked speechlessly. When did I say that I would exchange the Tianming sword for 100 sticks? You just mentioned the Tianming sword. Oh, I just mentioned it. I didn't mean anything else. You misunderstood it. The Eternal Emperor rolled his eyes, and was about to faint. Dog. He had never seen a dog more dog-like than his master. The 100 sticks were in vain. Chapter 2663. The real purpose is not to drink. Seeing that the Dark Emperor had left, Yi Nantian did not want to stay here any longer and offend others. So he immediately asked everyone to leave. Although Su Maoyong did not want to see Yi Nantian, he still had many things from his past life to ask him. So he had to keep him. Seeing that Su Maoyong had something private to discuss, Ji Ruiqing, Shi Noa and others all tactfully withdrew from the bedroom to make room for the two of them. Yi Nantian saw that she was looking straight at him, her eyes full of doubts. And he could not help but smile bitterly. You still refuse to believe me? Su Maoyong sneered. You played such a big game. Killed Jun Haotsong. And fooled me and my friends around. Can I still believe you? In order to get close to you, I did use a lot of shameful means. But I never lied about your life experience. Yi Nantian said frankly. Okay. Let's assume that what you said is true. Then what happened later? How did I die? Yi Nantian knew that he couldn't hide it from her. So he simply told her everything. At that time, the battle between the gods and the underworld was fierce. The gods had already consumed a lot of their combat power due to the attacks of the demons, and it was difficult for them to withstand the fierce attacks of the underworld. So Yunxiang crushed the underworld in order to become a god, and cruelly let you sacrifice, absorbing all your skills and spiritual power, including your life. Su Maoyang heard this, and her heart suddenly ached. So she died so miserably. What about Lu Yeyuan? Did he know of my existence? Su Maoyang still had a glimmer of hope. What if Lu Yeyuan had heard of Yunxianma? Yi Nantian shook his head. How could he know you? Your existence is a cancer to the gods. The gods can't wait to kill you. So the master naturally has to do everything he can to conceal your identity, and for fear that you would be cursed and cause trouble. Master has always confined you to Xianyan Peak, so you have never seen anyone except me and Master since you were a child. Later, when the God clan was in trouble, Madame Zhao Dai's former personal maid told Yunxiang that you still existed in this world. Yunxiang wanted to maintain her image of justice and kindness, so she tried her best to conceal such a vicious thing as sacrificing her own sister. So, you have been a person who cannot stand the light from beginning to end. How could a proud son of heaven like Lu Yeyuan, who always stands in the light and never looks down on others, know your existence? Hearing this, the light in Su Maoyang's eyes was completely extinguished. Yes, she is a street rat who always lives in the shadow of Yunxiang. How could a figure like Lu Yeyuan, who is the center of attention, know her? I guess only a shining goddess like Yunxiang can catch his eye. I know. You go. I don't want to see you again. Su Maoyang didn't have the energy to talk to him anymore, so she lay back on the bed. Yi Nantian couldn't help but feel distressed, and said firmly, Brother won't leave. He will always be with you and protect you. Take good care of your injuries. I will come to see you tomorrow. After saying that, without waiting for Su Maoyang to get angry, Yi Nantian turned around and left the palace. Su Maoyang closed her eyes tiredly, and the scenes she had seen in the piano illusion flashed through her mind one by one. If all that was true, then in her previous life, she had deep feelings for Yi Nantian. But when she thought of him framing Jun Haotsong, she couldn't face him with a normal heart, perhaps because her body was too weak. She fell asleep again as she thought about it. It was not until the sun was high in the sky the next day that she woke up with soreness all over her body. After looking around, she suddenly remembered that she was in the palace of the Hades. She struggled to get up, got off the bed, and put on her shoes. But before she could get dressed and stand up, a large group of maids came in one after another and crowded the entire bedroom in an orderly manner. A quick glance showed that there were actually hundreds of people, some holding mouthwash bowls and wash basins, some holding handkerchiefs and soup, and some holding colorful and various kinds of gorgeous clothes, which made Su Maoyang dazzled and stunned. At this time, she didn't need to ask. The maid standing in front had already led everyone to pay respects to Su Maoyang with a smile on her face. I pay my respects to Princess Mingxi. Let me help the princess wash and change clothes. Princess Mingxi? Su Maoyang was startled. The leading maid guessed that Su Maoyang was still in the dark, and immediately explained, The Hades conferred you the title of princess last night, and personally bestowed the two characters Mingxi on you. This morning, he specially sent servants to serve you. Su Maoyang recognized the maid who spoke. It was Jishu, the personal maid arranged by Feng Moxie for her before. Now she appeared in the black dark palace again. It seems that the Hades remembered that she had served him closely before and was experienced, so he directly transferred her here. But she still didn't expect that the Hades would directly confer her the title of princess and send more than 100 maids to serve her closely. Looking at this huge crowd, those who didn't know would think they were going to beat her up. Su Maoyang's eyes hurt, and she waved her hand speechlessly. I'm not a princess. Don't shout nonsense in the future. I don't need anyone to serve me here. All of you go down. It's not certain whether the Hades is her real father or not, and whether she should recognize this father. But princess, the Hades emperor asked. Jishu wanted to fight for it, but Su Maoyang interrupted her as soon as she opened her mouth. I told you not to call me princess. I won't say good things 3 times. So leave quickly. She just got up from bed, but the Hades emperor actually arranged 100 people to serve her. Isn't this a waste of manpower and material resources? Shishu saw Su Maoyang insisted. And he knew what to do and didn't persuade her anymore. But seeing her weak body, he couldn't help but suggest. The master doesn't let us serve you to change clothes. But breakfast is still needed. Su Maoyang thought that she really needed to eat to replenish energy, and nodded slightly. Well, serve the meal. Shishu was happy when he heard her say so, and immediately clapped his hands and shouted to the outside of the hall. Bring it in! After speaking, Su Maoyang saw countless maids filing in, and set up a full banquet on the dining table in the hall. If Su Maoyang hadn't seen that it was still early outside, and that she was the only master in the entire bedroom, she would have almost thought that this was a state banquet for the civil and military officials. It was just a breakfast. Why was it so rich and grand? Su Maoyang slapped her forehead with a headache and immediately lay back without appetite. Shishu saw that she looked embarrassed and thought that she was suffering from an old illness. He hurried forward and asked with concern, What's wrong with the master? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll call the imperial physician now. Su Maoyang waved her hand weakly. No need. All of you get out. Shishu didn't know what to do, so he had to ask everyone to leave the bedroom first and make plans after reporting to the Hades. At this time, Lu Jinqing and his son and Hunyuan Palace Master Hikaiji, who were rushing in from outside to visit the patient, came in with their children. Seeing a large group of palace maids pouring out of Su Maoyang's bedroom, they all looked at each other in horror. Is Su Maoyang injured so badly? She actually needs so many maids to serve her. Lu Xiaoming was so scared that he immediately grabbed a maid and asked, What happened? Is the palace master Su not in good condition? The maid nodded tremblingly. The princess refused to let the servant serve her, and refused to eat obediently. It should be that her injury has worsened. What? Why don't you call the imperial physician quickly? Lu Xiaoming shouted anxiously. At this time, Ji Ruiqing, who came from another palace, heard it and shook his head speechlessly. Don't worry. My junior sister won't die. She just doesn't like to be served by so many people. It's a fuss. Although Lu Xiaoming's help in the last melee changed her opinion of him a lot, she still couldn't change her face when she thought of his self-righteous character. But when Lu Xiaoming saw her, he stepped forward and bowed to her respectfully, saying sincerely, Miss Ji really understands Palace Master Su. Miss Ji's 2 righteous deeds really make me admire you. I have offended you in the past, and I hope you will forgive me. Ji Ruiqing was okay with bickering, but she felt a little awkward when faced with serious admiration and apology. It's okay. I forgot about it. Miss Ji is so magnanimous. I feel ashamed. How about this? I will host Miss Ji for a drink some other day. I wonder if you can do me the honor. Lu Xiaoming bowed and invited sincerely. At this time, Donphan Liyue, who came with Shi Nuo and other large forces, couldn't help but tease before approaching. Oh, did I hear it right? Master Lu is actually inviting our sister Ruiqing to drink. Speaking of which, we all helped together that day. Why did he only invite Sister Ruiqing to drink? Does Master Lu have other intentions? After the words fell, everyone laughed together, winking and making ambiguous faces. Ji Ruiqing naturally understood Donphan Liyue's voiceover, and her face turned red in an instant, and she glared at her fiercely. Lu Xiaoming was exposed, scratched his head awkwardly, and answered honestly, Miss Ji's iron hammer is so powerful and strong, more powerful than a man. I just want to ask Miss Ji how to practice the body. After this, Donphan Liyue, Fu Minxiu and others instantly restrained their smiles, and only uttered 3 words. Excuse me. After that, everyone turned around and stepped into the hall. Chapter 2664 Women will only affect your speed of drawing your sword. He actually used words like vigorous, strong, and more powerful than a man to describe a woman. Such a blockhead, emotional idiot, is completely hopeless. They thought he had come to his senses and wanted to express his love for Ji Ruiqing by drinking. But he didn't expect that she wanted to become his disciple and learn from him. How hasty. At this time, Ji Ruiqing's face turned red from embarrassment, and she glared at him with gnashing teeth. I want to give you a hammer right now. Get out. After that, she entered the hall angrily and murderously, leaving Lu Xiaoming confused. He had just behaved so sincerely, modestly and politely. Why was she still angry? I really don't understand women. The Hunyuan Palace Master Hikaiji, who was standing aside, suddenly felt that his son was not so annoying. and couldn't help laughing and teasing. Palace Master Lu. Your son is still the best. He is honest and kind, and will never do such a bastard thing as eloping. Unlike my evil obstacle, which is a headache. Although he said so, he laughed quite happily. But Lu Jincheng, who was praised, couldn't laugh at all, and glared at Lu Xiaoming in anger. Other people raise pigs and dig cabbages. But he, a pig, actually wants to learn cabbage, which is really a disgrace to men. Feeling very disappointed, Lu Jincheng shook his sleeves and strode into the hall. Lu Xiaoming received his father's sudden and inexplicable anger, and his face was even more confused. He didn't offend any of them. Did he? Only Hikaiji patted his shoulder with understanding and encouraged him. Uncle, he supports you. Women will only affect your speed of drawing your sword. Lu Xiaoming was even more confused. How did he get involved with a woman again? At this time, Su Maoyang had heard the noise outside the palace a long time ago. Seeing Dongfang Liu coming in, he asked curiously, "What's the matter? Why are you laughing so happily?" Dongfang Liu suppressed her smile and secretly glanced at Ji Ruiqing. "Nothing. I just ran into Lu Xiaoming outside and chatted for a while." Su Maoyang glanced at Ji Ruiqing's face and saw that she was angry. He immediately guessed that the two had a quarrel and advised her kindly. Mr. Lu is a straightforward person. His words are not pleasant to hear, but he is a warm-hearted person. He helped us fight last time. Senior sister, don't bother with him. Facing the pressure from the Dark Emperor and the Eternal Emperor, he was able to rush out to lend a hand, which shows that he is an upright and reliable person. I don't bother with that idiot. Ji Ruiqing rolled her eyes. As soon as Lu Xiaoming stepped into the palace, he was angered by the word idiot. He walked to Ji Ruiqing with a look of surprise and asked seriously, "Miss Ji, I don't know what I did to anger you. Can you tell me frankly?" Looking at his big eyes with confusion and anger, Ji Ruiqing was speechless. The anger was stuck in her chest, and she couldn't spit it out or swallow it. How should she explain this subtle emotion? She couldn't tell him that his words and deeds were not pleasing to women. But what identity and position did she have to require him to please women? Ji Ruiqing glared at him speechlessly. "I just don't like you. Don't hang around in front of me in the future. How can there be unprovoked disgust in this world? Is Miss Ji still angry about my previous rude behavior? In this case, how do you want me to apologize? Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse." Seeing him insisting on giving up, Ji Ruiqing's head was swollen with anger, and she had to clasp her fists and beg for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? I forgive you. I don't hate you at all. Just please don't ask any more." Seeing that even Ji Ruiqing surrendered, Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing out loud. Dongfang Liu smiled and gave Lu Xiaoming a thumbs up. "You are the only one in the world who can make Sister Ruiqing lose face. To deal with a savage woman like Ji Ruiqing, it is estimated that only a serious and pure person like Lu Xiaoming can deal with it." Seeing everyone laughing again, Lu Jincheng bowed to Su Maoyang with an embarrassed face. "My son is stubborn by nature and ignorant of the world. I'm sorry to make you laugh." He directly called her the master, which was a sincere expression of his submission. Of course, he dared to expose the master-servant relationship in front of outsiders, because Su Maoyang was the daughter of the Hades Emperor, the princess of the Hades, and a member of the Hades. I believe that as long as Su Maoyang is here, the Hades clan will have a place for them. Whether or not the previous incarnation was a member of the Xianshan clan is irrelevant, and there is nothing to fear. Su Maoyang understood his sincerity, smiled and shook his head, and said nonchalantly, "I have known him for a few days, and I don't know what kind of character he is. It's just that young people are bickering in private, telling some jokes and making fun of each other. Lord Lu, don't take it to heart. In fact, we have to thank you, father and son, for your great help. Assisting the master is our job. A little bit of strength, not worth mentioning." Lu Jincheng waved his hands hurriedly, not daring to take credit. "Lord Lu is too modest. You are willing to rush out to help under the wrath of the Hades Emperor. Just this courage and bravery is already very rare. In such a dangerous situation, even if Tiandao Palace was prudent and protected themselves, she would not blame them. Not to mention that they made a difficult choice with a very small chance of winning, and a slight mistake would cost their lives. Therefore, she cherished this sincerity and kindness and promised directly, in the future, if Tiandao Palace needs any elixir, Just list it, and I will send someone to deliver it to you. Lu Jincheng heard this. His eyes suddenly jumped with surprise, and he immediately bowed his hands to thank her. In his heart, he was extremely fortunate that they made the right bet. Fortunately, his son is an upright and kind person. Good people are really rewarded. Tiandao Palace is finally going to be prosperous. Hearing that Tiandao Palace has unlimited supply of elixirs from the Dan Emperor, Hikaiji on the side was envious. He couldn't help but curse Lu Jincheng, the old fox. In his heart, he was too good at flattering. Now he was still standing in the palace of the Hades Emperor and devoted himself to the Holy Sun. Now he actually called Su Maoyang master. How shameless. Just when Hikaiji despised Lu Jincheng's servility, Su Maoyang had already looked at him and explained. Palace master I was the one who facilitated the elopement of He Yifeng and Xiao Chuhan. I kept it from you before. It's my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I hope you won't make things difficult for a couple of lovers. Hearing Su Maoyang say this, Hikaiji bowed and waved his hands, and quickly denied. No. 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 It's all my fault. I didn't notice the feelings between the younger generations in time. But I troubled you to worry about me as a father. I feel ashamed every time I think of you. Your master is kind enough to fulfill their happiness. I can't thank you enough. How can I blame you? These flattering and self-deprecating words made Lu Jincheng amazed and his mouth twitched. Usually he looks upright and upright. But I didn't expect that he is a flatterer who is better at flattering than himself. Chapter 2665. The boss is in love. Master. Is he worthy of calling him that? Does he know what the relationship is between Tiandao Palace and Su Maoyang? How dare he call him that? At this moment, Hikaiji received Lu Jincheng's surprised and dissatisfied gaze, and immediately glared back, which clearly meant that you are allowed to flatter him. I can do that too. Lu Jincheng was choked. Did he think that calling Su Maoyang master was flattering him? Su Maoyang didn't expect that Hikaiji would call her master in order to please her, and she was a little amused. But considering that he didn't know, she still said kindly, You don't have to do this. The Holy Sun is the master you should be loyal to. The Holy Sun and I are friends of life and death. This time, I came here to do things for him. As long as you can assist the Holy Sun well, I will never treat any of you unfairly. She had no interest in being a master. She just hoped that they could support Feng Emosia and let him sit firmly on the throne of the successor of the Hades. Ha ha ha. Since we are friends of life and death, loyalty to you is loyalty to me. Why should we be so clear? As soon as the voice fell, Feng Emosia's voice came from outside the hall. Feng Emosia and Yinantian walked in together. The two men with different temperaments but equally dazzling walked together, which was surprisingly pleasing to the eye and attracted everyone's attention in an instant. It's just that Feng Emosia was wearing a mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. But from the sound of his voice, he knew that he was wearing a relaxed smile at the moment. As for Yinantian, she looked like a person who had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that one could not take their eyes off her. Even old guys like Lu Jincheng and Hikaiji were almost mesmerized by her. Su Maoyang didn't know how to face his senior brother in his previous life. He quickly turned his eyes away and joked to Feng Moxie. This is your territory. I'm just a guest. I don't plan to work for you all the time. Don't try to exploit me. You are heartless. What do you mean by my territory? I worked so hard to be the Holy Sun just to give you a safe place to rest. Don't be ungrateful. Feng Moxie accused him in a hurry. Su Maoyang thought that he did all this for himself. He felt guilty and nodded with a smile. Yes. Yes. I owe you a lifetime. I am willing to work for you for a lifetime. Seeing that you can even joke, I think you are fine. Now there is a large group of people outside who want to see you. Your senior brother is afraid of disturbing your rest, so he asked them to wait outside and ask what you think. Feng Moxie finally let go of his worries when he heard her full of energy. Su Maoyang was a little surprised. All her friends and relatives were here. Who else could it be? Seeing Su Maoyang's confusion, Yinantian finally found an opportunity to talk to them. It's the palace masters of Xieyue Palace, Feishing Palace and Eclipse Palace, Lu Jincheng said with some gloating. Yes. When we came, they were already waiting at the palace gate. Unfortunately, no one helped them to pass the message, so they didn't dare to come in without permission. I was thinking of mentioning them, but I forgot about it when I saw the master was happy. Thinking back to Liao Buitao's envious expression, Lu Jincheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth again. Su Maoyang immediately understood when he heard that it was the power under the faction of King Shengming. Most likely, he heard that she was the daughter of the Hades and was canonized as a princess. So he came to apologize and repair the relationship. Su Maoyang was too lazy to do such a hypocritical thing, and waved his hand directly. Let them go back, and they don't have to come again. Ha ha ha. I knew you didn't like it, and I drove them away. Daddy promises that those blind old guys will never dare to bother you in this life. At this time, a tall figure walked in from outside the hall with a series of loud laughter. Seeing the Hades coming, everyone present, except Su Maoyang, saluted and greeted the Hades respectfully. The Dark Emperor raised his hand with a smile and said in a friendly tone, "No need to be polite. You are my daughter's friends. You are my friends in the realm of life and death. From now on, treat this place as your own home. Be casual." Hikaiji rarely saw the Dark Emperor on weekdays, and even if he saw him, he was overwhelmed by his majesty and dared not look up and look directly at him. Now he saw his kind face and kind eyes, and he couldn't help but be flattered. Luckily, he gave birth to a pig that can dig cabbage. Otherwise, he would have become the old guy in the Dark Emperor's mouth today. Just when Hikaiji was secretly rejoicing, the Dark Emperor said again, "I looked. Although this black dark palace is good, the site is too small, and you guys standing together, it seems crowded in the bedroom." After this, Ji Ruiqing and others looked around the empty bedroom that echoed when they spoke, and looked at each other incomprehensible. Apart from the furniture and decorations, the open space alone can accommodate hundreds of people. But the Hades Emperor still feels crowded? The Hades Emperor was completely unaware and dropped another bombshell. How about this? You move to the Dome Palace in a few days. The air in the Dome Palace is fresh and the scenery is pleasant, which is especially suitable for recuperation. The main thing is that the site is spacious, so you can still accommodate even if you invite hundreds of thousands of friends to come. Just consider it as a gift from your father. Hearing this, even the steady Lu Jincheng and Hikaiji were shocked and gasped, their faces full of disbelief. You should know that the Dome Palace is a space artifact that can move and fly. It is the palace that the Hades Emperor is preparing to retire in after his abdication. It is said that the area of the palace is comparable to that of 2 Black Hades palaces, and it is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, the architectural furnishings inside are unique and priceless. Not to mention that there are 2 beautiful large gardens, where many precious medicinal materials are planted. But such a rare treasure, the Hades Emperor actually gave it to Su Maoyang casually, which is really inhumane and makes people jealous. Even the Wangu Emperor, who was standing behind the Hades Emperor and had been trying to reduce his presence, couldn't help but step forward and remind him, "Emperor Hades, that is your retirement palace. Will it be a problem if you just take it out like this? Our life and death realm is vast. Are you still worried about not finding a place to retire? I finally reunited with my daughter. So what's wrong with giving her a gift to show my appreciation? Do you have any objections?" The Dark Emperor glanced at him unhappily. The Eternal Emperor was terrified. I dare not. He just never expected that the Dark Emperor would go to such lengths to repair his relationship with Su Maoyang. Seeing Su Maoyang's position in the Dark Emperor's heart, everyone present was envious, and only regretted that they had not been born as the Dark Emperor's child in this life. Su Maoyang himself refused without interest. "Don't worry. I plan to leave for the Demon Realm tomorrow, so you can stay in the Dome Palace for your retirement." She was always worried about Lu Yiyuan's situation, and she couldn't calm down to heal her wounds. "How can this be? You are injured. You must not travel by boat. It is better to rest. If you really miss that stinky boy, Daddy will go and catch him to accompany you to heal your wounds," the Dark Emperor boldly suggested. Su Maoyang held his forehead speechlessly. Is he a cat or a dog? Can you respect other people's ideas? He wanted to kill people one moment, and catch people the next. He is really willful. Seeing that she was angry, Ming Biting immediately restrained his expression and said cautiously, "Isn't this for your sake? You don't need to say anything more. Don't mind my business." Su Maoyang was too lazy to waste words with him. Okay. I won't say anything. Then I will send some people to protect you." "Are you sure they are protecting me? Not me protecting them?" Su Maoyang is at this level now. Except for people of the level of the Dark Emperor and the Eternal Emperor, who else can hurt her? The Dark Emperor was absolutely right. Then send the Eternal Emperor. Hearing this, the Eternal Emperor's pupils trembled instantly. He was the Dark Emperor's assistant, and a senior leader of the Dark Clan. The Dark Emperor actually sent him to be a guard for a yellow-haired girl. Where could he put his face? Shinua saw the embarrassment of the Eternal Emperor and kindly said, "The Eternal Emperor doesn't need to do that. The Master has friends like us around. We will go with her. If there is any situation, Shinua will report it to you truthfully. Please rest assured." Dark Emperor. This was comforting to hear. Ming Biting looked at Shinua with satisfaction. Good girl. You are a good person. Take good care of your master, and I will reward you handsomely. The Eternal Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. While Shinua bowed calmly, I will definitely live up to the expectations of the Dark Emperor. Okay. You guys discuss it. I won't bother you anymore. The Dome Palace is still for you. Come back and rest when you are tired. Don't force yourself. The Dark Emperor was afraid of annoying Su Maoyang, so he briefly explained a few words and turned around and left the bedroom with the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor always felt that it was inappropriate to give away the Dome Palace. As soon as he came out, he came to the Dark Emperor and whispered, Master, that was the palace you spent a lot of effort to build. How can you just give it away? I gave it to my precious daughter. What's the matter? But she was Yunqiang's sister in her previous life, and she was a member of the God Clan. It was Yunqiang who killed the God Clan, not Yunqianma. She has lived in the mountains and forests for many years, and is ignorant of worldly affairs. Why do you bother with an innocent victim? The Dark Emperor heard a lot about her experience in her previous life from Yunantian, and his heart was full of sympathy. The Eternal Emperor was speechless. Before he knew she was his daughter. He didn't say that. What's more, she is the daughter of Sheer and me. She has Sheer's blood. I have already let Sheer down, and I don't want to let our daughter down again. You don't have to say these words anymore. Every time he thought of what happened back then, he was filled with remorse. If he had known that Sheer was pregnant with his child, she would end up dying tragically. Even if he had to bear the hatred between the two clans and make enemies with the whole world, he would have married her and would never have ended up with his wife and children separated. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. He failed to protect them back then. Now that God has finally shown mercy and rewarded him with a daughter, he naturally has to take on the responsibility of a father. Try his best to make up for his daughter, become his daughter's biggest support, and also give Sheer an explanation. After listening to this, the Eternal Emperor sighed. His master was fascinated by Long Yinchi in the first half of his life, and was trapped by his daughter in the second half of his life. This life is completely ruined. Chapter 2666, Provoking the Tai Sui. 5 days later. Life and Death Realm. Tianya City. TSK. I thought it was a remote borderland, but I didn't expect it to be so lively. As soon as she entered Tianya City, Donfang Liue was shocked by the endless stream of people and the bustling inns and taverns. Even she, who was well informed, couldn't help but marvel at the prosperity here. Su Maoyang smiled without surprise and said, There is a cross-border teleportation array here. It is a transportation fortress in life and death realm. So naturally a lot of people gather here. What's more, a large number of fairy crystals have been unearthed here. The level of wealth is probably not much different from those central cities. Otherwise, why do you think Xiang Palace has designated such a remote border city as its sphere of influence? Although Tianya City has a complex terrain and a harsh climate, it is not suitable for living. But because of its superior geographical location, it happens to be located on a giant mountain where fairy crystals were unearthed. It has a continuous supply of spiritual power, and has become one of the few cross-border holy places in life and death realm that can support such a huge array. This time, they came because the journey to the demon realm was too far, so they planned to borrow his teleportation array. Although the Dome Palace of the Dark Emperor could easily cross the border, Su Maoyang did not want to accept such a valuable treasure without merit. Hey, it's lively, but the road is hard to find. It's like a maze. I've been looking for a long time, but I can't see the shadow of the city lord's mansion. Ji Ruiqing shouted impatiently. Su Maoyang saw that it was getting late, and it was indeed not appropriate to delay. He walked towards the old man selling wontons on the street and asked, Hello, old man? Do you know how to get to the city lord's mansion? The old man was kind-hearted. When she asked about the city lord's mansion, he immediately pointed the direction and explained the route in detail. He also kindly warned her, Girl, you are from other places, right? This city lord's mansion is not easy to enter. If you don't have anything important, it's better not to go there. Su Maoyong saw that he was a kind person, and gratefully handed over 10 high-quality fairy crystal stones. The old man didn't expect the other party to be so generous. He waved his hands in shock. Girl, you are too polite. I just pointed the way. It's just a small favor. How can it be worth so much money? Thanks to the old man for pointing the way. Otherwise, we would have to wander around for a long time. This is what you deserve. Just accept it with peace of mind. Su Maoyong saw that it was not easy for him to sell wontons at his age. So he pulled his hand and forced it in. Seeing that Su Maoyong insisted, dressed decently, and had an extraordinary temperament, he should be a child of a wealthy family. The old man was no longer polite, and immediately invited him warmly. I can't take this money for nothing. You are tired from traveling. I will cook a few bowls of wontons for you. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease with this money. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a big hand stretched out from the side, snatched the fairy crystal stone, and said jokingly, Old Manly, if you are not at ease, we will keep it for you. Su Maoyong looked at the sound and saw a large group of men coming up to him. They were all burly and full of flesh. They looked like fierce street urchins. They must be the local tyrants here. Sure enough, when he saw this group of people, the old man was frightened and his face turned pale. He begged for mercy. This is the money given to me by the guests. Can you be kind? The local tyrant interrupted unhappily. What do you mean your money? You haven't paid the protection fee last month. Today is the perfect time to make up for it. Including the interest, there is still a shortfall of 30 yuan. Pay it quickly. When the old man heard that there was still a shortfall of 30 yuan, he was so anxious that he almost jumped up. This is a top-grade fairy crystal stone, which is enough for a year's protection fee. Don't go too far. I don't care. If you don't have money, you will have to close this stall. And don't even think about making money in the future. You make your own choice. The old man couldn't persuade him, so he could only cry and beg for mercy. Mr. Feng, please have pity on me. I just run a small business. I have an old mother to take care of, and my child is sick and needs medicine. Even if you sell it, I can't get 30 yuan. Seeing that he looked poor and could not make any money, Feng Kun was too lazy to argue with him and reluctantly put the fairy crystal stone into his pocket. Forget it. For the sake of the top-grade fairy crystal stone, I will give you a few more days. If I don't see the money at the end of the month, watch out for your life. After saying that, he waved and turned to leave. Qin Jian couldn't bear it anymore, so he stepped forward and blocked his way. He warned in a loud voice, return the fairy crystal stone to the old man and apologize to the old man. Otherwise I will kill you now. Feng Kun did not expect that someone would dare to provoke him. He was shocked and widened his eyes. He looked him up and down. Where did you come from? How dare you block my way? Old Manly was also shocked. He quickly stepped forward to hold Qin Jian and persuaded him. I appreciate your kindness, but no one can afford to offend the Feng family. I don't want this money, and I don't need to apologize. You should leave quickly, so as not to cause a fatal disaster and regret it too late. Qin Jian heard such a serious situation, but he became interested. Oh, what is the background of this Feng family? They are so powerful. Do they dare to kill people in the street? He really dares. He is the only son of the Feng family, and his sister is the favorite concubine of the city lord. He usually relies on his sister's relationship to do evil and oppress the people. Everyone is used to it, and no one dares to intervene, the old man said sadly. After listening to his introduction, Feng Kun proudly puffed up his chest and sneered, Hear it! My brother-in-law is the city lord of Tinya City. As long as he says a word, you will lose your head immediately. So if you know what's good for you, kowtow and apologize to me, and pay the protection fee obediently. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can walk out of this street alive. Su Maoyong was amused and laughed out loud. Oh, you are so arrogant. If you don't know, you would think you are the city lord. Su Maoyong is already beautiful, and this smile is even more stunning, instantly dazzling Feng Kun's eyes. He was so busy collecting protection fees that he didn't notice that there was such a stunning beauty standing here. Just a glance at her almost made him lose his soul. He didn't know what it would feel like to get his hands on her. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately changed his mind and suggested, The beauty looks so beautiful when she smiles. How about this? As long as you come back with me and become my concubine, today's matter will be written off? As he said that, he couldn't help but reach out to pull Su Maoyang's hand. She knew his eyes widened when she heard the word concubine. But she didn't know that he dared to get his hands on her. She immediately grabbed his claws and flicked them hard. There was a crisp sound of click. Feng Kun burst into tears in pain and yelled, "You are so bold. You dared to touch the earth on the head of Tai Sui. Don't you want to die?" Seeing that he still had the strength to speak, she knew it kicked him in the chest. And the cold roar suddenly exploded like thunder in the street, where the crowd of onlookers were watching. "You are so bold that you dare to tease the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. I think there is no need for the Feng family to exist." Feng Kun, who was kicked to the ground, was shocked for a moment. But soon regained his composure and said disdainfully, "So what if he is the Lord of Lingxiao Palace? My brother-in-law is a favorite of King Shumming. How can you move my Feng family just by saying so?" Although his brother-in-law is only a city lord, he controls the economic lifeline of Tianya City, earns a lot of money for King Shumming, and does a lot of things. Naturally, he also holds the handle to save his life. The complicated relationship here is not comparable to that of a new outsider. Seeing that he didn't believe in evil, she knew it was too lazy to talk nonsense and drew her sword directly. "Then I'll try it today." "Stop!" Unfortunately, before the sword could be raised, a soft and sexy voice suddenly came from the jewelry store not far away. "I saw a woman dressed in a red robe, dressed charmingly, surrounded by several slaves and servants. She looked very young, but her dress was elegant and luxurious, with a bit of the momentum of a superior. But her facial features still vaguely had the shadow of Feng Kun. So she must be the favorite concubine sister." She looked at Su Maoyang's appearance, and her eyes did not hide her surprise and jealousy. But her expression did not show timidity. Instead, she said generously, "I know that the Lord of Lingxiao Palace has the support of the Holy Sun, but my husband is also a favorite of King Shumming. Everyone serves their own master, and is a servant who works for the master. Why should the Lord of Lingxiao Palace be so aggressive?" Chapter 2667 Provoked the Wrong Person. Unfortunately, her graceful demeanor did not last long. As soon as she finished speaking, she was kicked to the ground by the furious Ji Ruiqing. Before she could raise her head to see clearly, a series of harsh curses rained down on her forehead. "Bah! Who is your slave? A cheap bone who sells gold during the day and prostitutes at night is worthy of being compared with my junior sister. If you don't know how much you weigh, please go to the pharmacy in front to borrow a scale to weigh yourself, and get some medicine to treat your brain disease. I don't know if the city lord is as stupid as you, or is blind, and actually likes a brain-dead thing like you whose tone is worse than athlete's foot." Ji Ruiqing spitted, pointed at Feng Qiurui's nose, and scolded her bloody. Feng Qiurui was usually favored by the city lord, and was used to being bossy. She had never been humiliated like this before. At this moment, she pointed at her in shock and anger, shaking with anger. You? What do you mean you? You can't even speak clearly, and you have the nerve to come out and bark. Look at your swollen face. You don't look like a pig. You better go back and scare people." Ji Ruiqing didn't even give her a chance to speak, and he scolded her fiercely again, making Feng Qiurui's head confused and unable to say a word. Just when Feng Qiurui was angry and wronged, and 100 ways to retaliate against Su Maoyang and others flashed in her mind, a loud roar not far away gave her hope. "It's the city lord. The city lord is here." After the words fell, the city lord and a group of guards came over in a dusty manner, and the onlookers were immediately scared and retreated to the sides, making way. Seeing the supporter coming, Feng Qiurui seemed to change her face, and instantly changed to a tearful expression, and cried softly, "Husband, please save me. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace wants to kill me in the street, and I almost can't see you anymore. Please help me." Woo woo woo. She ran towards the city lord tenderly and pitifully, but who knew that before she could throw herself into his arms and complain, the city lord slapped her in the face, and slapped her hard on the cheek. There was a crisp sound, as if it hit everyone's heart, and everyone trembled with shock, and saw that the frail Feng Qiurui was unexpectedly slapped to the ground. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. The city lord actually beat his favorite Lady Rui. Are they dreaming? Just when everyone thought it was unbelievable, the city lord and his guards hurried forward, knelt in front of Su Maoyang, clasped his fists and apologized. "I came to see Princess Mingxi, but I didn't know the princess was coming." So I let the concubine in the mansion bump into the princess. I deserve death. Please punish me. Some time ago, he was sent to work in other places. It was not until 5 days ago that he suddenly learned that Su Maoyang was canonized as Princess Mingxi and was going to borrow the teleportation array in his Tianya city. So he rushed back without stopping, fearing that he would neglect the princess. But who knew that his brother-in-law, who couldn't even get a seat, actually swaggered in the city under his name and bumped into the princess. And even the concubine who was supposed to stay in the backyard dared to come out to support him, and even threatened the princess to take a step back. It was really lawless. It seemed that it was his fault that he indulged them too much, causing them to become rude and tactless, and thus causing such a terrible disaster. At this moment, when he thought of the news that the Hades Emperor doted on his lost and found daughter so much that even the Xiang Palace had to stay away from him, he could not help but sweat coldly. His back felt cold, and his head was so low that he wished he could bury it in the ground. The common people present were shocked to see the city lord, who usually showed off his power, kneeling in front of Su Maoyang so servilely. As for Feng Qiurui, she was even more stimulated. Her eyes widened, and she asked blankly, "Isn't it the Lord of Lingxiao Palace? Why is it Mingxi? Where is the Mingxi Palace in the 12 palaces?" The guard kneeling next to Feng Qiurui saw that she was still in the dark, and whispered, "The Lord of Lingxiao Palace is the long-lost daughter of the Hades Emperor. Not long ago, she was canonized as the Princess of Mingxi. It is said that the Hades Emperor dotes on her like his own heart. You have hit a wall this time. Even if you bring up the King of Shengming, you can't save you." Upon hearing this, Feng Qiurui was frightened and her body softened, and she completely collapsed on the ground. The daughter of the Hades, Princess Mingxi. This is definitely the most absurd and incredible thing she has ever heard in her life. She really couldn't think of it no matter how hard she tried, that the Hades actually had a daughter in this world. Of course, even the Hades himself didn't expect it, let alone her. Feng Kun was not much better at this time. He was shaking like a sieve, his legs trembling, and then he knelt on the ground, slapping his mouth and begging for mercy. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I didn't know it was the princess who came, and I said those nonsense. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve the princess like a cow and a horse." Su Maoyang saw that the bully who was just arrogant and domineering was now as weak as a grandson, and couldn't help laughing. "You are the only son of the Feng family, a good helper of the city lord. The whole Tianya city depends on you. It's a waste of talent to serve me like a cow and a horse." Hearing such ironic words, the city lord's face turned pale, and he hurriedly explained, "Princess, you know, there is no place for a fool like him to speak in Tianya city. He is just a bully who relies on the power of others to scare people outside." After that, he gave a direct order with great tact. "The Feng family siblings are bullying the city and committing crimes. They are unforgivable. Kill all 9 clans and execute them." Feng Qiurui and Feng Kun were so scared that their eyes were bloodshot, and they begged for mercy loudly. But the 2 deputy envoys following the city lord turned a deaf ear to them, and swung their swords cleanly. The heads that were originally still alive and vivid instantly rolled to the ground like 2 watermelons, splashing blood all over the ground. And the onlookers screamed in fear and covered their eyes, seeing the city lord being so decisive. Su Maoyang sighed. The city lord is really a man who can do great things. He can kill the person next to him without blinking an eye. "Princess, you are embarrassing me. She is just a concubine. Her life is worthless. If I offend the princess, I will die 10,000 times." The city lord tried to pull up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Su Maoyang didn't buy his tricks, and said with a serious face, "The reason they dared to bump into me was because of your name. If you didn't support them behind the scenes, would the cheap life you mentioned be so arrogant and rampant? In the final analysis, it was you who gave them the confidence." Hearing that she was going to hold him responsible, the city lord was frightened and kowtowed repeatedly. "Princess, please spare me. Please spare me. I failed to control my family, and I was indeed wrong. But during this period of time, I had official duties, and was too busy to know what they did. I beg the princess to forgive me for this time, because I was also kept in the dark. I will remember the lesson and never make the same mistake again. This Tianya city is under the jurisdiction of King Shengming. You don't have to tell me so much. After opening the teleportation array, go and apologize to King Shengming yourself." She didn't have the hands to discipline King Shengming's subordinates. Of course, She also knew that the city lord would not have a good end, because the vindictive Feng Xia will definitely make a big fuss about this matter and criticize King Shengming. The result is obvious. Chapter 2668 Sneaking into the Demon Palace at Night. Demon Realm. The journey was long, and even with the cross-border teleportation array activated, it took Su Maoyang and his group 10 days to reach the capital of the Demon Realm, because the Demon Palace was heavily guarded and their group was too conspicuous. Su Maoyang asked Fu Mingxiu, Ji Ruiqing and others to stay in the inn to wait for news. After he figured out the guard shift rules and the weak points of the array, he sneaked into the Demon Palace at night. Su Maoyang had been to Lu Yiyuan's palace many times, so finding the way was not a problem. But it took some effort to avoid the patrols and arrays along the way. Seeing that the Demon Palace was just ahead, Su Maoyang made sure that there was no one around and was about to sneak in. But before she could even take a step, she heard Sun Yu's anxious voice coming from the sound transmission note. Master, I found Don Fan Yoyu. He was seriously injured by the Phoenix clan and is dying. I'm afraid he won't make it. What? Su Maoyang suddenly heard the bad news and accidentally exclaimed. The voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the silent night, and soon attracted the attention of the patrol team not far away. Who is there? The leader suddenly turned around and shot a sharp look in Su Maoyang's direction, as if two sword lights were piercing at her. Su Maoyang was so scared that she quickly crouched down and tried to hide in the bushes. But the other party did not give up. A burst of rapid and heavy footsteps came like a tide. Su Maoyang had to clench her fingers and be ready to fight at any time. But at this moment, a gravity suddenly appeared beside her and pulled her to the palace wall next to her. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the other party could approach him silently, and he was so shocked that he raised his hand and slapped him. The other party was also a master, accurately avoiding the attack, and whispered, I am Ran Shuqing. How can you not tell good from bad? Su Maoyang heard Ran Shuqing's name, and her raised arm suddenly paused. After seeing the other party's identity clearly, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and asked in confusion, Why are you here? I expected you to come, so I sent someone to keep an eye on you. Otherwise, why do you think you have been so smooth all the way? Ran Shuqing glanced at her speechlessly. Su Maoyang was grateful. Thank you. But this is my business. It's not good to involve you. You should leave quickly. Ran Shuqing is the daughter of the Demon Emperor and the princess of the Demon Realm. If she helps outsiders to deal with her father, she will have a hard time in the future. There are formations everywhere here. You can't get in without me. If you want to see the Demon Lord, quickly change into the clothes of a palace maid and follow me. Ran Shuqing heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, and quickly handed out a set of palace clothes that had been prepared, urging. Su Maoyang knew that the situation was critical, and it was not the time to be polite. So he decisively took the clothes and put them on quickly. Ran Shuqing saw that she was ready, and he also straightened his clothes and walked out of the dark at the right time. The patrol team saw two people coming out in front, stopped suddenly, and shouted loudly, Who is sneaking around there? Ran Shuqing walked to the light, and the street lamp gently tilted on her body, illuminating her delicate and beautiful, white jade-like face with a charming halo, which immediately dazzled the guards. The leader was the first to react and hurriedly saluted with a fist, while Ran Shuqing raised his hand in a friendly manner. No need to be polite. I was worried about the injury of the Demon Lord and couldn't sleep, so I refined the elixir overnight and sent it to the Demon Lord. The patrol leader obviously didn't believe it. He looked at her and Su Maoyang, who was lowering her head and pretending to be a maid, suspiciously, and tactfully refused. Thank you for your trouble, princess. It's just that at this time, the princess is too tired. Please go back and rest. Come back tomorrow. Ran Shuqing saw that the other party was unwilling to let her go, and her originally gentle face became serious. She said angrily, Asshole. The Demon Lord has not woken up yet. How can I, as the concubine of the Demon Lord, sleep well? I worked day and night, and finally refined the elixir that was effective for the Demon Lord's injury. I dared not delay for a moment to send it here. You are so good, actually making excuses here. If the Demon Lord's condition is delayed, can you bear it? The leader was speechless for a moment, and frowned in embarrassment. Why? I am the concubine of the Demon Lord, and the princess of the Demon Realm. Don't you even trust me? Ran Shuqing unconsciously raised her voice, showing the momentum of a superior, and did not forget to remind him. Last time you offended Gardlin, it was me who spoke for you. Have you forgotten it? Luo Feng naturally remembered this favor and apologized quickly. Princess, please forgive me. I naturally believe you. But it is my duty. At this time, I can only let you in for a cup of tea. I hope your majesty will sympathize. This is the maximum concession he can make. Well, a cup of tea is enough. You wait outside. Ran Shuqing nodded, took Su Maoyan directly across the team, opened the formation, and walked into the demon hall. Su Maoyan went straight to Lu Yeyuan's bedroom and looked at him lying quietly on the couch, having lost all his vitality and domineering aura, like an old man in his twilight years, full of vicissitudes and desolation. Her heart seemed to be filled with cold lead, and it hurt so much. She walked to his couch with heavy steps, holding back her bitterness, and touched his pale and thin cheek with trembling fingers. The familiar outline hurt Su Maoyang's eyes, and tears flowed out uncontrollably, dripping on his slightly cold cheek. She choked with sobs and cursed in a low voice with a strong nasal cavity. You are so hurt. You are such a fool. Even though he was hurt so badly, he still had to stay in the dark to protect her. For the love of Yunqiang, he actually gave up his life, pride, and dignity. Did Yunqiang make him so overwhelmed? While feeling distressed, Su Maoyan couldn't help but envy and jealousy. She was also the daughter of the patriarch of the God clan. And she was so. Why is Yunqiang so lucky? Not only her parents love her, the God clan loves her. Even Jun Haotsong, whom she cares about the most, loves her. Ran Shuqing stood quietly by the side. She didn't want to see their tender scene, but her eyes were still hurt by Su Maoyang's tears. Finally, she couldn't help but say, it looks serious, but it's actually not a big deal. It just takes time to recover. Don't worry too much. Su Maoyan knew that Lu Yeyuan's injury was definitely not as simple as she said. But she couldn't do anything. So she had to take out the soul condensation pill and feed it to him. This pill was made for Feng Moxie before. Thinking that Lu Yeyuan's soul was not completely restored, she made one more. Ran Shuqing naturally recognized the soul-gathering pill, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Thinking of how they loved each other so hard but couldn't be together, she sighed helplessly. You obviously love him. Why do you push him away? Aren't you asking for trouble? To be able to produce such a precious and rare pill, it is obvious that it cost a lot. Su Maoyan smiled bitterly. I used to be afraid of the curse of my previous life, repeating the same mistakes and hurting him. Now, it's just my unrequited love. How can I push away someone who doesn't belong to me? What do you mean? I don't understand it anymore. Ran Shuqing was confused. He loves my twin sister and mistook me for her. What? Did I hear it right? Ran Shuqing was shocked and looked incredible. Su Maoyan looked at her seriously. Yes, you heard it right. He and I were a mistake from the beginning. But Ran Shuqing was scared by the noise outside before she finished speaking. Humph. You are the only ones who would believe that I came to deliver medicine in the middle of the night. Chapter 2669 Kidnapped a Princess. Hearing her father's voice, Ran Shuqing's hair stood up instantly, and she angrily cursed. Luo Feng, you saved my face in front of me, but complain behind my back. You really don't want to offend both sides. Come on. Come with me. If you are caught by my father, don't think about getting out alive today. Ran Shuqing said, as he rushed to grab Su Maoyang's hand. Su Maoyang finally met Lu Yeyuan and wanted to spend more time with him. But she didn't know that they had to part again before she had even spit a cup of tea. She was very reluctant. After this separation, she didn't know if she could see him again. After all, she had alarmed the demon emperor, and it was unlikely that she could sneak into the palace again. Dongfang Yaoyu was in danger, and it was urgent. She really didn't have time to find another opportunity. And when Lu Yeyuan woke up and learned about her life experience, he would probably be even more reluctant to see her. So today might be the last time they meet. How could she let him go? Let me see him one more time. Su Maoyan caressed his cheek reluctantly, trying to imprint his appearance in her mind. Ran Shuqing was worried about her safety, so he forcibly pulled her up. Don't look at me. You don't want to die. But I do. Come with me quickly. As long as you are alive, there is a chance. Is there really still a chance? As Yunqianma, can she still walk into his eyes and live at his heart? Although she knew that there was little hope. In order not to implicate Ran Shuqing, Su Maoyang still endured her longing, and followed Ran Shuqing into the secret room of the side hall, looking back every 3 steps. Thanks to Ran Shuqing's help along the way, she was able to pass through the many formations and secret passages, successfully escape from the palace, and successfully meet up with her friends, who had been waiting outside the capital. Otherwise, there would be a big battle tonight. Seeing that the crisis was over, Su Maoyang didn't want to bother Ran Shuqing anymore, so she bowed deeply to her. Thank you for taking the risk to help me this time. I will remember your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Don't be so polite. You helped me before, didn't you? Ran Shuqing shook her head indifferently, with a gentle smile on her face. She was still as dignified, elegant, and beautiful as when they first met, but with a little more sincerity of mutual appreciation. She admired Su Maoyang and appreciated Su Maoyang. The moment Su Maoyang rushed out to save her, she left an indelible mark on her heart, making her, who had been pretending for so many years, want to get close to someone with her heart for the first time. But I really have something, and I need your help now. Ran Shuqing glanced at the companions behind Su Maoyang and said with envy. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, not knowing why he was so anxious. With a curious look on his face, he said, "Just tell me what you want me to do." A cunning look flashed across Ran Shuqing's eyes. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, shouting loudly, "Master, please accept my disciples' greetings." Su Maoyang was startled and took a step back. "What are you doing?" Ran Shuqing looked up and smiled like a cunning fox. "I want to become your disciple. You are so good at refining pills. Of course, I want to learn a lot from you. Well, I can teach you, but you don't have to become your disciple. Hurry up and get up. What's the point of kneeling?" Su Maoyang quickly reached out to pull her. Although her alchemy skills were indeed better than Ran Shuqing's, they were of the same generation, and there was no one who claimed to be someone else's master just because of some skills. Ran Shuqing refused, kneeling on the ground, and insisted, "What if you hide your skills and don't teach well? I want to inherit your legacy legitimately. You worry too much. As long as you want to learn, I will teach you everything I know." Su Maoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't care. I want you to be my master. I want you to teach me step by step." Seeing her stubbornness, Su Maoyang nodded helplessly. "Okay. Whatever you want." Hearing her relent, Ran Shuqing stood up happily and said crisply, "Master, if you want to find a place to stay in the demon realm, I can help you arrange it." When it came to this, Su Maoyang immediately put away his smile and said solemnly, "No. I have an urgent matter to go to the demon moon realm, and I won't be back in a short time. Let's meet again when we have time." Since she couldn't enter the palace in a short time, she had to go to the demon moon realm to see how Dongfang Yaoyu was doing. Yaoyu realm? Then I want to go there too. I just became a disciple and haven't started learning yet. How can I separate from my master? Su Maoyang didn't expect her to come up with such an idea, and waved her hand decisively. "No. You are the princess of the demon mirror, and the imperial concubine appointed by the demon lord. If you run away, the entire demon palace will be in turmoil. How can you gain a foothold in the demon realm in the future? Master, I took the risk to run away to help you. Do you think my father will let me go if I go back now? Master will not cross the river and burn the bridge, trapping his apprentice in injustice. Besides, my damn imperial concubine is just a pretext for the demon lord to be angry with you. It's just a false name. You know it. Considering that I have paid so much for you, you must take full responsibility for me." Ran Shuqing looked like she was relying on her. Su Maoyang suddenly felt a headache. She went into the palace this time. Didn't stay with Liu Yeyuan for a long time, but kidnapped a princess. What kind of thing is this? The journey to Yaoyu realm is long, and you will be tired from traveling by boat and sleeping in the open air. It is not suitable for you. Yaoyu realm is even farther away from Masha realm. It may take more than 10 or 20 days to go there, and she still has to deal with some grievances. If she involves Ran Shuqing and puts her in danger, it will be a real irresponsible behavior. Ran Shuqing refused. "Is this the first day you met me? Am I the kind of princess who can't endure hardships and is delicate? I have endured so many grievances and hardships, and I am still afraid of sleeping in the open air? No. I mean no." Su Maoyang really couldn't bear to implicate her. Seeing that she was unwilling to give in, Ran Shuqing immediately pretended to be pitiful and played the emotional card. "I grew up in the palace since I was a child. I have been cautious since I was a child, and have never experienced the taste of freedom. Please pity me, and take me out to see the world. And just now you said that you would teach me everything you know. How can you teach me when you are not here? If you can't satisfy such a small request. What are you talking about repaying me? Isn't it just empty talk? This time, I went to Yaoyu Realm to settle personal grievances. There may be danger at any time. You? Su Maoyang was interrupted by her before she finished speaking. Wouldn't it be better to bring an extra helper to settle the grudge? My strength has been seen by Master, and I will not hold Master back. Fu Minxiu was dazzled by Ran Shuqing's beauty. When he heard that such a beautiful woman wanted to go with him, he quickly stepped forward to help out. Yes, Leonor. Just agree to her. It's really hard for her to explain to the Demon Emperor if she goes back like this. It's better for her to go with us. With so many of us, it's not a problem to take care of one more person. Donphan Liua looked at his shining eyes, and seeing the beauty unable to walk, she couldn't help but sneer. If you want to take care of her, just say it. Look at your useless look. Don't talk nonsense. I am thanking her for helping Leonor, since she is Leonor's benefactor and now Leonor's apprentice. It's normal for me to take care of her more. Fu Minxiu retorted righteously. Others winked at each other and smiled. Too lazy to expose his little thoughts. Master, your friends have agreed. And you are so cruel as a master. It's not justifiable. Ran Shuqing cast a grateful look at Fu Minxiu, which made Fu Minxiu so fascinated that he said several good words again. Su Maoyang was pestered to no end, thinking that she would be held accountable if she returned. She had no choice but to surrender. I can take you with me, but you must obey my orders. Not run around, and not act on your own. Yes, I will follow the master's instructions. Ran Shuqing's mind was fulfilled, and he readily agreed. As long as he can be with her, anything is fine. Chapter 2670, A Treacherous Villain. Fu Minxiu finally found a new target, and wanted to get close to Ran Shuqing. But he didn't know that on the way to Yaoyu Realm, the other party's eyes seemed to be on Su Maoyang, and he never looked at him straight from beginning to end. He tried his best to exude the fragrance of a single dog, but not only did he fail to get close to the beauty, but he was laughed at by Donphan Liua and Ji Ruiqing all the way, which was completely depressed. In any case, he was also elegant and handsome, and he was a hot commodity that women fought for wherever he went. But since he met Su Maoyang, it was like he was under a spell and kept hitting a wall. Now, he, a handsome man, is not as attracted to women as a woman. It is simply a Waterloo in life and a shame for men. He has fallen into Su Maoyang's hands in this life. Su Maoyang, who was worried about Donphan Yaoyu's safety, did not notice Fu Minxiu's sad eyes and rushed to the inn mentioned by Sun Yu. On the way here, she heard a lot of rumors. It is said that the old demon emperor came out of retreat 20 days ago. His strength increased greatly, and he announced that he would marry his 101st wife. He also specially invited all the famous forces in the three realms to attend the banquet, and to celebrate the old demon emperor coming out of retreat to marry. The Demon Moon Realm also opened the Phoenix Clan's ancestral secret realm Suzakushin Realm for the geniuses of the three realms to practice. So the Demon Moon Realm is full of guests during this period. So as soon as they entered the inn, they were quickly drowned in the crowd. Just when Su Maoyang was about to find someone to ask about Donphan Yaoyu's room, a surprised and teasing voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this Miss Ji? We are destined to meet each other wherever we go. Su Maoyang looked back and saw a noble lady and a young man walking in from the street with several servants. This Miss Ji was obviously a greeting to Ji Ruiqing. Unexpectedly, the next second, Ji Ruiqing's face turned black and he cursed. Get out of here. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you today. TSK TSK TSK. Miss Ji's temper has risen after not seeing you for a few days. Are you still blaming my son for choosing the princess instead of you? The noble lady laughed instead of getting angry, but her words were full of sarcasm and harsh. The young man next to the noble lady sneered and took over the conversation. I didn't expect that after such a long time. You are still brooding over it. With your petty mind and small temper. Which man can stand it? You still have to learn to be gentle and generous in the future. Otherwise you will really become an old maid that no one wants. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered the emotional injury that Ji Ruiqing had suffered in the Northern Qin dynasty, and immediately frowned and looked at the young man who spoke wildly. This man was dressed in a tight suit, with a strong posture, handsome features, black hair tied up high, sword eyebrows flying into the temples, and heroic. He was indeed quite handsome. But he did not insult Ji Ruiqing's aesthetics. It's a pity that he was a shameless coward. I heard that he pursued Ji Ruiqing in the past just to cling to her relationship as the successor of Wuong Peak. Later, when he learned that she was dead, his profit-seeking old mother instigated him to abandon Ji Ruiqing and marry the princess instead. Now that they have met each other on a narrow road, these two people not only have no basic apology, but are complacently rubbing salt into Ji Ruiqing's wounds. They are really a pair of beasts worse than pigs and dogs. Su Maoyang couldn't stand it. And before Ji Ruiqing got angry, he walked out of the crowd and said sarcastically, "I suspect your mother threw you away when she gave birth to you and raised you with the placenta. You are a treacherous, profit-seeking scum, and you have the nerve to ask the victim to be gentle and generous. I want to ask you to stop spitting shit and be a human being." Gao Wenjun and his mother didn't see Su Maoyang just now. Suddenly, when they saw Su Maoyang coming out, their smug expression suddenly condensed, and their eyes instantly jumped into shock. You are not dead? Yes. I disappoint you. I am still alive and well." Su Maoyang sneered and swept across their surprised expressions, as if he was looking at two funny clowns. They couldn't afford to offend Su Maoyang. But when they thought about their daughter's rapid rise, and the confidence to challenge Su Maoyang, Gao Zhoushi was shocked for only a moment, and then recovered as before, suddenly saying, "I was wondering why your temper was getting worse. It turns out that your backer is back. Speaking of which, you have to blame your junior sister. If your junior sister hadn't deliberately hidden away and had no news, I wouldn't have forced you two to break up." Hearing such shameless words, Ji Ruiqing spat fiercely at her old face. "Bah! Your junior sister is so. I don't care about a son with osteomalacia. In the end, I have to thank my junior sister. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be able to see the true face of you guys. I have something important to do today, so I won't waste my time with you. In the future, whether you are trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful or curry favor with the powerful, don't jump around in front of me. If you really make me angry, no one will have a good ending." With that, Ji Ruiqing turned around and pulled Su Maoyang to the inn. Dongfang Yaoyu was in a critical condition, so it was important to do the important things. These bastards were not worth wasting their attention. Gao Zhou saw them squeeze into the inn, obviously to stay overnight, and her anger was instantly replaced by a sense of superiority. She couldn't help but remind them proudly, "No need to go in. Princess Yuing has already booked the last few rooms for us at 3 times the price. And other inns are full. You may have to sleep on the street tonight. However, as long as you apologize for what you said just now and beg me, I may reward you with a room with my servants if I am happy." Unfortunately, she was interrupted by a servant running out of the inn before she finished her words, and her smile had not yet fully bloomed. "Excuse me, are you Miss Su Maoyang?" Su Maoyang nodded in confusion. Upon hearing this, the servant immediately showed excitement, bowed and said respectfully, "My master knew that Miss Su was coming, so he specially booked the VIP room on the top floor for Miss Su and her friends. The master has been waiting for you in the room for a long time. I will lead you there now." After hearing this, Su Maoyang and everyone looked at each other in confusion. In the end, Su Maoyang asked the question, "Who is your master?" The servant suddenly remembered that he forgot to introduce himself, and quickly apologized. "It was my fault. My master is the young master of the Blood Wolf clan, Mu Jichen." Su Maoyang was shocked and confirmed in disbelief. "Who are you talking about? Mu Jichen? Mu Jichen is here." But Sun Yu didn't mention it at all. Not only Su Maoyang was shocked, but even Gao Wenjun and Gao Zhoushi were also shocked. They were not very familiar with the 3 words Mu Jichen, but they had heard a lot of glorious deeds of the young master of the Blood Wolf clan. That guy started from an unknown branch and killed many people. He stepped on the blood of countless werewolves to successfully ascend to the position of young master. He is also a well-known ruthless person among the younger generation of Yaoyu realm. Although the Blood Wolf clan is not as important as the 4 old clans in Yaoyu realm, it is invincible in the Demon clan because of the unique ferocity, endurance and unity of the Wolf clan. Even the 4 big clans usually have to give way to it. It is enough to see the weight of the 3 words Mu Jichen in Yaoyu realm. Chapter 2671 Marry the Old Demon King. "What? Don't you believe in my strength?" At this moment, a familiar and hearty laugh stood out from the noisy and chaotic voices. A handsome young man, with a jade-like face and bright white teeth came down the stairs. He held a folding fan and walked through the crowd in a dashing manner. It was like an east wind blowing by, instantly awakening Su Maoyang's memories that had been dormant for many years. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to the training room in Fenglin Imperial Capital that year. He also walked down the stairs like today, looking around, handsome and elegant, which made people's eyes bright and fresh in their memories. Xiao Momo. Long time no see. Do you still miss me? Mu Jichen's pleasant voice, like mountain spring, frivolous tone and her usual disdainful address, instantly overlapped with the person in front, making Su Maoyang wake up with a start, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and smile. Yes. Long time no see. But unfortunately, I didn't miss you very much. Mu Jichen laughed and shook his head. After so many years, you are still as stubborn as before. The smile in Su Maoyang's eyes overflowed from his eyes uncontrollably, and he teased, you are as confident as before. I just don't know how you turned into the young master of the Blood Wolf clan, and let Sun Yu hide it from me. It's too mean. I just want to give you a surprise. In order to see Su Maoyang's shocked expression, he endured for a long time. Su Maoyang was speechless. Your surprise is too big. But I will interrogate you slowly about your matter later. Now take me to see Yeyu. The fact that he appeared here meant that Dongfang Yeyu was also arranged by him, and he was waiting for her here. Mu Jichen knew that business was more important, so he didn't continue to talk to her, and happily extended his hand to lead the way. Ji Ruiqing was impressed to see that Su Maoyang also had such an excellent and handsome friend in Yaoyu realm. She glanced at Gao Zhoushi and Gao Wenjun with relief. See, not only do we not have to sleep on the street tonight, but we also have a whole floor of VIP rooms. And the young master of the Blood Wolf clan will lead the way. You guys can lick Princess Yuing's stinky feet slowly. We're sorry. After that, Ji Ruiqing didn't even bother to glance at him, and followed Mu Jichen through the crowd to the top floor. Yu, provoked by Ji Ruiqing, Gao Zhoushi pointed at her back as she walked away, and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Although Gao Wenjun also looked embarrassed, he was calmer than his mother and reminded calmly, don't argue with her. The Demon King is still waiting for us to meet him. The important thing is to go back and inform father and sister. When your sister's marriage is settled, why should we be afraid of the Blood Wolf clan? Yes, you are right. As long as your sister's marriage is settled, let alone Su Maoyang and the Blood Wolf clan, we will not be afraid of the mysterious power behind Su Maoyang. What's more, Ji Ruiqing is a bastard who was born by a mother, but not raised by a mother. She is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. When Gao Zhou thought that she was about to become the mother-in-law of the old Demon King, her old face, which was originally wrinkled by anger, instantly bloomed with a comfortable and expectant smile. Although Su Maoyang heard about Dongfang Yaoyu's physical condition on the way here, he couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw the skinny body that even had difficulty getting off the bed. Seeing the gentle, fresh and handsome young man turned into a withered and dying man, Su Maoyang felt a great pain in her heart and hurried forward to support him. Do we need to be polite to each other? Lie down and rest well. Dongfang Yaoyu didn't want Su Maoyang to see him in such a miserable and weak state, so he lowered his head in shame and said in a muffled voice, what's the use of resting well? You are still a waste. Su Maoyang saw him so depressed, and was puzzled and worried. What happened? Why did they clash with the Phoenix clan? Sun Yu only said in the voice transmission that Dongfang Yaoyu was seriously injured by the Phoenix clan, and did not elaborate on the reason. I think he didn't know much about it. Now that the person is awake, Su Maoyang naturally wants to ask clearly. After all, based on her understanding of Dongfang Yaoyu, he is definitely not the kind of person who stirs up trouble for no reason. Dongfang Yaoyu glanced at Su Maoyang hesitantly, and it was a bit difficult to speak. Su Maoyang saw through his thoughts at a glance. Is it related to Wan Xian? It seems that only Xiahou Wan Xian can force him to this point. Hearing Wan Xuan's name, Xiahou Xian immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, what happened to my sister? Knowing that he couldn't hide it from them, Dongfang Yaoyu closed his eyes in pain and replied in a deep voice, I found her. She is in the Phoenix clan, and was cultivated by the Phoenix clan. Fortunately, she has mastered the Phoenix Nirvana, the secret technique that the Phoenix clan is most proud of. She has reshaped her body and mental strength, and has an amazing talent for contracted beasts. She has become stronger than before. So strong that it is scary. So strong that it makes people unfamiliar. As if she has become a different person. I don't even know if she is still Xiahou Wanxian now. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the weak and vulnerable Xiahou Wanxian would have such achievements. While he was happy for her, he couldn't help but wonder, what does it mean that she has become a different person? She is now cold and ruthless, and keeps people at a distance. I think she has climbed up to the old Demon King, and is about to ascend to the throne of the Demon Queen. So she doesn't take a waste like me seriously. Demon Queen? What are you talking about? Explain it clearly. Xiahou Zian was concerned about his sister's safety. Suddenly, he heard so many explosive sentences. He grabbed Dongfang Yaoyu's shoulders and asked sternly. Dongfang Yaoyu raised his head and met Xiahou Zian's anxious eyes. His sunken, scarlet eyes suddenly filled with tears. He choked with a hoarse and restrained voice. I'm saying that she is going to marry the old Demon King who is thousands of years older than her. She is going to be the Demon Queen who is second to none in the Demon Moon realm. Do you understand? Suddenly learning the truth, Xiahou Zian's anger rushed to his head and punched Dongfang Yaoyu's cheek fiercely. You bastard! Su Maoyang was killed by Xiahou Zian. Hou Zian was startled by his behavior and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Don't be impulsive until you figure out the situation. How else can we figure it out? My sister likes him, and everyone knows it. If he hadn't broken my sister's heart, how could she have treated herself so badly and become the wife of a 1,000-year-old immortal? Xiahou Zian knew his sister's temperament best. Although she was weak and kind, she had her pride and dignity. No matter how rich and powerful the other party was, she would not sell her body and soul for money and power. Dongfang Yaoyu heard this and smiled bitterly, tears flowing down the corners of his eyes, wetting his swollen cheeks. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm a bastard. If it weren't for protecting me, she wouldn't have been taken away by the Phoenix clan. I'm useless. I'm a waste. I don't deserve her love. Chapter 2672. I've secured this marriage. Dongfang Liu saw her brother in such pain, and the tears she had been holding back burst out. She rushed over and hugged him. It's not your fault. In that situation, you can't do anything. I hurt her. It's me. I might as well die. Dongfang Yaoyu pushed Liu away and hit his head on the bedpost. Su Maoyang couldn't stand his decadent appearance, so he grabbed him and slapped him hard in the face. Wake up! Wan Xian is about to marry another man. You don't try to save her, but instead you are complaining and regretting here. Are you still a man? What can I do? The old Demon King can kill me with just one finger. What can I do to fight him? Dongfang Yaoyu collapsed and beat his chest. If his master hadn't saved him this time, Mu Jichen had arranged accommodation and doctors for him, and Sun Yu had protected his safety, he would have been dead long ago. Let alone saving people. Mu Jichen understood Dongfang Yaoyu and stood up to say something fair. Momo, don't blame him. The old Demon King came out of retreat this time, and it is said that his strength has greatly increased. He has already touched the threshold of the spirit god. No matter how powerful Yaoyu is, he can't compete with this old pervert. If you want to blame someone, blame that old guy for being so lustful. He wants to get his hands on a young girl at his age. We have to think about this marriage in the long run. The wedding is about to take place? How can we think about it in the long run? Can we still snatch the bride? Dongfang Yaoyu said disheartenedly. Su Maoyang looked at him, his eyes radiating a sharp cold light, and said firmly, Snatch? I will snatch this marriage. As soon as these words came out, the room was silent for a moment. Obviously, no one expected Su Maoyang to dare to snatch someone from the old Demon King. But when they thought it was Su Maoyang, everyone was relieved. This guy could do anything. And she was merciful for not breaking the sky. Although Dongfang Yaoyu was shaken by Su Maoyang's words for a moment, when he thought of the large group of friends behind Su Maoyang, he shook his head in embarrassment. No, I can't let you take risks. Brother, you are too polite. Junior sister's friends are my friends Ji Ruiqing. It is my honor to help. Don't be polite to us at this time. Ji Ruiqing is not familiar with Dongfang Yaoyu, but he also knows that those who can be included in Su Maoyang's circle must be loyal and courageous. Of course, even if it is not for Su Maoyang, she can't just sit back and watch the fact that the old man has married more than 100 wives and wants to get involved in young girls. Ran Shuqing heard this and also expressed her support. Yes, we are all willing to contribute. Master, please tell me how to do it. No matter what, I still have the identity of a princess of the Demon Clan, so I shouldn't die. Mu Jichen looked at Ran Shuqing in surprise when he heard this. Demon Clan Princess. Are you from the demon realm? Yes. Don't you think so? Ran Shuqing rarely took her eyes off Su Maoyang and looked at him. No. It's mainly because the demon realm secludes itself from the world and has always disdained to interact with the other three realms. I didn't expect that they could come to join the old demon king's wedding this time. Mu Jichen explained in surprise. Ran Shuqing knew that the demon clan was severely damaged that year, and it took many years of recuperation to recover. Because of the different cultivation systems, they had little contact with the outside world. She also lived in the palace for many years before she clamored to come out with Su Maoyang to see the world. So she understood the outside world's views on the demon realm. However, when she thought about the big scene she would encounter when she came out, Ran Shuqing smiled at Su Maoyang as if to take credit. See, Master didn't want to take me with him before. Now it's just right to have an extra helper. Isn't it? Su Maoyang glanced at her speechlessly. Keep a low profile. Don't forget that you sneaked out. If the demon emperor knew, he would definitely catch you back. Sneaked out? Mu Jichen's eyes went back and forth between Su Maoyang and Ran Shuqing, and he gave Su Maoyang a thumbs up with admiration on his face. TSK, 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 TSK. I haven't seen you for many years, and your skills have improved. You can even lure a princess from the demon realm to be your apprentice. You are really amazing. Hearing this, and seeing Ran Shuqing, whose heart and eyes were full of Su Maoyang, and who didn't even glance at him from beginning to end, Fu Minxiu became even more depressed. Su Maoyang glared at Mu Jichen. Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk business. When is the old demon king's wedding? When it comes to this, Mu Jichen tactfully restrained his smile. It will be held in Suzaku Palace in 10 days. After the wedding banquet, the old demon king will personally open the Suzaku secret realm. So all forces from the Xianxin realm, the Xingxi realm, and the Yaoyu realm will be present. Su Maoyang nodded. Give me a copy of the information of the Phoenix clan and other forces in the Yaoyu realm later. I want to learn about it first. Also, investigate those who chased Yaoyu and Wan Xian in the past, and settle accounts with them together this time. Okay, I'll do it now. Mu Jichen didn't delay, and turned around to prepare. Then Su Maoyang's eyes fell on Dongfang Yaoyu's face, and solemnly reminded him, there are still 10 days left. If you still want to rescue Wan Xian, you should take good care of your injuries and cheer up quickly. I hope you can meet the biggest challenge of your life with the best attitude on the wedding day. Can you do it? Hearing this, Dongfang Yaoyu immediately understood that Su Maoyang was really planning to do something big at the wedding banquet and needed his cooperation, and nodded immediately. I can. Seeing that he could still be saved, Su Maoyang nodded with relief and arranged. Okay, Jingji, Shuqing, you two know some medical skills. Help him regulate his body more often, and tell me what elixir he needs. As for the others, stay calm and wait until I understand the situation before making plans. Since she has come to the Demon Moon realm, she naturally has to settle the blood feud between the old Jinjuan and Dongfang Yaoyu. I just don't know what the old Demon King is up to. He would rather open the Suzaku secret realm to the three realms in order to marry a wife. That secret realm is the most precious inheritance of the Phoenix clan. Considering the old Demon King's plundering nature, it is really surprising that he can be so generous and selfless for a woman. For some reason, thinking of the fact that Long Yinshi was forced to marry by the old Demon King, combined with Xiahou Wenchuan's marriage this time, Su Maoyang always felt that things were not that simple. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the old Demon King's wedding day arrived. That morning, some forces rushed to the Suzaku Palace one after another. Su Maoyang and his party followed the crowd and came to the gate of the Suzaku Palace. Looking up from the steep and long ladder, they saw a huge palace like a fairy palace in the sky standing in the towering and steep cloud peaks. At this moment, it was shining with golden light under the sun, as if covered with a layer of sacred halo. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the Phoenix clan, which only had a little Suzaku bloodline, could have the pomp of the ancient gods. It seems that it has developed well in recent years. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang led everyone to the mountain gate and planned to follow the crowd up the ladder. However, as soon as she reached the door, she was stopped by two guards. You can't go in. Chapter 2673 blocked at the door. Su Maoyang paused and looked at the guards. The old Demon King is holding a banquet for the three realms. Why can't we enter? Dongfang Yaoyu caused trouble in my clan, and the Demon King specifically ordered that he was not allowed to step into the Phoenix clan. You are with him. So you are naturally not invited. Please leave quickly. The guard recognized Donphan Yaoyu in the crowd at a glance and ordered seriously. Ren Shuqing was turned away the first time she went out. She frowned unhappily and asked loudly, I am Princess Yuqing of the Demon Realm. I came all the way to attend the wedding banquet of the old Demon King. But you blocked me at the door. Is this how you entertain guests in the Demon Moon Realm? Princess of the Demon Realm? The two guards obviously did not expect the other party's identity. They looked at the woman in front of them with outstanding temperament and appearance seriously. And they were a little unsure. At this time, a sarcastic sneer came from not far away, which instantly dispelled the guard's doubts. You are really good. You dare to tell such a lie. Everyone knows that the Demon Realm is secluded and does not like to interact with the other three realms. Even the Demon Emperor rarely shows up, let alone a princess who has never been heard of. Even if you want to lie, you should tell something reliable. I feel embarrassed for you. After the words fell, Gao Zhoushi and Gao Wenjun, mother and son, walked over from a distance. But this time, they became supporting roles. And together with the head of the Gao family and other children of the Gao family, they came together with a beautiful and noble woman. The woman who was praised by everyone should be Princess Yuing mentioned by Gao Zhoushi. Her appearance is indeed comparable to Ji Ruiqing, but her temperament is very different. Princess Yuing exudes a cold and aloof aura, like a snow-covered frost, revealing an unapproachable sense of dignity, as if the people walking around her are not her parents-in-law and husband, but her servants. As for Ji Ruiqing, although she looks charming and seductive, she has a heroic and chivalrous spirit of a child of the rivers and lakes, giving people a sense of bravery, boldness, and down-to-earth intimacy. Comparing the two, Su Maoyang really doesn't agree with Gao Wenjun's vision. She doesn't choose the woman who truly loves him and treats him as her husband, but chooses to be someone else's dog slave. This soft-boned masochist is really sick. Su Maoyang just finished sighing. Gao Wenjun shamelessly took over the conversation. Yes, the Demon Realm has always been arrogant, and even disdained to participate in the prehistoric war back then, let alone a wedding banquet. And their cultivation systems are different, and they probably have no interest in the Suzaku's secret realm. Of course, even if they really come, a princess should be with the Demon Emperor. Why would she be mixed up with these messy people? You haven't seen this princess, which only shows that you are ignorant. Not that I lied. Ren Shuqing didn't expect that no one would believe her identity, and she retorted speechlessly. Yen Yuing sneered when she heard this. If you are really a princess of the Demon Realm, why would you mix with Ji Ruiqing, a bastard who was born but not raised by his mother? Don't you think it's cheap? Ji Ruiqing was very angry. Su Maoyang showed murderous intent and warned in a cold voice. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Oh, you are so arrogant. Are you the junior sister that Ji Ruiqing often mentioned? Yen Yuing noticed Su Maoyang's outstanding and enviable appearance at first sight, and seeing that she was also the backbone of this group of people, she immediately guessed her identity. In order to flatter the princess wife, Gao Zhou rushed to introduce her. Yes, she is Ji Ruiqing's junior sister, Donphan Junmo. When the guard Chad heard Donphan Junmo's name, his eyes widened in shock, and he said in disbelief, You are the Donphan Junmo who killed my Yaoyu realm soldiers in the prehistoric war. Donphan Junmo and her brother Donphan Junyi killed the genius of his Yaoyu realm and framed his Yaoyu realm soldiers, causing them to suffer heavy losses, being the first to be eliminated, returning in defeat, and becoming a laughing stock of the three realms. So the name Donphan Junmo was undoubtedly on the blacklist of Yaoyu realm. But who could have thought that this person not only did not avoid the sharp edge, but also dared to appear in Yaoyu realm with a swagger, and came to the wedding banquet of the old Demon Emperor with a shameless face. It was simply too much. Okay, we didn't settle accounts with you, but you actually took the initiative to come to our door. In this case, don't blame us for being rude. The two guards waved their spears, and all the soldiers guarding the mountain gate rushed out, immediately surrounding Su Maoyang and others. Seeing Donphan Junmo and Ji Ruiqing in trouble, Gao Wenjun and Gao Zhoushi both laughed with gloating. So what if she is the successor of Wu Wang Peak, and she has the support of a big boss behind her? No one in Yaoyu realm will buy her account. You must know that the old Demon Emperor came out of retreat this time, and his strength is half a step spiritual god, and it is difficult to meet an opponent in the entire Sanlua realm. This time she fell into the hands of the old Demon Emperor, and even the Daoyu Immortal could not save her. Stop! Just when the situation was tense and a fight was about to break out, Mu Jichin arrived in time with the disciples of the Blood Wolf clan and said directly in front of everyone, "They are all my friends. If anyone dares to touch them, I, Mu Jichin, will kill him." Hearing the words spoken by the young master of the Blood Wolf clan, the guards were so frightened that they stood still and dared not act rashly. They had not expected that Dongfang Junmo and Dongfang Yaoyu were backed by the young master of the Blood Wolf clan. This time, it was difficult to deal with him, seeing the Blood Wolf clan getting involved. Yin Yuing kindly reminded him, "Mr. Mu, Dongfang Junmo is the #1 enemy of the Phoenix clan. If you do this, aren't you afraid that the old demon emperor will blame you and implicate your Blood Wolf clan? Since when did a princess of the Northern Qin dynasty dare to speak nonsense in my territory of the Demon Moon realm? How do I do things without being reminded by a bitch like you who stole someone else's husband?" Mu Jichin cursed on the spot, and Yin Yuing was so angry that she was fuming. She had never been humiliated like this in her life. Ji Ruiqing was moved and looked grateful at Mu Jichin. Suddenly, she found that this man was handsome and stylish, and even his angry face was so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Gao Zhoushur didn't take Mu Jichin seriously, and said directly, "Mr. Mu, I advise you to be more respectful. My daughter has been favored by the old demon king and taken as a concubine. As long as my daughter says a word, it's hard to say whether you can keep your head." I was wondering why you guys from the remote countryside are so arrogant. It turns out that you have hooked up with the old demon king. Unfortunately, I like to challenge authority the most. I want to see whether your daughter's pillow talk is more powerful, or the spear in my hand is more powerful. Mu Jichin shook the silver spear in his hand fearlessly. He still didn't believe that the old demon king would really offend his Blood Wolf tribe for a concubine. Gao Zhoushur didn't expect that the other party was a stubborn thorn, and she was choked and speechless in an instant. The head of the Gao family knew that they were coming to someone else's territory, so it was not good to be too high profile. He hurriedly apologized to Mu Jichin. "Mr. Mu, calm down. My wife is a woman who knows nothing. Don't bother with her." Gao Zhoushur was not happy when she heard this. She punched the head of the Gao family on the arm. "You are the father-in-law of the old demon king. Why are you afraid of him? You even apologized to a junior of his. You have lost my face. What's so great about the Blood Wolf clan? In the future, when her daughter has established a foothold in the Phoenix clan and gave birth to the old demon king's child, she will not care about Mu Jichin or the entire Blood Wolf clan." Mu Jichin really didn't bother to pay attention to a short-sighted woman, and turned to look at the guards. "Why don't you retreat quickly? Are you really going to fight with my Blood Wolf clan?" The guards knew that Mu Jichin was a ruthless man who couldn't be provoked, and they were frightened by his roar. "For Mr. Mu's sake, we can let it go. But the military order is like a mountain, and I dare not let Dongfang Yaoyu and Dongfang Junmo in easily. Other guests can be accommodating, except for these two people. Everyone else can come in and out at will, which is their biggest concession." Hearing this, Gao Wenjun sneered at Ji Ruiqing and said sarcastically, "You still say that I am climbing up the social ladder. Don't you also have to rely on men for support?" Perhaps this hit Ji Ruiqing's sore spot. Facing his sneer, her usual eloquence seemed to be ineffective in an instant, and she couldn't utter a word. But at this moment, an unexpected voice came to her heart like a heavenly sound. She, Ji Ruiqing, has outstanding abilities and extraordinary talents. She doesn't need to rely on anyone. She herself is her biggest supporter. Chapter 2674. Let the Hades Emperor come to pick her up in person. Ji Ruiqing looked up and saw Lu Xiaoming coming down the ladder. The sunlight behind him cast a charming halo, as if he had turned into a beam of light and shone directly into her heart. The melodious voice echoed in her ears, touching her heartstrings, and it lasted for a long time. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't despise the poor young man. I believe that with Miss G's talent and hard work, sooner or later she will become her biggest backer. Although this sentence is simple, it is more touching to Ji Ruiqing than any love words in the world. Because she was born without parents, she wandered around and begged for a living since she was a child. She was bullied, beaten, and hungry since she could remember. She clearly understood that no one in this world could be relied on, and she could only rely on herself. Fortunately, she was gifted and worked hard enough, and she entered the gate of the fairy palace with a tenacity that never gave up. The immortal palace is full of geniuses, She is an orphan with no power, no backing, and no resources. She can only fight for strength, endurance, and life, which allowed her to have a place in the immortal palace and build a small force of her own. So, even if Su Maoyang is her junior sister, with stronger strength and talent than her, she still wants to fight side by side with her and be a good comrade who can help and stand on her own. Because, deep in her heart, she is a self-reliant and independent individual, not a trumpet creeper that relies on others. After all, if you rely on mountains, they will fall. And if you rely on people, they will run away. Only relying on yourself is the eternal truth. She always believes that one day she will be strong enough to become a backer praised and admired by others. But she didn't expect that the person who understood her was Lu Xiaoming, a dull-witted man. Ji Ruiqing shuddered when she thought of what Lu Xiaoming had done before. And she woke up instantly. She had just shown an expression of admiration to him, which was really crazy. Ji Ruiqing, who had come to her senses, immediately turned her eyes to Mu Jichen, intending to wash her eyes. When Lu Xiaoming walked in front of her, he saw that Ji Ruiqing had ignored his righteous help and stared at Mu Jichen the whole time. He suddenly felt a surge of anger, and walked between the two of them in a rage, cutting off her sight. Feng Emosia, who came with him, saw through it but didn't say anything. He walked to Su Mo Liang's side, with a smile, and introduced loudly to the guards. "This is my Princess Mingqi from the Life and Death Realm. The Dark Emperor specially sent me to take her in. You are blocking her like this. Don't you even give the Dark Emperor face? Princess Mingqi?" The guards were dumbfounded. Just now there was a princess from the Demon Realm. And now there is a princess from the Life and Death Realm. Why are there so many princesses today? Gao Zhou was not polite and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Look! They are addicted to pretending to be princesses. Even the princess of the Dark Clan has appeared. The Dark Emperor has been in power for many years. He has never married or had children. And he doesn't even have a concubine. So where does he get a daughter? Although we come from the Northern Qin dynasty, it doesn't mean that we are out of touch with the news. You really treat us as fools. Gao Wenjun smiled and nodded. He had never seen Feng Emosia and didn't know his identity. He just thought he was Su Mo Liang's suitor. He suggested as if he was watching a joke. Since she is the daughter of the Hades, why not let the Hades come to pick her up personally? Do you need to be a hero here? This was just a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for people. Who is the Hades? Even if she is really his daughter, it is impossible for him to come and pick her up in person. So, Gao Wenjun was obviously teasing people. However, the Hades himself didn't know that he had a daughter before, let alone these outsiders. It was reasonable for them to raise these doubts. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force swept in from the ladder. And with a bang, Gao Wenjun and Gao Zhou were knocked away. Then a voice of cursing rolled over like thunder. Humph. I said I would come to pick you up in person. But you said Amor didn't like me, and didn't want to see me. Now, a group of bastards dared to bark in front of my precious daughter. At this time, Ming Biting flashed from a distance, turned into a black shadow and fell in front of Su Maoyang, holding her slender little hand, looking left and right. Father, take a look. Are you injured? Alas, it's been a long time since we last met. How come you are so thin? Shinu. Is this how you take care of your master? Shinu quickly clasped his fists to apologize. And by the way, he severely complained to Su Maoyang. Master has been busy these days. She is busy practicing while refining pills. She refuses to sleep and eat well even after I talk her out of her mouth. You have to discipline her in person. Hearing this, Ming Biting immediately took up the money of being a father. While checking her injuries, he kept nagging her. You said you can take care of yourself. But you just won't take care of your injuries without me watching you at all times. If this goes on, will you still have a healthy body? Are you going to piss me off to death? At this time, Gao Wenjun and Gao Zhou, who fell to the ground, didn't care about the severe pain in their bodies. They opened their mouths and bled, staring at the Emperor Ming, who was caring for Su Maoyang with great concern. The mother and son looked at each other in disbelief and asked in unison, "Is this the Dark Emperor?" It is said that the Dark Emperor has a strange personality, is cold and aloof, and does not allow strangers to approach him. Now he is so humble and flattering to care about a junior. Is this true? Is he also a fake? Seeing that they dared to question even the Dark Emperor, Yi Nantian, who was following behind Ming biting, walked out slowly and shouted angrily. You are blind. You dare to be rude to Princess Mingxi. The Dark Emperor did not take your dog lives, which is already a mercy. Why don't you apologize to the princess quickly? Gao Zhoushi and Gao Wenjun came from the northern Qin dynasty in the Xianshan realm. They were not familiar with the life and death realm and the demonic realm, but they were very familiar with Yi Nantian, the leader of the Xianshan realm. So when they saw Yi Nantian appear and personally acknowledge the identities of the Dark Emperor and Princess Mingxi, the mother and son who were still hoping for luck were completely shocked this time. Of course, not to mention them. Everyone else present was so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Such shocking and heavy news. I believe few people can handle it. You are the daughter of the Hades. Gao Wenjun still couldn't accept it. Ji Ruiqing couldn't help but laugh at his horrified expression. She's not the daughter of the Hades Emperor. Is she? Don't think you're so proud of yourself just because you married a princess. We don't like princesses here. A princess of the Hades Emperor. A princess of the Demon Emperor. Any one of them can crush you to death. You, a princess of the little northern Qin dynasty, are not even qualified to pick up shit for my junior sister. And you, a tiger ant, are so eager to marry a princess as a daughter-in-law. I think you're not even good enough to be a dog for a princess. You're just marrying a daughter to warm the bed of the old demon emperor. You don't even have a proper status. You still have the nerve to put a green onion in your pig's nose and pretend. Pa! Seeing Gao Wenjun and Gao Zhoushi being scolded by him, and not daring to say a syllable, Ji Ruiqing felt refreshed and happy. These two sycophants have worshipped the wrong Buddha, and entered the wrong temple this time. It's a relief. Chapter 2675 Reuniting with Old Friends. Ha ha ha. Miss Ji scolded well. A spineless person like this would be kicked by even a dog in our place. Mu Jichen was amused by Ji Ruiqing's aggressive temper. Ji Ruiqing was encouraged and looked at him happily. Ha ha. Is that so? Then I was really blind to fall for such a worthless thing. Thinking about it now, I'm still scared. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Who hasn't met a few scumbags? Miss G. Don't mind. A woman as outstanding and interesting as you should be matched with a man with outstanding strength and noble character. Mu Jichen smiled and comforted. After hearing this, Ji Ruiqing's favorability towards Mu Jichen soared. It was the first time that a man didn't think she was vulgar, but praised her for scolding well. Seeing Mu Jichen's eloquent words making Ji Ruiqing smile, Lu Xiaoming felt unhappy and interrupted. Miss Ji, last time you left without saying goodbye, I felt empty inside. I kept thinking about your spirit that day, but I couldn't get the hang of practicing on my own. Today we meet again. Please don't reject me again. After the wedding banquet is over, let's sit down and talk about our experience. Okay? Looking at these words, Ji Ruiqing felt nothing in her heart, and even wanted to roll her eyes at him. Mr. Lu is the young master of Tiandao Palace, and one of the top talents in the realm of life and death. Isn't it embarrassing to say these words? I can't afford it. Only she understood that what Lu Xiaoming said was completely different from what everyone thought. What kind of emptiness in the heart and thinking about her spirit in the mind were just because he wanted to ask her for advice on the art of body training. Ji Ruiqing couldn't afford to lose face as a woman teaching men to cultivate their body and strength. But in the eyes of others, Ji Ruiqing was the sweet girl that two outstanding men were vying for. Especially Gao Wenjun. Seeing the woman he abandoned, but being able to get along with men who were better than him, felt as if a nail had pierced his eyes, stinging badly. Feng Moxie only cared about Su Maoyang, and was too lazy to pay attention to these chores, and reminded him, the banquet is about to start. Let's go in quickly. Hearing the word open banquet, Su Maoyang smiled meaningfully. Yes, it's important to eat the banquet. It's not easy to eat the banquet of the old demon king. The Hades rarely saw Su Maoyang smile, so he thought she just liked to join in the fun, and quickly agreed. I originally disdained to attend this shitty wedding banquet, but since my precious daughter likes it, I will reluctantly honor him with a meal. I want to see what tricks the old demon king will do this time. Su Maoyang looked at him helplessly. She found that her father's brain seemed to be a little bit not very good, but fortunately his status was good, with him leading the way. They quickly arrived at the Suzaku Square where the banquet was held without any obstacles. The square was located in front of the Suzaku Palace, with thousands of seats arranged in all directions. Each person had a dining table in front of the seat, and the table was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. Looking around, Many guests had already arrived, and everyone was toasting and talking happily, which was a lively scene of joy. Since the Hades led the way personally, and Su Maoyang's group of people had too outstanding appearance and temperament, they became the focus of the whole audience as soon as they appeared. But she didn't expect that someone would call out her name in surprise the next second. Jun Mo, Ouyang Xie, who was sitting in her seat board, immediately came up to Su Maoyang with great joy when she saw him appear. They had not seen each other for many years since they parted at Wuang Peak. Although Su Maoyang and Emperor Yin had a very bad relationship, Ouyang Xie was still concerned about Su Maoyang's safety. After all, if Su Maoyang hadn't risked her life to save her, she, Ouyang Yu and the 7th Army would have died in the prehistoric land. She was grateful and admired Su Maoyang. Jun Mo, are you okay? Have you recovered from your injuries? Where have you been these years? I was so worried about you. When Su Maoyang met Ouyang Xie again and heard her care about him without any hesitation, her heart warmed and she nodded with a smile. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. A lot of things have happened in these years. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. You're only telling her. Can't we hear it? Before the two finished speaking, a dissatisfied voice came from not far away. The little devil Wei Qinghe of the Wei family came over with a smile. Then Yunqi of Shijue Mountain, Ran Xinglan of Wuang Peak, Wen Jingyao of Tianyin sect, and even Yen Muqing, the 4th prince of the Northern Qin dynasty, came forward to greet Su Maoyang one after another. This group of people once fought side by side with her in the prehistoric war. When they learned that her friends in the Tiansheng dynasty were in trouble, they took the initiative to volunteer to go to the Tiansheng dynasty with her to support her. Su Maoyang was grateful to this group of friends. He immediately smiled as if he had met them again after a long absence and joked, "What's there to be ashamed of? Just don't think I'm being long-winded when the time comes. That's more like it. I thought you had forgotten us friends." Wei Qinghe snorted proudly. Su Maoyang surrendered immediately. "I would not forget anyone. But you gentlemen, thanks to your care, I am where I am today. I remember all your kindness." Yunqi put his hands together and said Amiba. "You are too polite." Yin Muqing also smiled and said, "Ha! It's a rare gathering today. Miss Junimo, please go to my place and have a seat. Let's have a drink in private and have a good chat." Although Yin Muqing didn't know why Yao Yujing was so generous to let Su Maoyang in, she knew that Su Maoyang had a falling out with the Great Yin dynasty, and it would definitely not be good for her to sit with the various forces of the Great Yin dynasty. In addition, she offended the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm in the primordial battle. No matter which side she sat next to, it would be awkward. So in order to resolve her isolation, she took the initiative to invite her to sit at the seat of the Northern Qin dynasty. But as soon as he said this with good intentions, Ji Ruiqing retorted, "Forget it. Your seat in the Northern Qin dynasty is too precious. We can't afford it." Yin Muqing was slightly stunned, and looked at Ji Ruiqing in surprise. He knew that this person was Dongfang Zhenmo's senior sister. He had met her once on Wuang Peak that year. Later, he learned that she ran to the Northern Qin dynasty and fell in love with Gao Wenjun, the eldest son of the Gao family. It's just that he has never cared about these love affairs. He happened to be in seclusion during that time. When he came out of seclusion, he only heard that the two had a quarrel and parted unhappily. Gao Wenjun turned around and married Princess Yuying. As for the specific situation, he didn't ask much. Now that she is full of hostility towards the Northern Qin dynasty, could it be related to Gao Wenjun? Speculations aside, he still asked the question in his heart. "Miss Ji, what do you mean? What do you mean? Let them tell you themselves." Ji Ruiqing turned his head and looked at Yin Yuying, Gao Wenjun and others who were behind and dared not come forward. Yin Muqing knew they had caused trouble and angered Su Maoyang, and immediately yelled in anger, "Come over here and apologize to Miss Junmo and Miss Ji." Su Maoyang waved his hand and stopped him. "Brother Muqing, you don't have to do this. I remember your kindness and will not vent my anger on you and the Northern Qin dynasty because of other people. As long as you still regard me as a friend, don't take these small frictions to heart." In order not to make it difficult for him, Su Maoyang could be so magnanimous. Yin Muqing bowed with gratitude. "In this life, I, Yin Muqing, only respect you as a friend." The Dark Emperor watched his precious daughter being well received, and proudly showed off to the Eternal Emperor beside him. "Look, look, you are worthy of being my daughter, and you have perfectly inherited my personality charm." The Eternal Emperor rolled his eyes quietly in his heart. He was the only friend for so many years. Didn't he know it? Fortunately, Su Maoyong did not inherit his father's genes. Otherwise he would become a rat crossing the street. And everyone would shout and beat him. Chapter 2676 Only My Demon Realm was missed. When the guests saw that the Hades Emperor actually looked at Su Maoyong with a loving face, and praised her repeatedly as a daughter, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. A huge question mark popped up in everyone's head without surprise. When did the Hades Emperor have a daughter? No, that's not right. When did the Hades Emperor become so kind and amiable? You know, this old guy was so angry that he beat the Demon King to the ground and knocked out several of the Demon King's front teeth. If the old Demon King hadn't taken action in time, the Demon King would probably have died under his fist. Perhaps it was the accumulation of new and old hatreds that caused the Demon King who came out of the Suzaku Palace to have a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He said unhappily, "The Dark Emperor is too much of a bully. You know that Donphan Junmo is my enemy of Yaoyu realm. But you not only recognize her as your daughter, but also bring her to my father's wedding banquet to discuss me. Do you really think that my Yaoyu realm is easy to bully?" Right. On the way over to Su Maoyong, the Demon King received a report from his servants, saying that the Dark Emperor suddenly had a daughter. This daughter was none other than Donphan Junmo, who had offended his Yaoyu realm. Now she has changed her appearance, and is swaggering to attend the old Demon King's wedding banquet. On hearing this news, he suddenly realized why the Dark Emperor was sitting there in a hurry and left. He was originally going to pick up his daughter, who suddenly appeared. This old immortal is really making trouble for the Demon Moon realm, and no one can catch up with him. Hearing the appearance of the Demon King, the Hades, who looked at Su Maoyong like a pervert, seemed to change his face, and his face turned cold in an instant, and raised his fist at him fiercely. "Bullshit! Amor is the daughter of me and Long Yinchi, my dearest daughter. If you dare to disrespect her in any way, be careful to take a few more punches from me. I don't mind recreating the scene of you looking for your teeth on the ground." You seeing the fist that was still fresh in his memory, the Demon King couldn't help but feel a little nervous even if he pretended to be calm. He didn't expect that Donphan Junmo would be his and Long Yinchi's daughter. Everyone knew that the old Demon King had married Long Yinchi. Now a daughter suddenly appeared. Wouldn't it be a slap in the face of his father in public? The Demon King was furious, but he couldn't do anything to the Dark Emperor, so he could only stare blankly with anger. "Stop talking so much here. Call your father out. I've been sitting here for a long time, and I haven't seen him. If he wants to use this to intimidate me, he's wrong." Ming Biting has no patience for the old Demon King. Shear's revenge has not been avenged yet. If you really think he is here to attend the wedding banquet, then you are too naive. The Demon King is not as skilled as others, and dares not challenge him. He can only swallow his anger and remind him. "Emperor Ming, you have to understand. We have shown such sincerity in the Suzaku's secret realm. Isn't the inheritance of the ancient Suzaku worth waiting for a while? If it weren't for his father's plan, he would have kicked Emperor Ming out now. So why would he let him stay here? He is getting more and more aggressive." After hearing about the Suzaku's secret realm, the Hades snorted coldly and ignored him for the time being. He turned around and instantly turned into a loving father, and said to Su Maoyong like coaxing a child, "My dear daughter, let's sit down and wait. Anyway, there are delicious food and drinks waiting for us, so we won't suffer any loss." Su Maoyong was quite repulsive to his clingy attitude, and took a step back. "Okay, stay away from me. You are holding your voice, and I feel sick." Seeing that he had made his daughter unhappy, the Hades looked hurt, and glanced at her friends with envy, and nodded. "Okay, you guys chat slowly. I won't bother you anymore. If you have any needs, call me at any time." After saying that, the Hades Emperor returned to his seat with the Eternal Emperor in frustration, like an isolated child. Everyone who saw this scene put on an unbelievable expression. Who would have thought that the irritable old man back then was actually a daughter slave? This world is really full of surprises. Yi Nantian saw that Su Maoyong had no intention of getting close to the Hades Emperor, and immediately smelled an opportunity and invited. "Moer, come sit with me. I have arranged a seat for you." Before Su Maoyong could speak, Feng Moxie refused first. "Thank you, Emperor Yin. Lianer is my person in the realm of life and death, so it's better for you to sit in my seat in the realm of life and death." Hearing this statement of sovereignty, Yi Nantian frowned imperceptibly, but soon recovered as before, smiling indifferently. Okay. Then I'll trouble you to take care of my junior sister. Feng Moxie seemed to not understand the tit-for-tat in his words, just nodded slightly, and turned to lead the way for Su Maoyang and others. Not long after Su Maoyang sat down, he saw the old demon king wearing a bright red robe. He was so old that he looked terrible. His skinny skin was covered with deep wrinkles, like a dried corpse that had been drained of its essence and blood. Even the festive red color could not add color to him. Moreover, his face had no expression. Only a pair of small eyes sunken in the eye sockets that occasionally swept his sharp gaze, like a body that had been taken away from its body. And his whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of oldness and weirdness. However, before Su Maoyang had time to take a closer look at him, he heard the ceremonial officer who presided over the wedding sing loudly, "The Demon Queen's enthronement ceremony begins." Afterwards, all the guests present were instantly attracted by the bride, who came in a sedan chair at the other end of the square. Xiahou Wanxian was wearing a colorful peacock feather dress, which was shining in the sun, making her fair and delicate skin look as dazzling as a pearl. The exquisite makeup made her facial features more beautiful, but it also concealed the simplicity and immaturity that once belonged to her, revealing a cold beauty and alienation. So much so that Su Maoyang almost thought she had recognized the wrong person at first sight, until she saw Xiahou Wanxian's eyes pause for a moment on her and Dongfang Yaoyu. Su Maoyang was completely sure, although the person in front of her was very different from the innocent, kind, gentle and lovely image in her memory. She was definitely Xiahou Wanxian. She just didn't understand why she had changed so much. Could it be that the secret technique of Phoenix Nirvana can change people's personalities in addition to changing their talents? Compared with Su Maoyang's doubts, Dongfang Yaoyu next to him was stimulated and crushed the wine glass with force. After all, watching the woman he loved deeply walk gracefully towards an ugly and old man, no one could bear it. However, just as he was about to stand up to stop it, a domineering and mellow voice broke through the air like a whirlwind, resounding through the sky. "The old demon king is too unkind. He invited the three realms to the banquet, but only missed me. The demon realm. Do you think I, the demon realm, am not worthy of attending your wedding banquet?" As soon as the voice fell, a dark demonic energy swept across the entrance of the square, like a demon that broke through hell and reappeared on earth, sweeping across the world and captivating people's hearts. Then, in the surging demonic energy, a tall and proud figure stepped out. The imposing aura without anger, the fluttering black robe, strode towards him like the lord of 10,000 demons, stepping on the wind and thunder. I saw the pair of soul-stirring blue eyes, like a knife tempered in a demon cave, with a cold blue and sharp light. When I raised my eyes, it was like a sharp blade out of its sheath, bathing in blood and soul. The beautiful and domineering facial features seemed to be carefully carved by the demonic energy of heaven and earth, as bright and cold as the snow, and as quiet and compelling as the water in the night. The whole person was like an unreachable ice and snow cliff, revealing a noble and aloof arrogance that kept people away. Chapter 2677. How dare you snatch the old demon king's kiss? That unforgettable face entered Su Maoyang's sight without any defense, making her heart tremble and her body freeze. At this time, Lu Yeyuan led his subordinates to the center of the square without looking around, and the oppressive feeling like a mountain pressing down on their heads instantly filled the room, shocking everyone into silence. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lu Yeyuan appeared in the three realms as the Demon Lord. In the past, when everyone heard that the Demon Lord had returned to the throne, there were still many speculations. Now that they saw it, they knew that the title of the ancient demon god was indeed well-deserved. Just this stunning beauty, and the unstoppable and domineering aura of the king were enough to make countless people bow down. But the old demon king obviously didn't expect Lu Yeyuan to be there in person. A flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then he narrowed his eyes dangerously and apologized. In the past, the demon realm disdained to interact with the three realms. I thought that a mere wedding banquet would not bother the demon lord, so I didn't send anyone to bother him. I didn't expect the demon lord to be so kind. It was my inconsiderateness and neglect. I hope the demon lord will forgive me. The old demon king originally thought that Lu Yeyuan would be polite, but who knew that the other party actually accepted his apology with peace of mind and scolded. Since you have done something wrong, you should show your sincerity in apology. Why don't you punish yourself with 3 cups and add my seat in the demon realm? Do you want me to stand and watch the ceremony? The old demon king was humiliated in public on the day of his wedding. And he couldn't help but feel angry. But for the sake of the overall situation, he still endured and took the wine glass and drank 3 cups. And then loudly ordered the demon king, "Hurry up and serve the demon lord to take a seat." The demon king was even more speechless. He had to look at the face of the Dark Emperor before. And now he had to look at the face of the demon lord. He felt like 1,000 horses galloping through his heart. Who knew that Liu Yuyuan would not let him go, without waiting for him to make arrangements. He interrupted him and said, "Don't bother. Just take your seat for the Phoenix clan." Hearing this, the demon king's face darkened again. He sat in the seat of the Phoenix clan in the demon realm. So where should the Phoenix clan sit? They couldn't sit at the back, right? Unfortunately, Liu Yuyuan was not a person who knew what was good and polite. Once he opened his mouth, there was no room for negotiation. No matter how noble the Phoenix clan was, they had to stand up and give him a seat. Watching the host family being squeezed to the back, the guests present all sighed at the strength and tyranny of the demon lord. But it was understandable. This guy was a big devil who swept across the Sanluo realm in ancient times and made people tremble with fear. Don't expect him to become a good person after reincarnation. As for Su Maoyang, she had been feeling uneasy from the moment he made his domineering entrance to the moment he sat down. She was expecting his gaze, but at the same time, she was afraid of it. But in this contradictory mood, she was disappointed to find that Liu Yuyuan had never looked at her from beginning to end. It was as if they did not know each other, and her existence was just an insignificant drop in the ocean to the lofty demon lord. This was the first time that Su Maoyang recognized Liu Yuyuan in the eyes of others, and the first time she became someone else in Liu Yuyuan's eyes. She had heard Feng Moxie mention before that the arrogant Liu Yuyuan did not even take Yunqianga, a shining goddess, seriously at first, let alone Yunqianma, an unknown and dim shadow. However, Su Maoyang could not help but feel lost and heartbroken after truly experiencing the feeling of being ignored by Liu Yuyuan. The ceremonial officer at this time saw that the people from the demon realm had already taken their seats smoothly. He did not dare to miss the auspicious time and recited the lyrics again to carry out the ceremony to the end. Xiaoho Wanxian, diligent and docile, dignified and wise, and the old demon emperor have a deep love for each other, and will be together forever. However, he had just said 2 sentences when he was interrupted by a crisp and impatient voice. "What bullshit, love? Will a charming little girl fall in love with your half-buried old man? You are just fooling the devil." Su Maoyang was in a bad mood to begin with, and when he heard these absurd nonsense, he exposed them on the spot without any hesitation. After these words came out, not only the old demon king and the demon king's father and son turned green, but the Phoenix tribe also had angry faces. If it weren't for the Dark Emperor, they would have pounced on her and eaten her alive in the next second. "Donphan Junmo, you are here as a guest to attend my father's wedding banquet. Please have at least some respect for my father. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the support of the Dark Emperor. You should know that it is easier for me to crush you than to crush an ant." The demon king shouted unbearably. The Dark Emperor was furious when he heard that he dared to yell at his precious daughter. He slammed the table and stood up. "You try to crush one? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The demon king was furious, and he had the urge to avenge his previous shame. The old demon king next to him calmly pulled him and signaled him to stay calm. Then he said to Su Maoyang, "The princess of the Dark Clan came all the way to my Yaoyu realm as a guest. It is an honor for my Yaoyu realm. How can I care about the guests?" And from what the princess said, it seems that she has misunderstood me. If I have been inconsiderate in any way, how about I apologize to the princess in person after the wedding banquet? Hearing this, everyone was quite surprised. They really didn't expect that the old demon king who now stands on the top of Sanluo could be so tolerant of an ignorant junior. It's really rare. But Su Maoyang, who was forgiven, refused coldly. "Sorry, I'm not here as a guest, and I can't wait until the end of the wedding banquet. If you really want to apologize, hand over Xiao Wanxian. After all, you know how this marriage came about. If we really make trouble, you won't look good." "What? Did I hear it wrong? You want to take the demon queen away?" Ha ha ha. The demon king was stunned when he heard this. Then he raised his head and laughed. "I was wondering why you and Donphan Yaoyu came together to attend the wedding banquet. It turns out you are here to rob the bride." Although he had long guessed that the two people came to the wedding banquet with bad intentions, He still didn't expect them to be so arrogant as to take Xiahou Wanxian away. I really don't know whether to laugh at them for overestimating their abilities or admire their courage. They can do such a ridiculous thing. They are really not ordinary people. Ming Biting didn't expect Su Maoyang to come up with this idea, and looked at her in surprise. Just when the life and death realm. When he was secretly worried about Su Maoyang's outspokenness, he saw his own Dark Emperor clapping proudly. As expected of my daughter, she is cunning, fearless, and daring. Good job. She has the style of her father. The Eternal Emperor sitting next to him suddenly closed his eyes in shame, tugged at his collar, and whispered, "Cunning and daring are not words to praise people. Such forced praise. It is estimated that Su Maoyang's fart will be praised by him. Get out. I said it is a compliment. It is a compliment. Why do you need to complain here?" Ming Biting glared at him with disdain. The Eternal Emperor had no choice but to shut up and dared not say anything. His master was completely crazy. For his precious daughter, he didn't care about his face or dignity. Chapter 2678, She is not clean. Seeing the father and daughter humiliating him in unison, the old demon king could not help but tense his skin and gnashed his teeth. You father and daughter are going to make trouble to the end. Right? How can we be called making trouble? We are doing justice, rescuing innocent girls, and accumulating merit for you. The old demon king, Su Maoyang, solemnly defended himself. It was the first time that the Hades heard such a fresh statement. And he laughed again. Listen. Listen. My daughter is still good at talking. She speaks better than singing. Look how angry that old guy is. Su Maoyang had endured it just now. And when he heard him still drumming there, he reminded him speechlessly. Can you shut up? I really don't know if he is praising her or insulting her. The Hades was glared at by her, and immediately closed his mouth. The old demon king thought this was ridiculous and angrily shouted. Nonsense. Xiahou Wanxian really admires me, and willingly married me to become the demon queen of my demon moon realm. Such a distinguished status is hard to obtain for many women. But you want to destroy her happiness with just a few words. What is your intention? Dong Fan Yao, you heard him distort the facts, got up angrily, and retorted loudly, Bullshit. Wanxian and I really love each other. But it was you people from the Phoenix clan who forcibly took her away and used unknown means to force her to submit. You still have the nerve to talk about admiration and willingness here. It's so shameless. Little brother Dong Fan, you are wrong. You were kicked out by the White Tiger clan and my Phoenix clan one after another. Xiahou Wanxian just despised you for being a waste and felt that there was no future with you. So she turned to me. Instead of being angry about this marriage, why don't you reflect on your own abilities first? With your ability, are you qualified to compete with me? The old demon king looked down on him with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. Dong Fan Yao was speechless. But Su Maoyang knew that the key was still Xiahou Wanxian. So he asked her face to face. Wanxian, I only want to ask you one question. Do you really want to marry this old man and become the demon queen? If so, we will leave immediately and will never disturb your happiness. If not, don't worry. We can come today, and we are absolutely sure to bring you. You go. I just hope you can recognize your heart and don't make a decision that you will regret. Xiahou Wanxian looked at Su Maoyang's sincere eyes and Dong Fan Yao's anxious and sad face, and felt a pain like a needle in her heart. She opened her mouth slightly, but never said it. Su Maoyang saw that she was hesitant to speak, and immediately understood that she had something to hide. He couldn't help but comfort her. Wanxian, I know you are not a person who covets wealth and power. You are simple and kind, an advocate of free and easy life. How could you be willing to stay in this cage and be manipulated by others? You are unwilling to tell the reason. I respect you. But no matter what happened to you, no matter what kind of pain and humiliation you have suffered, you must remember that we are a family for life. Your family will unconditionally accept and protect you, and will always be your strongest backing. So no matter what decision you make, I support you. I just hope you can be truly happy. Do you understand? Yes, girl. I will make the decision for you. You don't have to be afraid. Just tell the truth, as long as you don't want to. No one dares to force you today. Seeing that Xiahou Wanxian and Su Maoyang had a close relationship, the Dark Emperor also hurriedly persuaded. Su Maoyang's words pierced her heart, and even the Hades Emperor was willing to stand up for her. Xiahou Wanxian couldn't help but burst into tears, covering her face and crying, Without you, How can I be happy? But I am not clean anymore. I have no face to see you. If the old demon emperor hadn't threatened her with Don Fan Yaoyu's life, she would have hit her head and died that night. And how could she pretend to be ruthless and push Don Fan Yaoyu away and become the demon queen at the mercy of others? Hearing this, Su Maoyang, Don Fan Yaoyu and others instantly understood that the old demon emperor, that old bastard, had actually done something to her. Don Fan Yaoyu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and veins popped out. He drew his sword and rushed towards the old demon king. You beast! I will fight you! Fortunately, Su Maoyang was quick and grabbed him by force. And then he sternly accused the old demon king. You are a demon king. Not only did you rob a woman, but also confuse right and wrong, and bullied a junior again and again. How is this different from a beast? Junior sister, you are wrong. He is a bird. Do you still expect him to know shame and etiquette like a human? Ji Ruiqing corrected with an angry face. After this, the guests present admired Ji Ruiqing's courage very much. The Phoenix clan hates being called a bird the most. Sure enough, the next second, the old demon king's face turned purple, like a bloated eggplant. But before the old demon king could get angry, Yi Nantian risked offending him and said, Old demon king, you can marry any woman you want. Why do you have to break up a couple? If it gets out, people will laugh at you. Yes, don't think you can do whatever you want and bully a little girl just because you have the power of your Phoenix clan. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop the people from talking even if you do something worse than an animal. I advise you to release the person quickly, and not become the laughing stock of the three realms again. The Dark Emperor fanned the flames. The last time the prehistoric war broke out, the Yaoyu realm had already become a laughing stock. If they were to be criticized again for robbing a woman, they would probably not be able to raise their heads in the Sanluo realm. Realizing this, the furious old demon king finally calmed down and said to Don Fan Yaoyu, Since you want to snatch someone from me, you must have the strength to do so. As long as you can defeat me, I will make an exception and release Xiahou Wanxian. Hearing such a ridiculous request, Su Maoyang sneered sarcastically. Old demon king, ask yourself, how old are you? How old is Don Fan Yaoyu? You are now a half-step spiritual god, and he is a postnatal spiritual immortal. You actually have the nerve to let a postnatal spiritual master challenge you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Old demon king, don't embarrass yourself. What's the difference between letting the kid challenge you and refusing to release someone? Why bother pretending and disgusting people? At this time, even Lu Yeyuan, who had been watching the show in silence, couldn't help but laugh. As soon as these words came out, everyone present with a conscience agreed, thinking that the old demon king's actions were indeed too unkind. Su Maoyang unexpectedly glanced at Lu Yeyuan, but unfortunately, the other party didn't look at her, as if he was just simply fighting for justice. At this time, the old demon king received everyone's strange and contemptuous gazes. Under the pressure of public opinion, he had to compromise again and said, Okay, I won't bully you either. Ing Haoran, you go meet him. After the words fell, a tall and handsome young man suddenly stood up from the direction of the Phoenix clan and strode to the center of the square. Su Maoyang had heard a little about Ing Haoran. He was heard that he was the grandson of the old demon king, the 10th prince under the demon king's knees, and his age was similar to Don Fan Yaoyu. His strength was also in the late stage of the acquired spiritual fairy. If they really fought, it would be fair and just, and there was nothing to blame. Chapter 2679 The Eternal Genius of the Formation World. This is the 10th prince of my Phoenix clan. He is the same age as you, and has equal strength. Letting him fight on my behalf is not considered bullying you. Do you dare to fight? The old demon king still had some face, and specially selected a younger generation with the same hardware conditions as Don Fan Yaoyu. This also gave Don Fan Yaoyu a chance. If he lost like this, he would not only be unworthy of snatching a bride from him, but also unworthy of the Phoenix girl he carefully cultivated. I believe that the guests present would have nothing to say. But people who are familiar with this 10th prince know that this person is definitely not as simple as a late-stage acquired spiritual immortal. He was able to fight across levels a few years ago, and he has been practicing in seclusion for these years, learning the core inheritance of the Phoenix clan. It is a mystery how many levels he can cross so far. For Don Fan Yaoyu, facing this person is undoubtedly a dumb person eating bitter herbs, and he has no words to say. But Don Fan Yaoyu promised solemnly, Why not? As long as you keep your word. I defeat him, and you release Wan Xian. Of course. The old demon king nodded seriously. He couldn't go back on his word in front of so many people. In his opinion, there was only one result. Donphan Yaoyu would definitely lose. After all, the descendants of his Phoenix clan were not so easy to deal with. Donphan Yaoyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. And he clasped his fists towards Ing Haoran fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Seeing Donphan Yaoyu so eager to be beaten, Ing Haoran curled his lips and smiled. And his eyes like cold stars flashed a cold light, as sharp and intimidating as the long sword in his hand. Then you have to be careful. Don't lose both the wife and the army. After saying that, the opponent suddenly swung his sword. His sword skills were as fast as lightning and as light as the wind. Every time he slashed his sword, it was like a phoenix taking off. The hot sword energy instantly rushed to Donphan Yaoyu's vitals like a fireball. Facing such a fierce opening, Donphan Yaoyu hurriedly raised his sword to resist. The spiritual power in his body was like boiling water and poured into the handle. The sword light flashed wherever the sword pointed, but it was soon engulfed by the firelight when the sharp blades intersected and bloomed into more gorgeous fireworks. Unfortunately, although Donphan Yaoyu's moves were linked and coordinated closely, he was still crushed back several steps by the opponent's fierce and burning sword intent before he could stabilize his body with difficulty. Obviously, in the use of sword skills and martial arts, this descendant of the royal family is far superior to Donphan Yaoyu. Perhaps knowing his own weaknesses, Donphan Yaoyu did not insist on competing with him in sword skills. He waved his long sword with one hand and flew his fingertips with the other hand, quickly drawing a talisman in the air. As he dodged, he took advantage of Ing Haoran's weak defense and pushed his palm to hit him with the talisman. The next second, Ing Haoran felt a black screen in front of his eyes, as if he was in the pitch-black night, and he lost his direction in an instant. Fortunately, he was sensitive and could quickly avoid the damage of the formation. But it was not so easy to attack Donphan Yaoyu accurately, so he slashed several swords in succession. But they all came to nothing. Gradually, he was teased and lost his patience, and his swordsmanship became more and more impatient. You coward! If you have the guts, show up and fight. You want to do nothing to me with a mere trap formation? Dream on! His Phoenix clan is famous for its endurance and extraordinary defense. Even if he can trap him for a while, he can't trap him forever. When Donphan Yaoyu's mental power is exhausted, the formation will be broken without attack, and he will still end up being beaten. Donphan Yaoyu saw that he was anxious and smiled coldly. Trapped you? You think too much. After saying that, Ing Haoran instantly felt that there was a murderous intention all around him. Sharp sword lights combined with the power of the talisman suddenly slashed in front of him, leaving him no chance to dodge, and scratched his waist in an instant. At this time, Ing Haoran suddenly realized that something was wrong. Even if the trap array will actively attack people, it will not be so fierce as to take people's lives directly. Unless... Ing Haoran suddenly had a thought. You are a formation within a formation? At the same time, the Dark Emperor, who had already seen the clues, was also very surprised, and exclaimed to the Eternal Emperor beside him. Look! Look! He is worthy of being my daughter's friend. He actually perfectly connects the trap array and the killing array, and they are linked together. He is a genius in the formation world, although he can't leave his daughter in half a sentence. But what he said is true. With the strength of a late-stage acquired spiritual fairy, he can superimpose two formations at once. He is definitely a genius. The Eternal Emperor also nodded in agreement. As for Ing Haoran, who was deeply trapped in the formation and sensed the danger, he was panicked. He could handle one layer of formation with ease, but he was really not sure if he could get out of 2 layers of formations in one go. So he made a decisive decision and roared without reservation. Phoenix Yangyin. The sharp sword cut through the sky, spreading a sea of fire. He moved in the fire, as if he had turned into a phoenix. The sparks and sword skills around him intertwined, as if he wanted to burn through all the formations. For the secret art of Phoenix Yangyin. Anyone who knows a little about the Phoenix clan knows that this is the 3rd-rank core secret art of the Phoenix clan. And only the royal family has the qualifications to practice it. Obviously, Ing Haoran could master and display it, and he was considered a very promising and talented younger generation in the royal family. However, just when everyone was worried about Donphan Yaoyu, The latter calmly pushed his palm and blasted out another array seal. The array flashed with starlight and bloomed like a flower under Ingharen's feet. Then a beam of light shot up into the sky and quickly wove a large net along the lines in the void to surround him. Seeing this scene, Ingharen was dumbfounded. "What are you doing again?" Don Fanyayu smiled and asked back. "The Phoenix clan is knowledgeable. Can't they even see the star-swallowing array?" At this moment, not only the Hades Emperor, but even the Demon King couldn't help but gasp, and said in disbelief, 3 layers. He actually superimposed 3 layers. The trap array at the beginning was just paving the way and covering up the star-swallowing array. As we all know, the star-swallowing array can devour the enemy's spiritual power and mental power for its own use. If his strength reaches the level of the Supreme Spirit Immortal, he can even directly steal the opponent's secret technique. The only drawback is that this formation takes a long time and a lot of mental energy. Once it is broken, it is difficult to rebuild it. Therefore, it must be performed without being noticed by others. And it must be very careful and secretive from the beginning. This is why Don Fanyayu used the trap formation as a cover to confuse Ingharen. Therefore, Don Fanyayu can be regarded as taking a different approach. And there is a gambling element in it. Because if the opponent is meticulous, keen on the formation, or has a higher level than him, his move can be easily seen through. However, Don Fanyayu, a postnatal spiritual fairy, can master such a difficult formation, and 3 layers of superposition, which can be called a genius in the formation world. At this time, Ingharen, who was late to react, suddenly realized that his spiritual power was consumed greatly, and his movement speed slowed down after hearing his reminder. Originally, he thought that he had consumed his spiritual power because he missed a few times, but he didn't expect that he had superimposed 3 layers of formations from the beginning, which swallowed his power silently. But when he realized this, it was obviously too late. At this moment, the star-swallowing formation was completed. Don Fanyayu took advantage of his momentum, and his strength increased greatly. He gently swung a sword and made him unable to resist and shoot backwards, seeing that the sword light was about to touch his throat. At this time, a white shadow flashed and suddenly blocked in front of Ingharen. Taking the sword, Chapter 2680, New Heights of Cheating. Before Don Fanyayu could react, the opponent had already launched the attack. His palm wind was like a knife, and each strike was precise. Don Fanyayu was hit without any shield and retreated repeatedly. Finally, a palm that caught him off guard shattered the 3-layer battle formation that he had stacked up with great difficulty. Without the blessing of the formation, Don Fanyayu could not withstand the level suppression from the innate spirit fairy. The next second, he was knocked away and fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing that Don Fanyayu, who had already touched the fruits of victory, was knocked to the ground in an instant, the guests present were stunned by the sudden change and were a little unable to recover. Gao Zhou was very disappointed and secretly hated the prince for jumping out to disrupt the situation. It was almost, just a little bit, that Don Fanyayu could defeat Ingharen and take Xiahou Wanxian away. As long as Xiahou Wanxian gave up the position of the Demon Queen, her daughter would have a chance. In her opinion, her daughter's beauty is far superior to Xiahou Wanxian, and from the fact that Xiahou Wanxian would rather follow a poor boy, she is much smarter than her. So even though she is just a concubine, she has fascinated the old Demon King and is very favored. I believe that as long as her daughter becomes the Demon Queen, she will definitely be able to win over the old Demon King better than Xiahou Wanxian. Unfortunately, this Don Fanyayu is too useless. He was about to succeed, but was beaten away by someone in the last move. What a thing! However, the Phoenix Prince, who succeeded in disrupting the situation, was unwilling to give up. As if to restore the dignity of his Phoenix clan, he once again launched a fatal attack on Don Fanyayu. Su Maoyang saw that the other party was killing him, and he could not bear it anymore. He flew forward and raised his palm to block it. His angry shouts were clearly and transparently vibrated on the square. Can't you Phoenix clan afford to lose? You can't beat one. And here comes another one. And the one who comes is a congenital spiritual master 2 levels higher than him. I have never seen such a shameless person. Ing Jinshu didn't expect that his full-strength palm was actually taken by Su Maoyang lightly. After a moment of astonishment, he replied coldly, "Humph. Don Fanyayu is a formation master, and he can also stack 3 layers of battle formations. He has the ability to fight across levels. Not to mention the acquired spiritual immortals. Even the congenital spiritual immortals. He can also fight. Let him fight Ing Howren. It is clearly a suspicion of relying on the strong to bully the weak and cheating. Su Maoyong thought that he was shameless enough to come out and disrupt the situation and beat people. But he didn't expect that he would find a more shameless excuse. He actually said that Dongfang Yaoyu's formation was cheating? She didn't believe that the Phoenix clan had just learned about Dongfang Yaoyu's identity as a formation master. After all, the two sides had conflicts before. And it was no secret that Dongfang Yaoyu could control the formation. Since the Phoenix clan knew his strength long ago and still dared to send Ing Howren to fight, they must be sure of winning. The only thing that was unexpected was that Dongfang Yaoyu had the talent to stack 3 layers of battle formations. And he could stack them successfully under Ing Howren's nose. Now that he saw that he was about to lose, he brought up the formation. Isn't it too ridiculous? Su Maoyong sneered on the spot and asked sharply. Your Highness, don't you think your accusation is completely untenable? Dongfang Yaoyu is a formation master. What else does he use to fight? Does he use your father? He uses the formation to cheat. So what is Ing Howren's secret technique of Phoenix Yongyan called? You are 2 levels higher than him. But you suddenly appear and do dirty things. What is called it? If casting a formation is considered cheating, then wouldn't all formation masters become villains that everyone despises? You Phoenix clan use 2 sets of standards to define the competition. Isn't it typical that the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps? If you can't crack the formation, you blame the formation master for being too strong. What's the difference between blaming the foundation of the house when you are poor and blaming the tiles when it leaks? Does it mean that he has to let the formation master give up controlling the formation and wait to be beaten? Humph. He wants to kill my 10th brother. How can I, as the Emperor's brother, not stop him? If you want to blame someone, blame him for being cunning and using the trap to confuse people. Such a despicable and insidious method. Isn't it normal for me to stop it? Ing Jinshi didn't think he was wrong at all, but justified himself righteously. Su Maoyong had never seen such a disgusting person, and was so angry that he almost vomited. So this is how the Phoenix clan's record came about. Seeing that his people were about to lose, he immediately sent a stronger person to stop them. And after stopping them, he threw dirty water all over the other person, so that he could always be invincible. What a good method. Good intention. And shameless. Keep your mouth clean. I won't show mercy to you just because you are a woman. Ing Jinshi was so angry that his phoenix eyes glared and shouted. Su Maoyong stretched out his hand to make a request. I really want to see your slap. Is it as thick-skinned as you? You actually want to challenge me? Ing Jinshi didn't expect Su Maoyong to be so impulsive. He is a congenital spiritual fairy. Yes. I just advanced to the middle stage acquired spiritual fairy some time ago. And I was just thinking of practicing. Now challenging you who has reached the early stage congenital spiritual fairy. It shouldn't be considered bullying you. Right? Su Maoyong had actually already reached the threshold of the innate spiritual fairy. But she needed a lot of spiritual power in her body. So she didn't advance as quickly as others. But for revenge, she had to use lotus seeds to replenish her spiritual power and upgraded to the middle stage acquired spiritual fairy in the shortest time. In this way, even without puppets and spirit beasts, she could deal with the enemies of the innate spiritual fairy with her own strength. But these words sounded like arrogant words to the guests and Ing Jinshi. Ing Jinshi shouted on the spot. What a joke. Let alone your middle stage acquired spiritual fairy. Even if you reach the innate spiritual fairy, you will not be my opponent. You dare to worry about being bullied here. It's ridiculous. The guests who didn't know Su Maoyong's strength also shook their heads speechlessly, and also felt that Su Maoyong was too proud and arrogant to support a friend. Being angry to such an extent is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Su Maoyong raised his hand again and invited without caring. Since you are not bullying, then go ahead. Ing Jinshi had never been stimulated like this before, and immediately blushed with anger, and waved at her confident face. No one in the younger generation dared to be so arrogant in front of him, let alone a mere acquired spiritual fairy. Seeing Su Maoyong joining the battle, the Hades Emperor had a very foresight wave of his sleeves, covering them with a layer of barrier, and grinned at the old demon emperor and his son. To be on the safe side, set up a barrier to prevent others from shamelessly rushing in to bully the weak and engage in wheel tactics. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the Hades Emperor in astonishment. He doted on his daughter, and his heart and eyes were full of his daughter. Everyone could understand. But it was still quite rare for him to be so blindly confident in his daughter's strength. Hearing such insinuating and humiliating words, the old Demon King and the Demon King's already ugly faces became even gloomier. Even they had to admit that Ing Jinshu's meddling was indeed despicable. But in order to keep the Phoenix Girl they carefully cultivated, there was nothing they could do. Now they could only hope that Ing Jinshu could teach Su Maoyang a lesson and vent the anger for the Demon Moon Realm. Chapter 2681 Beaten into a Pig's Head. At this time, Ing Jinshu's palm print had already broken through the air, carrying a thunderous sound, surging and sharp as a knife, and was about to scrape off a layer of Su Maoyang's skin. Feeling the violent palm power, Su Maoyang was too lazy to be polite to him, and did not even dodge, and directly raised his palm to face him. Just now, Ing Jinshu was shocked that Su Maoyang could take his palm print, but when he thought that he did not use any martial arts, but simply use spiritual power, it would be reasonable for anyone with strong defense and body tempering or armor to take a palm. So he did not take it to heart. Unexpectedly, he not only used martial arts this time, but also doubled the palm power. And Su Maoyang still took it without changing his face and heart. Except that she really has strong strength. He can't think of any other possibility. You know, there is absolutely no second person in the world who can face his power in the middle stage of the acquired spiritual fairy. Thinking of this, Ing Jinshu felt humiliated and no longer dared to underestimate the enemy. He blasted several palms in succession, like a violent storm. Not to mention Su Maoyang, who was deeply suppressed by the level. Even the guests watching were dazzled by his complicated moves and overwhelmed. However, the wonderful thing is that everyone can clearly see Su Maoyang's movements to resist each move, and even find every flaw of Ing Jinshu by following her way of breaking the moves. This orderly and elegant posture of breaking the moves not only slowed down the palm method that was as fast as a residual image, but also infinitely magnified the opponent's weaknesses in front of everyone, as if all the moves could be simplified in her hands and solved easily, which made Ing Jinshu look full of loopholes and embarrassed. As we all know, it is extremely rare for young people to be able to cultivate to the level of innate spiritual immortals. After all, the other three realms can only produce one or two such geniuses at most. In other words, Ing Jinshu is already the ceiling of this level. But such a ceiling can not only fail to deal with an acquired spiritual immortal, but also make her look ugly. This is definitely the most shameful thing in his proud and conceited life. The younger generation of the Yaoyu realm did not expect that when they watched Ing Jinshu's battles in the past. They were often shocked because they could not see his moves clearly, and could not understand his artistic conception. Now that Su Maoyang has disassembled it, it seems that it is not as indestructible as imagined. On the contrary, Su Maoyang's defense is so well connected in every move, like an iron wall. No matter how Ing Jinshu tries, he is as stable as a mountain, which makes people admire him. I have to say that the defense is really good. You are definitely the first one who can survive 20 moves in my hands. Ing Jinshu finally admitted her defense in order to save his face. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise and sneered. Your Highness, listen to my advice. You still have to jump out of the well and see the world in the future. You have to fight a few more battles to recognize your own strength. Otherwise, I will always be your first. Even Ran Jingchen, who came from the demon realm and was also a congenital spiritual master, was far more powerful than him. A thing like Ing Jinshu, who had chicken feathers stuck on the toad's ass and could not tell whether it was a bird or a beast, was worthy of saying that she was the first. It's so damn unlucky. Although the IQ and comprehension of the demons were not as good as those of the other three tribes, he could still understand Su Maoyang's obvious humiliation. Ing Jinshu was furious, and a pair of phoenix wings bloomed behind him with a bang. He danced with fire and slapped again. Obviously, he was very persistent and had to defeat Su Maoyang in palm technique to live up to his proud talent and fighting ability. With the help of phoenix wings, his speed was faster and his strength was stronger. His palm print was completely covered with flames, like a towering and hot volcano crushing him. Su Maoyang watched him push his palm technique to the extreme and shook his head speechlessly. Beasts are not as flexible as humans. They are stubborn and have to prove themselves in the same field. Isn't it humiliating themselves? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang directly ignored the slap that fell from the sky, and with a ghost step, he flashed in front of him and slapped him on his shocked and dazed face. There was a crisp sound, as if it was clearer and louder than the sound of his huge palm print hitting the ground. Not only did Ing Jinshu get stunned, but the guests were also stunned instantly. However, Su Maoyang did not give the other party a chance to recover, and slapped him on the right face with his backhand, and did not forget to share his feelings after the fight. TSK. 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 Your face is really thick. Even Bagua palm can't penetrate it. It seems that more slaps will be needed. As he said, Su Maoyang slapped him on the face one after another quickly. After being hit by such a high-intensity blow, Ing Jinshu reacted and subconsciously wanted to fight back. But he soon found that he didn't even touch the other party's hair. And she slapped him on the face again, from a different angle. Everyone only saw Su Maoyang constantly flashing his body, accurately avoiding Ing Jinshu's attack. And every time he avoided it, there would be a slap on Ing Jinshu's handsome face on time. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in front of him. The originally invincible Ing Jinshu seemed to be stupid, looking for Su Maoyang everywhere, and being beaten everywhere. They were all simple moves, but they were able to beat Ing Jinshu around. Everyone present was shocked, and shook their heads in disbelief. This time, it was Ing Jinshu's turn to be speechless, because only he knew that each of Su Maoyang's palm prints was composed of mysterious and complex divine patterns. He could not break it or defend against it, so he could only lie down and take the beating. So, in just a few breaths, his originally handsome face suddenly swelled up bigger than a pig's head, and his nose was very considerate and contributed 2 lines of hot blood to Su Maoyang. Seeing him so embarrassed, Su Maoyang couldn't help but tease. "Oh, Your Highness the Crown Prince is getting angry. It's just a battle. Why bother to be so serious? Although you are not strong, you are thick-skinned enough. Look, I hit it so many times, but it didn't break, but swelled even bigger. It can be said that it is a talent that no one can match." As soon as these words came out, the guests from the Xianshan realm, the life and death realm, and the demonic realm couldn't help laughing. Especially the Hades laughed the loudest, like thunder, shaking the ears of the old demon king and the demon king. In addition, Qi Yinhao from the demonic mirror also showed his teeth and laughed loudly. It was not until he received the flying knife, eye of the demon emperor, that he forced his mouth to close and hold back his smile. The reason why the demon emperor was unhappy with Su Maoyang was that he was jealous of Su Maoyang for pulling out the burning shadow demon sword. But in his opinion, Su Maoyang was the only one in the world who deserved the demon sword. He could only admire and respect such a genius. How could he hate him? Moreover, even Ran Jingchen, who had been at odds with Su Maoyang, couldn't help but raise his mouth at this moment. Why did he only warn him? Chapter 2682 Revenge. The more the other 3 realms laughed, the more the Yaoyu realm looked grim. If the Hades Emperor had not set up the barrier in advance, they would have wanted to rush up and cut Su Maoyang into pieces. The old demon king did not take this barrier seriously, but he could not afford to lose face by supporting a waste. In the end, he had to compromise, and waved his hand to throw Xiahou Wanxian to Dongfang Yaoyu like throwing garbage, and shouted, "Enough! It's just a woman. I'll give it back to you. You have 10 breaths to get out of the Yaoyu realm. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Although the Phoenix clan invested a lot of resources and efforts in Xiahou Wanxian, which was an important nutrient for him to restore his strength, it was not worth mentioning compared to the grand plan he was going to do next. The reason why he tolerated Su Maoyang and others again and again was based on the principle of squeezing out the last bit of value from them. But now it seems that keeping these rat shits will only ruin his big plan. So it is better to drive them away. Besides, there are so many nutrients gathered at the scene, and there is no shortage of these rat shits. By then, his great cause will be accomplished, let alone dealing with Su Maoyang. Even the Hades will be as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing that the old demon king was finally willing to put aside his pride and fulfill his promise, Su Maoyang shook his head helplessly, with a rather regretful tone. "You should have let him go when I, Yaoyu, defeated your 10 grandsons. You let His Royal Highness suffer so much for nothing. How unworthy. Not only did he make the prince a shameless clown, but he was also seriously injured, physically and mentally hurt. Isn't it a loss?" After saying that, Su Maoyang was too lazy to entangle. But seeing that he was so rude to Xiahou Wanxian, he also raised his leg and kicked Ing Jinshu, who was beaten and bleeding and unconscious, back to the seat of the Phoenix clan. With a loud bang, the Phoenix clan's banquet was smashed to pieces. But no matter how chaotic the scene was, it was not as unbearable as the crown prince lying on the leftovers with injuries all over his body. The most speechless were the Phoenix clan members. They were so angry that their mouths were crooked. But they had to step forward to support Ing Jinchu and serve the crown prince, who made them lose face. The Demon King, who had been forbearing all this time, witnessed his son being beaten into a pig's head. And the Phoenix girl he carefully cultivated was taken away by Dongfang Yaoyu in vain. The anger in his heart almost broke through the remaining rationality. And he warned with gnashing teeth, "Get out. Don't let me see you again." If it weren't for the overall situation, he wouldn't care about the Hades Emperor. And he would take Su Maoyang's life now. Su Maoyang didn't intend to give up. Raised his eyebrows. And sneered. "What are you thinking? I came all the way to settle accounts with you. And I haven't even started to flip through the account book. And you want to send me away? You? Do you think it's possible?" The Demon King heard her tone of relying on Yao Yujing. And his anger rose again. "I've given you the people. What else do you want?" Su Maoyang glanced coldly in the direction of the White Tiger clan, and considerately put forward a request that didn't sound excessive, but was very deadly. "It's very simple. As long as you execute those elders who hurt my friend, I will turn around and leave immediately, and never cause trouble for you." "Asshole. Don't push it further." The White Tiger clan leader didn't expect Su Maoyang to have such an idea, and he slapped the table in anger. "Those elders are the backbone of the White Tiger clan. How can she just execute them? What do you think of the White Tiger clan?" Su Maoyang had expected the White Tiger clan's attitude and asked coldly, "You coveted the inheritance in my friend's hands, and killed him without hesitation. You also forced my sister to fall into the Phoenix clan and suffer humiliation. I will never forgive you for everything. Now I only ask you to hand over a few culprits. But you are unwilling to do so. Do you want to sacrifice the entire White Tiger clan before you give up? Oh, you are so arrogant. From what you said, are you going to be the enemy of the entire White Tiger clan?" The White Tiger clan leader laughed angrily. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such an arrogant and rebellious young man. She dared to say that about the entire White Tiger clan. Elder He, who had led the encirclement and suppression of Dongfang Yaoyu and Xiahou Wanxian, thought that she dared to speak arrogantly because of the support of the Dark Emperor. He couldn't help but laugh and remind her, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my Yaoyu realm just because you have the support of the Dark Emperor. Our old Demon Emperor is not a vegetarian. With his strength, the Dark Emperor can only stand aside. With you, you want to be the enemy of my entire White Tiger clan. What a joke. Although the Dark Emperor is strong, he is only at the peak of the Supreme Spirit Immortal. And their old Demon Emperor has recovered more than half of his strength. After today, he is likely to be promoted to the Spirit God. So if they really want to fight, the Dark Emperor can only be beaten. Not to mention that it is in his Yaoyu realm." Su Maoyang, a young girl who is still wet behind the ears, can't see the situation clearly. If she acts on impulse, she will suffer. Su Maoyang was not afraid when she heard this, but laughed with her lips curled. Her jade-white cheeks were like white magnolias blooming in the sun, flashing charming cold light. But her pupils as transparent as obsidian were surging with sharp murderous intent. "Don't worry. I haven't planned to let the Hades take action against your White Tiger clan, because I alone am enough." After saying that, without waiting for the White Tiger clan leader to react, Su Maoyang waved his hand and suddenly summoned hundreds of puppets, including the undead in the Soul Calming Tower and the Demon Moon Realm soldiers who had been refined in the prehistoric war. Such a spectacular scene. Not only the White Tiger clan, but also other races in the Demon Moon Realm were stunned and angry. However, before everyone could vent their anger, the group of puppets burst out with a terrifying aura and rushed towards the White Tiger clan. "Oh my god!" The initial Supreme Spirit Fairy, Wei Qinghe, who was sitting in the seat of the Great Yan Dynasty, sighed in horror after feeling the shock. He didn't expect that after not seeing Su Maoyang for a few years, his puppets had reached the peak of perfection and were able to rival the White Tiger clan leader. The pervert is indeed a pervert. Whether in the past or now, he never lets him down. As if to prove that there is no most perverted, only more perverted, Su Maoyang waved his hand again, and the spirit beasts, such as the Sky Demon Marten, followed closely and rushed towards the White Tiger clan. At the same time, Su Maoyang himself was not idle. He swallowed 2 pills that temporarily increased his strength. And then he raised his sword and stepped forward. His light figure jumped into the air like a dragon, and suddenly slashed at the White Tiger clan leader with a vertical slash. With such a sharp method in front of him, the White Tiger tribe members, who were originally full of disdain, were simply terrified at this moment. 100 puppets that were enough to rival the initial supreme spiritual immortal, and a group of spirit beasts that were enough to overthrow the innate spiritual immortal. Even if their tribe leader could suppress the puppets with the blood of the demon tribe, he couldn't suppress a large group. So, as expected, the tribe leader was instantly surrounded by the puppets. But just when he had no time to look around, Su Maoyang's sword light suddenly arrived. The White Tiger tribe leader was caught off guard and was cut in the arm. Fortunately, his tiger body had strong defense and only injured the flesh. But the group of elders behind him, who were on Su Maoyang's blacklist, were not so lucky. They had almost no power to resist. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered on the spot, so fast that people didn't even have the chance to withdraw and rescue. Faced with such a brutal beating, the White Tiger leader was horrified and shouted in disbelief. "You are crazy. You really want to be the enemy of my entire White Tiger tribe for a few elders?" He didn't expect that Su Maoyang not only had the courage, but also had the strength to be the enemy of the White Tiger tribe. Relying on one person, she could actually besiege him and his people. It's terrible. This woman is too terrible. So terrible that he couldn't help but tremble, seeing that his face was flushed, and he looked around in panic. Su Maoyang laughed, and his teasing voice was as cold and piercing as the sword light that fell again. "You are wrong. I am not only for those elders. I am also for you." The clan leader hurriedly took Su Maoyang's sword, and his old face with bulging veins was full of confusion. "What do you mean? It seems that after so many years, the clan leader has completely forgotten his brother. Now he is in front of you, and you can't even feel his breath." Su Maoyang's light ridicule hit the heart of the White Tiger clan leader like a huge stone. He was so frightened that his tiger eyes opened wide, and his face turned pale, and he took a step back. "Brother." Chapter 2683. She is not your woman. By Jingyang. Courtesy named Jinjuan. Is his brother from the same father and mother. He has extraordinary spiritual power, and has an amazing talent for alchemy since childhood. At a young age, he became the most popular and sought-after alchemy master in his demon clan, and was respected as the Jinjuan old man. But he has been dead for 200 years. How could it be that? Bai Jingshan didn't understand why Su Maoyang suddenly mentioned this person, who had long been thrown out of the sky by him. For the first time, fear from the depths of his soul emerged in his pupils, and he couldn't hide his trembling even when questioning. "Who are you?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am your brother's apprentice, and your nephew whom I have never met. I came to take your head for the first time we met. Although it is a bit rude. It shouldn't be too much for a junior to ask for a gift from the uncle." When these words came out, Bai Jingshan was shocked and completely stunned. He looked around in horror, and growled in disbelief. "No. It's impossible. He's dead. He's been dead for 200 years. How could he be here? I don't believe it. If you have the ability, let him out. Hiding is nothing." In order to let him feel the greetings of the old man Jinjuan up close, Su Maoyang suddenly moved closer to him, and while swinging the sword, a low, whispering voice with a strong hatred blew into his ears like a gust of cold wind. "Yes, he is dead. But his soul is not dead. His hatred is not dead. He is standing in front of you now, staring deeply at the murderer who killed him. Can't you feel it?" At this time, as the sword fell, a fierce force rushed towards him like a wave, instantly submerging Bai Jingshan. The familiar breath was like a long-forgotten key, opening the warehouse of his memory and digging out those shocking scenes. The slender and petite figure in front of him seemed to instantly transform into the majestic and upright figure in his memory, carrying a monstrous hatred and terrifying mental power, overwhelming and crushing him, wanting to kill him on the spot. The suffocating feeling at this moment even more deeply and clearly outlined the expression of Bai Jingyang when he was killed by him. The despair and pain instantly magnified in front of him, frightening him so much that his eyes were split and he staggered back. He's back. He's really back. The younger brother who was better than him, more talented than him, more loved by his father, and more supported by the tribe, appeared in front of him again 200 years later. Although he had lost his flesh and blood, his soul was immortal, and he could easily trample him on the ground with his extraordinary willpower and mental power, as he did back then. He admitted that he was not as good as Bai Jingyang in either martial arts or alchemy. But he couldn't accept it. He had been dead for so many years. But he still couldn't escape the fate of being defeated by his subordinates. And he had to be defeated by his apprentice. How unfair is the way of heaven. He is obviously the eldest son. And he is obviously the legitimate successor of the White Tiger clan. Why should there be another brother, who is better than him, but equally noble in this world? Seeing that Bai Jingshan was forced to retreat step by Su Maoyang and almost died. The Demon King could no longer sit idly by and blasted her with a palm to stop her atrocities. Originally, he didn't take Su Maoyang's impulsive behavior seriously, but he misjudged her strength and let her take advantage of the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, she killed several White Tiger clan elders. And now she was so bold that she wanted to take Bai Jingshan's life. But Bai Jingshan still has great use. And he must not be defeated by Su Maoyang. So even if he has to fight with the Dark Emperor, he has to do his best to preserve the top strength of his demon clan. For Su Maoyang, the palm of the Demon Emperor came suddenly. And even she, who is as agile as she is, did not have time to withdraw her moves and resist with all her strength. Seeing her in deep danger, Yi Nantian was frightened and his face changed drastically. He completely forgot that there was the Dark Emperor sitting there, and subconsciously flashed out like a rainbow light, wanting to take the damage for her. But who knew that as soon as he stretched his hand into the air, before he had time to take the palm, Su Maoyang was swept into Lu Yeyuan's arms by a woven demonic energy in the next second. This dramatic scene was even more abrupt than the palm print of the Demon Emperor. The guests present seemed to have been hit by a club. After a moment of silence, they gradually showed expressions of shock and astonishment. They expected the Dark Emperor to take action, and the Flame Emperor to take action. But they did not expect the Demon Lord of the Demon Realm to take action. The two were obviously people who had nothing in common. So how could they? It was no wonder that they were shocked and puzzled. Although Lu Yeyuan had been in the Great Yin Dynasty, participated in the Primordial War, and had crossed paths with people from the Three Realms. He fought as Su Maoyang's brother Dongfang Juni at that time, which was very different from his current appearance and identity. I believe no one can connect that young boy with the ancient demon god. Even the Life and Death Realm learned about the relationship between Lu Yeyuan and Su Maoyang after a commotion some time ago. So, after the Demon King was shocked, he just thought that Lu Yeyuan was still resentful that they did not invite the Demon Realm to attend the wedding banquet. And he had no choice but to say, if there are any shortcomings in my demon clan, the Demon Lord can just point them out, and we can apologize. Why do you have to hold on to a mistake and deliberately interfere in my clan's affairs to embarrass my demon clan? You touch my woman, and you want me to be nice to you. You must have drunk too much and become stupid. Lu Yeyuan glanced at the Demon King with a cold gaze. His deep and overbearing voice seemed to ignore the distance and clearly vibrated in everyone's ears, instantly stirring up thousands of waves in the entire square. The Demon King's woman? Is he referring to Su Maoyang? But wasn't Su Maoyang the queen of Emperor Yin before? When did she become the Demon King's woman? Except for the Life and Death Realm. All the guests present were confused. The relationship was really too complicated. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how Su Maoyang could be related to the Demon King. However, thinking that Su Maoyang had a relationship with Emperor Yin. But now she was lying in the arms of the Demon King. And now she was leading Emperor Yin in the middle of the square, standing here like a fool, witnessing their intimacy and ambiguity. Everyone couldn't help but cast sympathetic eyes towards Yi Nantian. It was as if the dazzling golden hair under the sunlight was flashing a faint green light. Yi Nantian didn't care about other people's eyes. But Su Maoyang stared at Lu Yeyuan blankly, with only the image of Lu Yeyuan in his eyes, which pierced his eyes like a sharp knife and cut open his heart. Because that kind of look was something he had never received before. Not even a glance. He withdrew his arm, that was frozen in the air with heartache and restraint, and clenched each finger with a fist, suppressing the severe pain in his heart, and said solemnly, "You are wrong. She is not your woman. She is Yunqianma, Yunqiang's twin sister, and she has nothing to do with you in the past life or this life." Chapter 2684 Fighting. Suddenly hearing these words, Su Maoyang suddenly woke up from her trance. At this moment, she seemed to be scalded by Lu Yeyuan's temperature, and stood up in a hurry. She couldn't face Lu Yeyuan, who knew the truth. Couldn't face the shock and indifference in his eyes. Couldn't face the disappointment and anger he showed when he knew he loved the wrong person. After all, Yun Qianmo was a shameful shadow. A disaster star abandoned and hated by others. And didn't even have the qualifications to be compared with Yun Qiange, let alone get his deep affection. She didn't know if he would misunderstand that she was a love cheat who deliberately disguised herself as Yun Qiange to get close to him. But when she thought about occupying Yun Qiange's identity and enjoying so many feelings that didn't belong to her, Su Maoyang felt ashamed and subconsciously wanted to flee. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lu Yeyuan was like a cold and solemn iceberg, expressionless, motionless, as if he was sure of his choice. And he could not help but increase the strength of his hands, tightly holding her body like an iron clamp. Su Maoyang looked up at him nervously, and found that he did not look at her, but stared at Yi Nantian opposite, and said indifferently, "No matter who she is, I only know that she is mine, and no one else can get involved." She didn't know how much anger was in this sentence, but just relying on this domineering and firm tone, it easily smoothed out her panic and fear, and made her uneasy heart beat again. For a moment, the images of Lu Yeyuan and Jun Haocong overlapped in her eyes, and turned into the man in front of her. Yes, who he is, what does it matter? As long as it is him. Yi Nantian didn't expect Lu Yeyuan to be so blind. He yelled in anger, "You are a coward who refuses to accept reality and deceives yourself. You are just possessive of her. You don't love her at all. You don't deserve to love her. Humph. If I don't deserve it, you are even less worthy of unrequited love. Look carefully. She will always be mine, and can only be mine." Lu Yeyuan's deep blue eyes swept across a sinister cold light, as if to show his ownership, and pressed against Su Maoyang's red lips like a wolf. This kiss was extremely overbearing, as if venting anger, and as if expressing lovesickness. Su Maoyang almost couldn't breathe, so she had to push his chest hard and move her head away from his lips. But Lu Yeyuan's hand tightly clasped the back of her head, and his powerful body pressed her in his arms like Mount Tai, swallowing up all her strength in a moment, making all struggles futile. In fact, when he first arrived here, he couldn't help but pull her into his arms. But he knew she had something important to do, so he tried his best to restrain his inner desire and resisted looking at her, who knew that this heartless little woman was not excited or expectant about his arrival, and was so calm and composed that it seemed like they were really strangers. If he hadn't heard her conversation with Princess Yuqing in a half-awake and half-asleep state last time, he would have thought that she really didn't have him in her heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Lu Yeyuan almost used his teeth, and Su Maoyang cried out in pain. But such a cry, to outsiders, sounded like an ambiguous moan of love. Perhaps the scene was too erotic, and the men present all looked away awkwardly, while the women looked envious and obsessed, being fought over by the two most outstanding men in Lua realm. Emperor Yin and Demon Lord is undoubtedly a blessing that can only be obtained in 8 lifetimes. In the whole audience, only Yi Nantian was stimulated by the scene in front of him, and his blood was surging, and his palms were dripping with blood. The pain was so deep that he could no longer bear such humiliation, and suddenly attacked Lu Yeyuan with a palm. Lu Yeyuan had been prepared for it, and raised his palm to take it lightly. Although he did not take Yi Nantian's strength seriously, he was still very annoyed by being interrupted in his intimacy. The murderous intent in his cold blue eyes was revealed. "If you want to kill me, practice for tens of thousands of years before coming back. If it weren't for her face, you would have died long ago." Yi Nantian's eyes were bloodshot, and his usually elegant and gentle face was distorted like a beast that was injured in the vitals. Back then, Su Maoyang and he were in the Great Yin dynasty. At that time, he had not yet recovered the strength of the ancient demon god. As the Emperor of Yin, he could almost kill him with just a flick of his finger. But he gave up such a great opportunity every time because of Su Maoyang. It seems that he should not have been soft-hearted at the beginning. Lu Yeyuan saw that the person who had always been calm and composed and never revealed his flaws finally revealed his true face. And he couldn't help but grin and sneer. "I expected him to be a hypocrite, but I didn't expect him to be so despicable and hypocritical. You are not worthy of her. If you don't even have the most basic sincerity and rely on tricks and conspiracies to tie someone down, you will never be worthy of love." After saying that, Lu Yeyuan pushed his arm and wanted to repel Yi Nantian. However, the opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. He saw him move to one side, lightly avoiding the power, and chasing him with palm strikes. His moves were fierce and tricky, And he was not inferior at all. Feeling the familiar palm movement and strength, Lu Yeyuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly remembered the mysterious man in black whom he met in Ningxue Palace that day. That person also said he was unworthy, just like today, and even boasted that he was the person who knew and loved Su Maoyang the most in the world. For a long time, he suspected that Feng Moxie was the one who was causing the trouble. But now it seems that it was someone else. It turned out to be you, the insidious and cunning villain. A flash of surprise flashed in Lu Yeyuan's eyes, and his anger prompted him to seal his hands and blast out with all his strength. Yi Nantian finally found a loophole and pulled Su Maoyang out of his arms. Seeing this, Lu Yeyuan quickly grabbed her left hand, and with such a pull, Su Maoyang was trapped on both sides and lay horizontally in the middle of the square. Su Maoyang was toyed with like this, and was so angry that he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Stop! I am not a toy for you to fight over. I am not Yun Qianmo, nor Yin Qianga. I am no one. I am just Su Maoyang. Whoever you love or want has nothing to do with me." Hearing this rebuke, Yi Nantian and Lu Yeyuan stopped in time and did not continue to fight. But they still stood at both ends holding one hand, and no one was willing to let go. "Did you hear that?" she said. "She is not Yin Qianmo and has nothing to do with you." After a long silence, just when Su Maoyang thought that the two had understood her main idea, Lu Yeyuan spoke. Yi Nantian snorted disapprovingly. "She also said that she is not Yin Qianga, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't forget, I am Jun Haocong in this life, the man she loves deeply, and you are nothing. Don't forget, she married me once in this life, and was my queen. During the time when she forgot you, her heart and eyes were full of me. Humph. You have the nerve to show off the feelings you got by despicable means. I feel sick for you. You are no better." The two of them kept quarreling with each other, leaving Su Maoyang completely speechless. Don't these two gentlemen understand what people say? Why did their focus deviate to such an extent? Chapter 2685. The poisonous scheme to slaughter the three realms. But just when the three of them were deadlocked and relaxed their vigilance, a terrifying force suddenly surged from behind Su Maoyang. It was silent, swift, and so fast that people were caught off guard. When Lu Yeyuan reacted, he was already in front of him. His face changed drastically, and he immediately let go and swept to Su Maoyang's back, blocking the palm in a hurry. But even though he had recovered some of the power of the ancient demon god, he was no match for the half-step spiritual god, the old demon king. With a loud bang, he was shot backwards, and Su Maoyang behind him was also knocked out. Yi Nantian did not expect the sudden attack, and he was unable to block the damage in a hurry, and subconsciously rushed forward to catch Su Maoyang. He checked her injuries with fear, but Su Maoyang, who knew that Lu Yeyuan was injured, didn't care about herself, pushed him away, and rolled and crawled to Lu Yeyuan's side. At this moment, the two people who were tightly cuddling together and nervous about each other were like a red-hot iron hitting Yi Nantian's heart, breaking the already broken heart into pieces, and each piece pierced his internal organs like a knife. She pushed him away again mercilessly, and threw herself into Lu Yeyuan's arms. He wanted to grab her and ask her why. Why was she so cruel to him? Obviously, he was the one who had been with her the longest. He was the one who understood her the most in the world. They were the same kind of people who comforted each other in the dark and licked their wounds. Why did she ignore his deep affection no matter in the past life or the present life, and unswervingly choose the arrogant bastard? Obviously, the other party is already a demon god famous in the four realms. He has something that others cannot have in several lifetimes since he was born. He can attract countless women with just a wave of his finger. Why did he snatch away his only junior sister, the only light that illuminates his life? Compared with Yi Nantian, who was unable to get the love he wanted, the Hades Emperor, who was distressed about his daughter, was already furious the moment the old demon emperor made a move. His whole old face was like a red-hot iron block. He overturned the dining table and rushed towards the other party angrily. "Damn it! Dare to hurt my precious daughter! I will stomp you!" No one in Yaoyu realm expected that the old demon emperor would suddenly attack and anger the Hades Emperor at this critical moment. They were shocked and puzzled. However, only the old demon emperor himself knew the lethality of the three words Yun Qianmo. In fact, as early as when he saw Su Maoyang's face, he had doubts about her identity. However, due to the presence of the Hades Emperor, he could not verify anything without alerting the enemy. It was not until he heard Yun Qianma's name that he was convinced that the woman in front of him was the huge variable who sealed the battlefield and saved the Sunluo realm. Logically speaking, she had already died after self-detonation. But she unexpectedly reincarnated successfully and was reborn in this life. I think she used some special means. Just thinking of the tragic battle that year, which made him endure 10,000 years of torture. The old demon emperor felt pain and fear. If such a dangerous person is not eradicated, it is undoubtedly letting the tiger go back to the mountain, which will cause endless troubles. Therefore, he temporarily changed his plan and planned to nip this person in the bud before he recovered his strength in his previous life to avoid complications. Perhaps God opened his eyes. Lu Yiyuan and Yi Nantian actually did it themselves, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it. It's a pity that Lu Yiyuan rushed out to block it and failed to kill Yun Qianma. Now that he has angered the Hades, he may have to work harder. Thinking of this, the old demon king waved his sleeves and formed a seal to remove the force coming at him. The whole person rose to the air and said loudly, "Forget it. Originally, in order to avoid trouble, I wanted to trick you into the Suzaku's secret realm and paralyze your nerves before taking action. Since you want to die in pain, then I will fulfill your wish. Anyway, you will die sooner or later. Becoming the nourishment for my ascension to the godhood is not a disgrace to your lifelong cultivation." Hearing this suddenly, everyone present, including the clansmen of the Demon Moon realm, was shocked. The Suzaku's secret realm turned out to be a cover for slaughtering the three realms. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the old demon king would open the secret realm so generously and selflessly. And no wonder he would make such a big fuss and invite all the famous forces in the Sunluo realm. It turns out that so many outstanding talents, gathered together, are just the nourishment for him to become a god. I was wondering why you are so kind and patient. So you are waiting here. Although the Hades had expected that there was something fishy in the Suzaku's secret realm, he did not expect the other party to be so cunning. If they really entered the secret realm, let alone resisting, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Such a sinister and horrifying trick is simply enough to make people's hair stand on end. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and destroy you, the evil star that harms the people. As he said this, the Hades punched violently, and the simple moves of the Great Way and spiritual power surged, colliding in the air to create a gorgeous light curtain, as if setting off a sea of fists. However, the old demon king did not take him seriously, and quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the fierce power swept out of his body like a hurricane. The hurricane was like a spell that unsealed the seal. In the blink of an eye, he lost his human appearance and turned into a giant monster that was 3 meters tall and sturdy. He had a strange appearance. A conical head, triangular eyes, a mouth that stretched to the roots of his ears like a slit, and sharp ears that stood up on both sides like knives. His body was like a human, but his black skin was shiny and wrinkled, like a wax corpse. At first glance, everyone couldn't tell what species he belonged to. Even the Demon King and the Phoenix clan felt unfamiliar, and never knew that their ancestor was such a terrible monster. Was this a demonic possession and a mutation? Just as everyone was still in shock, the old Demon King cut his palm, sacrificed his blood, and sprinkled the black and green blood on the talisman in the air. The talisman suddenly burst out with a dazzling cold light, and in an instant, it intertwined intricate patterns, enclosing this piece of land. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew. Dust rose up, and dark clouds gathered together, so heavy that they seemed to fall down. It was so dark that it was hard to tell which was the sky and which was the earth. Everyone felt as if they were suppressed by a pair of big hands between heaven and earth, trapped in an invisible cage. At this time, the Hades Emperor who rushed to attack the old Demon Emperor didn't even succeed in a single move. He was pressed down by this terrifying formation and couldn't breathe. His originally light legs and feet seemed to be bound by thousands of iron blocks, making him fall heavily and difficult to walk. However, just when he was secretly shocked by the strength of the half-step spiritual god, Su Maoyang's angry roar was like a bolt from the blue. "It's you. It turns out that your demon clan is the one who made trouble and provoked the war between gods and demons. I didn't expect that the 3 clans of gods, demons, and demons were all caught in your poisonous plan." The moment she saw his blood, Su Maoyang immediately remembered the record she had read in the ancient Nether Clan chronicles. The army that intercepted the Nether clan's support halfway used the moves of the Demon clan. But they were so heavily armed that their faces could not be seen clearly. And the blood flowing from their wounds was a rare black-green color. But she had never heard of the Demon clan having such characteristics before. So she did not associate it with the Phoenix clan. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she knew that there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Ha! Demon clan? Silly child. If the Demon clan had such abilities, they would have unified the 4 realms long ago. Why would they be inferior to the God clan? You think too highly of them. The old Demon King laughed loudly when he heard this. And his words were full of contempt for the Demon clan. Chapter 2686 Father? Hearing this, and thinking about his appearance, the Dark Emperor suddenly remembered what he had heard when he was young. He suddenly widened his eyes and said in horror, You are not from Saluo. You are an alien. You are from an alien race. In ancient times, he had seen in his ancestors' notes that there were many unknown areas outside Saluo. But the creators and ecology of each area were different, resulting in a variety of species living on them, so that the resources and strength of each area were very different. And it was inevitable that there would be a phenomenon of fighting for territory and resources. Therefore, in order to protect the people in his own area, the creator of Saluo specially set up a barrier to prevent alien invasions. It is precisely because they were well protected that they have never seen the appearance of aliens for so many years. But he never expected that he would see the true face of the alien race in the Demon clan today. It looked like they had been lurking for tens of thousands of years. What a shocking news! As for the others, including Su Maoyang, they had never even heard of the alien race. But just from the name, they could guess that the other party should be an alien species that invaded the Saluo realm and was not one of the 4 clans. At this time, knowing the existence of the alien race, Su Maoyang felt cold all over and terrified. All the doubts that troubled her were solved in an instant. It turned out that the sensational war between gods and demons, the innocent victims of the Underworld clan, and the 3 clans killed each other and overthrew and perished, were all the means of the alien race invading and slaughtering Saluo. She had heard before that the war was quelled by the ancient ice god's self-explosion and sacrifice. Later, from Yi Nanshan's mouth, she learned that Yunqianga used her as a sacrifice and successfully ascended to the god, becoming the ice god passed down from generation to generation. With this connection, she understood everything. The alien race may not have expected that Yunqianga would become a god in one step, and severely injure the alien race by self-detonation, ending his plan to erode Saluo. He was unwilling to withdraw from this area that he had invaded with great difficulty. So he mixed into the demon race to hide his tracks and recuperate. It was not until now that his strength was restored that he reappeared in the world as the old Demon King, using the Suzaku secret realm as bait to trick the 4 tribes into coming to help him become a god. Such a sinister and ambitious mind, playing with the 4 tribes in the palm of his hand, thinking about it carefully, is really terrible. After learning the truth, the shocked Demon King seemed to remember something, and suddenly woke up and asked loudly, Where is my father? What did you do to my father? Ha ha ha. Your useless old thing has long been possessed by me. It's all thanks to you, my good son, who has helped me many times, guarding and healing my father. Otherwise, I would never see the light of day again. I will give your demon clan a merit. When I regain control of Saluo, I will make an exception, and let your demon clan continue to pay respects to you. I will consider it as fulfilling your filial piety. After that, the old Demon King raised his head and laughed. The sarcastic voice shook the earth, stimulating the Demon King to burst into tears. He roared and rushed towards him. You killed my father, and deceived my demon clan. I will fight you. Although his demon clan's brain is not as smart as the other 3 clans, it is really too much to be treated as a pure fool. What's more, over the years, he has sacrificed so many resources and paid so much effort for this fake father. But in the end, he told him that his demon clan actually made wedding clothes for the enemy who killed his father. How could he bear this? However, his current strength is undoubtedly a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before he could get close to the old demon's body, he was knocked down by the other party with a wave of his sleeve. You don't know what's good for you. I gave your demon clan a way out, but you're willing to die. In that case, I won't show you mercy. After saying that, the old demon raised his hand again, and the talisman in the air split into thousands of beams of light that fell on the demon clan members. At this moment, Everyone covered by the beam instantly felt their spiritual power, mental power, and even soul power rapidly peeling off their bodies. And the weak ones were killed on the spot. Seeing a large number of people fall down in the blink of an eye, the Hades Emperor was frightened and turned pale, and shouted, "No! He is absorbing and refining our energy for his own use. We must stop him. Otherwise everyone will die. Once he becomes a god, no one can do anything to him. So, it is related to the life and death of the entire Sanluo realm. Xuanzu and Sheng Wang and Bei Qin Tianjun of the Xianshan realm, the Demon Emperor of the Demon Mirror, and the Eternal Emperor of the Life and Death realm. No one can stay out of it." And they all attacked the talisman together with the Hades Emperor. However, the strength of the alien old monster was too strong. The combined strength of all of them not only failed to shake the talisman, but was repelled by the talisman and fell to the ground. Seeing that the strongest people in Sanluo realm could not do anything to the aliens, the others who were gradually weakened and powerless turned pale and cold. Su Maoyong couldn't bear to watch her relatives and friends die here. So she swallowed a handful of pills decisively and slashed at the talisman with a sword unwillingly. With this sword, she used the divine pattern in the ancient atlas to the fullest, and the sword light burst out with divine patterns all over the sky, colliding with the talisman and making a sound like the collapse of the sky and the earth. However, no matter how powerful her divine pattern was, she was only a postnatal spiritual fairy. The figure that jumped into the air still couldn't resist the power of the talisman and was also knocked out. If she hadn't stepped on the Pure World Green Lotus platform and opened up her defense to the extreme, this attack alone would have killed her. But what the aliens didn't expect was that the talisman was actually stagnant for a moment by Su Maoyong's divine pattern, although it didn't cause much impact. With the acquired spiritual fairy, it had the potential to shake his formation. If it wasn't eliminated quickly, there would be endless trouble. For the sake of safety, the old monster of the alien race had to give up the idea of refining her and directly blasted her with the palm. Although it was a pity to waste such good nutrients, it was better than causing trouble. Seeing that Su Maoyong was about to be killed on the spot, Lu Yeyuan, who was severely injured, completely forgot his own injuries and rushed forward like crazy, hugging her whole body in his arms. However, the expected power did not fall, but a loud bang shook his ears. Yi Nantian took the blow and fell heavily beside him, splashing dust. At this moment, not only Lu Yeyuan and Su Maoyong were shocked, but even the old monster of the alien race was shocked by the change and widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Get out of here! You can't kill her. If you kill her, I will never let you go in my life. I mean what I say." Yi Nantian covered his chest and shouted hoarsely. Seeing that he dared to disobey him openly, the old monster's face was as gloomy as water, and the flames in his eyes seemed to burst out of his eye sockets. He shouted loudly, "Asshole! You are going to deal with your father for a woman. Do you know what you are saying? Father?" Suddenly hearing such a name, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Yi Nantian with horror. Chapter 2687 How Long Will You Lie to Me? Su Maoyong was like being struck by lightning, shaking her body, staring at him in disbelief, her pale cheeks full of confusion about the title of father. She didn't understand whether the father in the mouth of the aliens was the same as the father she understood. To be more precise, she didn't want to believe from the bottom of her heart that Yi Nantian was from the aliens. At this moment, feeling her gaze that hit his soul, Yi Nantian was like a ghost exposed to the sun, as if he was burned by the heat wave, and a fine numb pain appeared all over his body. Although he had expected that there would be a day when his identity would be exposed, when this day really came, he found that he still didn't have the courage to face those eyes full of questioning and anger. Speaking of which, he had experienced countless transformations of cramps and marrow washing in the aliens, experienced countless perverted and torturous training, and endured countless mental and spiritual ravages and blows. But he had never been so scared and helpless as at this moment. It was like a person with scars all over his body was stripped naked and stood in front of his beloved. So, like a coward, he avoided her sight, endured the pain of tearing his heart, and spoke with difficulty. "You said that as long as I do what you say, you won't touch her. This is what you promised me." Humph. If she had been obedient and didn't cause trouble, I would naturally not touch her. But she repeatedly ruined my alien race's big things, forcing me to kill her. This is all her own fault. The alien emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp light burst out of his eyes. hearing such a conversation. Even if Su Maoyang didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that they had an extraordinary special relationship. He was shocked and hurt at the same time. You are actually the son of an alien race. How long are you going to lie to me? Why did he destroy it with his own hands every time she was willing to open her heart and try to believe him? Yi Nantian wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the alien emperor. He lied to you many times. He worshipped your master as his teacher from the very beginning, and was a chess piece planted by my alien race next to your master. Fortunately, this chess piece of his was quite capable. He successfully provoked the gods and demons for me, and successfully framed the underworld, turning the Sanlua realm upside down, so that my alien race had the opportunity to set foot on this originally unbreakable territory. Originally, Su Maoyang was shocked enough to hear that it was the alien race that intervened, now that he knew that it was all Yi Nanshan's masterpiece. At this moment, in addition to shock, he was more angry. A kind of disappointing anger. It was you. You sent troops to the God clan, framed the demon clan, and provoked the war between gods and demons. You knew that the Hades clan would definitely send troops to support them. So you sent troops disguised as demon clan to intercept them halfway and frame them. In the end, both gods and demons were defeated. Yunxiang noticed the clues, and you pushed the Hades clan to take the blame. What a cruel method. What a vicious heart. What a scheming scheme. You are really scarier than the devil. Su Emo smiled coldly, and tears flowed from his angry eyes as he spoke. Yi Nanshan's heart ached at her angry and disappointed expression, and he kept shaking his head. No. I don't want to lie to you. I had no choice. Everything I did was to protect you. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's pupils suddenly dilated as if stimulated, staring at him angrily, his face pale with anger, breathing heavily, and asking quickly, "Did you sneak into the God clan for me? Did you worship my master as your teacher for me? As a running dog of an alien race. You played with my 4 tribes at will, and you kept saying it was for me. Do you still have a sense of shame as a human being? Oh, yes. You are not a human being. You are a monster from an alien race. How can you still have a heart?" He could accept how she blamed and scolded him before, but the last sentence was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, causing him to have difficulty breathing and trembling all over. He met her resentful eyes sadly, and faced his heart for the first time. When I was young, I was arranged to infiltrate the God clan, and I was powerless to resist. I admit that I did a lot of bad things later, but since I met you, everything I did was for you. You can say that I am bad, mean, and sinister, but I have a clear conscience towards you. Why don't you believe me? Even a little bit? Believe you? 11 out of 10 of your sentences are false. How can you ask me to believe you? I am afraid that not only your identity, but also the story of your twin sister that you made up before are false. Perhaps there is no Yunqianma in this world, and I don't have a senior brother like you. These words stabbed Yi Nanshan's already fragile heart. The bitterness and grievance drowned him like a wave. The tears in his eyes slid down silently, and a bitter taste oozed out from the corners of his mouth. God knows, senior brother is the most pleasant name he has ever heard in his life, and it is his favorite identity in his life, because every time he heard her call him senior brother, he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. But now she no longer admits, and even refuses to believe that there was such a senior brother. She completely denies all their memories, cuts off their only relationship, and becomes a pair of strangers completely. In her eyes, is he so unbearable? The emperor saw him sad for a woman, and snorted angrily. Look, the woman you hold in your heart doesn't even have the most basic trust. Why do you hold your heart to her and let her abuse you? Wake up. Son, you belong to the alien race. Only your father and the alien race will not betray you. As long as your father succeeds today, let alone the alien race, even the entire Sanlua realm will be yours. Are you still afraid of not finding a satisfactory woman? Humph. Nonsense. He is not your son at all. At this time, a roar came, like a thunder, shaking everyone's expression and looking in the direction of the sound. I saw 9 old men flying from the horizon, landing steadily in the center of the square, and controlling the talisman together. Seeing this scene, everyone was suddenly shocked, and their faces were instantly filled with disbelief. They never knew that there would be so many supreme spirits in the Sanlua realm. The old man in the lead, like the Dark Emperor, had reached the peak of the supreme spiritual immortal. The other 8 were slightly weaker, but at least they were at the late and middle stages of the supreme spiritual immortal. Such a lineup is definitely the most powerful force in the Sanluo realm. But none of them is famous. How can it not be shocking? Not to mention the others. Even the well-informed big guys were horrified. You know, there are only a handful of people like the Dark Emperor, Lu Yeyuan, and Dark Xianin who can enter the supreme spiritual immortal. After all, they are either left over from the ancient times or reincarnated successfully. And any one of them is a powerful person from the ancient times. And for those who have practiced honestly, it is already the limit to reach the peak of the innate spirit immortal. Therefore, the sudden emergence of such a large group of supreme spiritual immortals immediately caused a great shock to everyone. Chapter 2688 The Child in the Arms of the God King. The Emperor did not expect that there were so many powerful big men in the Sanluo realm besides the old guy present. And he did not expect that they would join forces to interrupt the swallowing of the talisman as soon as they arrived. And the divine runes they cast were similar to Su Maoyang's divine runes. Realizing that this group of people were extraordinary, the Emperor's expression was slightly condensed. And he asked loudly, "Who is coming?" "The leader of the Immortal Palace sect. Wuliang Immortal Venerable." The old man in the lead introduced himself. The Emperor had never heard of the existence of the Immortal Palace sect. What a bullshit sect. I haven't heard of it. Are you also from outside Sanluo? He had investigated the situation in Sanluo realm clearly. And the most powerful ones were all here. And there would never be so many unheard of superpowers coming out again. The old man who claimed to be Wuliang Xianzuan sneered and reminded, "My senior brother sealed you in the Evil Sea prison. Have you forgotten it so quickly?" Hearing this, Yihuang's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "You are the junior brother of Chaos God?" "That's right. It's a pity that I was not strong enough back then and failed to join the battle to stop you. Today, I will never let you do evil again." These words not only frightened Yihuang, but also scared Su Maoyang into a cold sweat. She never knew that Yihuang was actually sealed in the Evil Sea prison. Yi Nantian had sent her to the Evil Sea prison to find the reincarnation stone. She found a strange golden gas mass in the cave on the top floor. It was said to be the soul of a powerful person. Could it be? Could it be me? I opened the formation and released the alien soul. Su Maoyang was shocked and looked at Wuliang Xianzuan in a daze. Wuliang Xianzuan shook his head. "Child, it's not your fault. There was a crack in the formation of senior brother. You just happened to see it by chance." Su Maoyang just took it as his comfort. If she guessed correctly, the golden gas ball was most likely the Yuanshan of this alien emperor. The reason why he recovered his strength so quickly and made a comeback was probably related to her last trip to the Evil Sea prison. When she thought of Yi Nantian using her to release the alien Yuanshan while using the Evil Sea prison to get rid of Jun Haocong. This series of interlocking and seamless schemes. She was horrified. Yi Nantian received her increasingly hateful gaze, and his heart ached. He hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. I admit that I want to use the Sea of Evil to get rid of Jun Haocong. But I want you to return to your original spirit and restore your previous life's strength and memory of me. I didn't want to use you to open the formation and release the aliens. With your strength at that time, you couldn't open the formation. So why would I have such an unrealistic and crooked idea?" But such an explanation is too pale for Su Maoyang now. So pale that it's not even a lie. Yi Nantian, don't be stubborn anymore. This woman is not worthy of your true love. Get out of the way quickly, and don't hinder your father from taking action. The emperor of the disaster was so impatient that he roared in anger. Seeing that he was still trying to deceive Yi Nantian, Wuliang Xianzuan angrily scolded him with deep hatred. "Stop spreading rumors here. He is not your son at all. He is the son of the leader of my god clan and a descendant of my god clan. I didn't expect that you would not only deceive him about his background, but also send him to sneak into the god clan to kill his own people. You are so cruel, insidious and vicious, even worse than an animal. And you have the nerve to call yourself his father." He originally thought that the son of the patriarch had long died in the hands of the foreigners, until he saw the crescent birthmark on Yi Nanshan's arm just now. And then he suddenly realized it. The foreigners did not kill him, but used his blood of the gods to train him into a weapon to invade the gods. The reason why he could recognize this child at a glance was because he had some friendship with his father, Shenfu Tianjun, and had held this child in his hands and seen this birthmark. But he didn't expect that such an excellent boy, who should have enjoyed the treatment of the son of the patriarch and become the most handsome and heroic warrior of the gods, fell into the hands of foreigners, and endured all kinds of torture in order to protect the child of the God King. It was really heartbreaking. However, such a truth was like a blow to the head, knocking Enantion to the ground. He stood there half-stupidly, revealing an expression that he couldn't grasp the key points. He has been an undercover agent of the alien race for so many years, and has done so many things that hurt the gods. Now he is told that he is not the son of the alien emperor, but the son of the chief of the gods. Is there any life experience more absurd and ridiculous than this? What nonsense! Even if he is not my son, he is definitely not the son of the chief of the gods. How could the child that the alien emperor took from the hands of the gods become the son of the chief? It's ridiculous. Haha. The gods still have foresight, and played a good show to fool the shrewd and cunning old fox. The gods are really wise. Williang Xinzuan sneered at him, and his sarcastic and mocking tone made the alien emperor feel a little uneasy. What do you mean by this? Seeing his curiosity, Williang Xinzuan kindly told him, I forgot to tell you for so many years. The baby you surrounded and suppressed back then was not the child of the gods at all, but the son of Xingfu Tianjun, a subordinate of the gods. What? Impossible. If he is not the child of the God King, then who is the child who truly possesses the blessing of God? The emperor was deeply shocked, and looked at Enantion with his eyes wide open in horror, suddenly knowing that the potential danger was actually someone else. Even he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Enantion was even more like waking up from a dream, and asked excitedly, What is going on? Since I am the son of the patriarch of the God clan, why did I fall into the hands of the alien race? What encirclement and suppression? What child of the God King? What exactly happened back then? Williang Xinzuan knew that it was not just him, but everyone else present was kept in the dark. So he simply made the secret buried for many years public. Child, have you heard of the blessing of God? Enantion nodded. Yes, the blessing of God is the seal of God planted on the successor selected by the Creator. People who are planted with the seal of God are born with outstanding talents and divine power, and accordingly need to take on the responsibility of protecting Sanluo, consolidating the barrier, and saving the people. Hearing that the God King was great, the child of the human and fairy Yunling had been blessed by God, but unfortunately died in the hands of the demons. Williang Xinzuan shook his head. No, you are wrong. It's not the demons. It's the aliens. We were all deceived by them. At that time, the aliens wanted to invade Sanluo, and they tried their best to get rid of the child with the blessing of God. So, they took advantage of the time when fairy Yunling gave birth, disguised as the demons, and sent troops to make trouble, wanting to completely eliminate the nemesis that prevented them from invading Sanluo from the source. And your father, Xingfu Tianjun, as a subordinate of the God King, had to hand you, who was just born one day, to the God King in order to cover the smooth birth of fairy Yunling, and to protect the people of the world, so as to deceive the enemy and lead them out of the encirclement. At that time, the God King was holding you, who was still a baby, and was trapped in the enemy's encirclement. Although he eventually defeated the aliens, he was unfortunately killed in that battle. I thought you were already dead, but I didn't expect that they would spare your life and take you to the aliens. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's mind couldn't help but flash back to the scene she saw on the Yellow Spring Road. At that time, she was surprised why a godlike man would hold a baby in his arms. But she never thought that the baby was Enantion. What about the God King's real child? At this moment, Su Maoyang suddenly had a premonition. A premonition that made people tremble with fear. Chapter 2689 Senior Brother. Don't. Willian Immortal Venerable looked at her with sorrow, and said affectionately, It was you and Yunqianga. Child. It was because you had the blessing of God that Sanluo was saved. To be honest, the entire God clan owes you an apology. You suffered. Child. It was originally a great blessing to be planted with the God seal. But who would have thought that Fairy Yunling would give birth to a pair of twin girls, who were dependent on each other for fortune and misfortune, which not only brought hope of life to Sanluo, but also cast a shadow of death on Sanluo. What's more heartbreaking is that the savior who should have been well cultivated was misunderstood as the disaster star that destroyed Sanluo. Abandoned by relatives, spurned by the world, and struggled in darkness all his life. The only time she appeared in front of everyone as Yun Qinmo was when she died tragically for the common people. Even the last reputation fell on her sister, not to mention a child. Even an adult like him felt sad and wrong for her. Su Maoyong had a premonition, and although she was mentally prepared, she still felt a pain in her heart and shed 2 lines of tears when she heard the truth. It turned out that her father was not the patriarch of the God clan, but the first-generation leader, the god of war. Not only was she not the disaster star that people said, but she had saved the people in times of crisis. What she couldn't accept the most was that Yi Nantian should have a bright and happy future. But in order to protect her, he fell into the hands of aliens as soon as he was born, and became a shadow in the dark like her. A shameful ghost. He shouldn't have done this. Su Maoyong looked at Yi Nantian with a complicated expression, and her heart felt like it was punched, and a dull pain arose. Now she didn't even have the qualifications to hate. The emperor was tricked, and the flames of anger burned in his black eyes. He interrupted in a stern voice. You gods are the ones who are insidious and cunning. You have deceived me for so many years. No one can walk out of here alive today. Die! After saying that, the emperor waved his sleeves, and many monsters as ugly as him appeared out of thin air. They were obviously aliens who invaded Sanluo. Then they rushed towards Su Maoyong and others like a flood. Seeing this scene, the elders of the Immortal Palace immediately formed a formation, protecting Sanluo's forces behind them, and met the attack of the alien army alone. It must be said that the aliens are indeed strong. Their physical fitness is the same as that of the demons. They have endless brute force and impenetrable defense. Their talents are like those of the gods. In a short time, they have increased their strength to the point where they can trap the Supreme Spirit immortal. What's too much is that their moves and secrets are the same as those of the Hades. They are tricky and weird, often catching people off guard. They are simply the best of all, and are really difficult to deal with. Therefore, the elders of the Immortal Palace Gate had a very difficult fight. On the other hand, the Emperor was confident, and did not take these old guys seriously. His eyes fell on Su Maoyong involuntarily. He would not allow any variables that would affect his invasion of Sanluo to exist. No matter who she was, whether she had the blessing of God or not, she had to die. Thinking of this, the Emperor directly passed the old guy of the Immortal Palace Gate, raised his hand slightly, and the beam of death penetrated the space like a sword and shot straight at Su Maoyong. Lu Yeyuan, who was always on guard against the Emperor Yi's move, was immediately frightened and pushed Su Maoyong away. He flew out like a rainbow and raised his palm to block the terrible beam. But he was only a supreme spiritual immortal after all. His soul was damaged in his previous life. Even if Su Maoyong's elixir was used to repair it in this life, it would be difficult for him to reach the realm of his heyday. Now that he could take on the Emperor Yi's moves, it was already an impossible miracle. Even the Emperor couldn't help but cherish his talent. Humph. You are indeed a talented boy. You have entered the realm of God at a young age. Unfortunately, you are burdened by women and are destined to be cannon fodder in this life. Speaking of which, he should thank Yunxianga. If it weren't for her causing Lu Yeyuan to self-destruct and die, and his soul was damaged, he would have no chance to invade Sanluo. So, this is God's will. The ancient demon god fell, and no one on this land can stop him from conquering Sanluo. When he completely refines these nutrients, he will be the only god in Sanluo. What if you can't return to the realm of God? He is still a height you can never reach. What's more, there is me. At this time, Feng Moxie jumped to the side of Lu Yeyuan in a flash, and suddenly raised his palm to support half of his strength. His deep and firm voice was resounding, like a morning bell and evening drum, beating on the heart of the Emperor Yi. He had forgotten that in this Sanluo realm, besides Lu Yeyuan, there was also Ming Xianin, both of whom were top-notch geniuses. In the previous life, they fought for Yunxianga, and in this life, they joined forces to fight against the enemy for Su Maoyong. It was really interesting. Give up. The two of you combined are not my opponent. He just felt sorry for why such a talent was born in Sanluo realm. Why he was the same as his son who was picked up for nothing, and even gave up his life for a woman, which was really stupid. After the words fell, Lu Yeyuan and Feng Moxie really spit out a mouthful of old blood and took a step back. But it was only one step. The strong willpower and unforgettable feelings supported their backbones. Today, unless they die, no one can hurt Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong couldn't bear to see them risk their lives for her. She didn't care about the injury on her leg and staggered towards them. Even if she couldn't defeat the alien emperor, she would fight side by side with him. However, before she could get close, Yi Nantian got in front of her. Are you still going to help that old thing harm the people? Su Maoyang was angry that he knew her life and wanted to help the aliens do evil. Unfortunately, she didn't have the courage to look directly into those amber pupils. She could only stare at his chest and roar angrily. Yi Nantian looked down at her, looking at the eyes that were obviously angry but dodged because of guilt. And suddenly a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I am very fortunate to be able to protect you since I was born. But unfortunately, I can only protect you in this life. Don't lose your temper if you can't play the piano well. Don't torment your body if you can't practice sword well. And don't cry alone if you feel lonely and wronged. In the future, I can't accompany you. You have to take care of yourself. Hearing this, Su Maoyang looked up in shock. But before he could ask the reason, Yi Nantian had already retreated gracefully, floating in the air. His hands overlapped up and down, releasing a golden light ball with brilliant light. The light ball was brilliant, and it really made his beautiful face as bright as the rising sun. But Su Maoyang knew that it was his soul. He sacrificed his soul. At this moment, her heart trembled, and she screamed in horror. What are you doing? Come back. Seeing her expression of being nervous about him for the only time in her life, Yi Nantian smiled, like the last rays of light outlined by the setting sun on the horizon. The quiet voice with a taste of contentment and happiness, as if it came from ancient times, drifted into Su Maoyang's ears, and stopped at the last moment of his life. I love you once. I don't ask for the next life. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang, and the dazzling beam of light burst out like a wave with Yi Nantian as the center, suddenly illuminating the sky, breaking the formation of the alien emperor, and blasting all the aliens, including the alien emperor, out. Yi Nantian in the sky instantly turned into scattered light points and fell down, and completely sank into the dust in Su Maoyang's terrified pupils. He blew up his soul. He actually blew up his soul. If you blew up your soul, you can still reincarnate and look forward to the next life. But if your soul is gone, you will have nothing. In her future lives, there will be no Yi Nantian. No more her senior brother. Su Maoyang was so scared that he trembled all over. His hands and feet were numb, and his mouth was half open, as if his chest was split open by a knife. He let out a tearing roar. Senior brother. Don't. Chapter 2690, he hasn't heard me call him senior brother. Junior sister. Don't blame yourself. I just hope that if you are unhappy in the future, you can blame me. Sheen is innocent. You are shorter than me, younger than me, and your martial arts are not as good as mine. Of course, you are my junior sister. Unfortunately, I am Insher, just 1 hour earlier than you. Senior brother will not abandon you. Senior brother will never let you wander outside again. Never. I am the Yin Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty. Yin Xiaoyao. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Just get to know me again now. Look at how much you drink. Like a child. With tears at the corners of your mouth. I heard that you refused to eat, so I had to come to supervise you. Since you like to listen, I can play for you every day. Okay. I can teach you. But you have to take medicine and heal your wounds obediently. And get well soon. It's good to be back. Senior brother finally waited for you. The past scenes blurred Su Maoyang's eyes like a tide. The gentle and intimate voice was still in her ears. But in front of her was only a brilliant beam of light that was as fleeting as fireworks. The sky was still so blue. The clouds were still so white. But the senior brother who lived and died for her left with the mission of protecting her. Su Maoyang roared and rushed over, trying to catch the scattered light spots. The cold wind wrapped his last breath and hit her face, stinging her eyes like a leaky bucket. And tears of regret passed through the air. She thought she had time. And she had time to call him senior brother. Willian Xinzuan couldn't bear to see her risking her life alone. So he quickly grabbed her arm and dragged her back. The formation has been broken. Hurry up. Brother. Su Maoyang couldn't stop crying, and tried to reach the direction of Yi Nantian's self-destruction. Willian Xinzuan knew that she was stimulated. So he simply chopped her neck with a knife, and immediately shouted to the back. Take everyone to evacuate quickly. The alien race's strength has increased greatly, and the alien emperor is half a step away from the spiritual god. Even if these supreme spiritual immortals attack together, they may not be able to repel the other party. And the opportunity that Yi Nantian won for them by self-destructing his soul. If they miss it, wouldn't it be a waste of his painstaking efforts? After receiving the order, The elders of the Immortal Palace Gate immediately pinched the seal, cast the space formation, and waved their sleeves to bring the remaining forces of various races in Sunlua Realm back to the Immortal Palace Gate. Immortal Palace Gate? Su Maoyang opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling carved with pure white jade. The surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. There was a faint aroma of calming the mind in the room, as if Yi Nanshan's death was just a nightmare, which turned into a bubble the moment she woke up. She glanced at Lu Yiyuan, who was lying on the bed with dark blue eyes, and touched his hair with heartache. He was so badly injured for her, but he stayed with her all the time. It must be very hard. Lu Yiyuan was not sleeping deeply. He noticed the movement and raised his head suddenly. The bloodshot eyes instantly bloomed with surprise. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll let Jingji come to see you. In fact, she had been awake for a while, but she just couldn't recover for a while. In order not to worry Lu Yiyuan, she sorted out her emotions for a long time, and then forced a smile, shook her head, and tried to sit up. How about others? Are they okay? Lu Yiyuan saw her reluctance and tucked the quilt for her with heartache. They are all fine. Most of them are not seriously injured. They can recover in a few days. Su Maoyang's eyes were stung by his scarred hands. She pulled him over with heartache and choked. Is this good? You were so busy taking care of me that you even forgot your own injuries. My injuries are nothing. But you? If you want to cry, just cry. Don't hold it in. Lu Yiyuan pulled out his hand, held her thin body in his arms, patted her back gently, and said like coaxing a child, I wonder if he coaxed you like this when you were a child. Hearing this, Su Maoyang, who pretended to be strong, could no longer hold back her tears, like water that had been stored for a long time, and threw herself on Lu Yiyuan's shoulder and burst into tears. He left before I called him senior brother. He will never hear it again. Woo woo woo. He heard it. The dazzling light, the gentle wind, and the clouds will tell him. He must be hiding somewhere and laughing now. Su Maoyang hugged him tighter with gratitude. Silly. He hurt you so badly, and you still speak for him. Lu Yiyuan hooked his lips and stroked her hair. A man as smart and cunning as him made the stupidest decision in the world for you. Just for this reason, I forgive him. The more he downplayed it, the more distressed Su Maoyang was. She buried her head in his neck and said sullenly, In fact, I should say sorry to you. He did so many bad things for me. Since you feel sorry for me, then repay me with your companionship for the rest of your life. Lu Yiyuan said arrogantly. Su Maoyang's heart was slightly moved, but she was still a little hesitant. I am Yunqianma, not Yunqiana. Are you sure? Didn't you say you were Su Maoyang? Lu Yiyuan let her go and stared at her seriously. Su Maoyang was puzzled. What's wrong with Su Maoyang? Jun Haocong belongs to Su Maoyang for all eternity. So what can I be sure of? No matter who he loved in his previous life, he only knew that he was called Jun Haocong in this life, and fell in love with a girl named Su Maoyang, and was willing to be with her for all eternity. Su Maoyang smiled, and the red corners of his eyes finally covered with a happy smile in the shadow of sadness. And he answered crisply, Okay, I promise you. However, the warm atmosphere had just been rendered in place, and Lu Yiyuan was still preparing to be more gentle and tender. But the sudden sigh instantly broke the charming atmosphere. Emma, we are finally reconciled. We are so weak outside. Can we come in? At this time, without waiting for Lu Yiyuan to answer, he saw the Hades with a large group of people walking in, and the eyes that looked like they were facing a great enemy were wandering around Lu Yiyuan, giving him full evidence to suspect that the Hades was intentional. As expected, when the Hades came in, he pushed him away without any hesitation and asked Su Maoyang about her well-being. Feng Moxie and Su Maoyang's friends were holding back their laughter, happy to see the dignified demon lord dare not speak out. After all, in front of his father-in-law, he, the reincarnation of the ancient demon god, had to be restrained. Su Maoyang knew that they were worried that she would feel sad and blame herself for Yi Nanshan's matter, so they deliberately made fun of her. In fact, the appearance of the alien race cast a shadow on everyone's heart, and getting rid of the alien emperor and driving the alien race out of Sunlua is her responsibility as the daughter of the god king. So, her eyes passed through the crowd and fell on the ghost fairy Wei Yuanzhou, and asked directly, When you brought me back from Luang Peak, you wanted to pass on your legacy to me and let me revive the Immortal Palace sect. You had expected this day, right? Wei Yuanzhou nodded. Yes. You are the hope of my god clan, and the hope of Sunluo. The reason why the Immortal Palace sect has been hiding its identity for so many years is to bide its time, and wait for your return. Senior, please tell me how I can return to the top, and defeat the alien race. No matter how difficult it is, I am willing to try. Since she was born with the blessing of God, born with talents and divine powers that others do not have, she should also take on her responsibilities. Chapter 2691 Retrieving the Soul. The Sea of Evil Prison. At this time, Wuliang Xinzuan stepped in from outside and explained. Before Su Maoyang could ask, he had already told her everything. That is where you and the Emperor of Alien were buried. Back then, my senior brother burned his soul to perform forbidden techniques, and finally sealed the Emperor of Alien's soul, allowing your broken soul to be preserved and deposited in the altar of the Bagua Tower. So, if you want to restore your strength, you have to go to the Sea of Evil Prison to retrieve your soul, reshape the Sea of God, and reach the realm of God in one fell swoop, so that you have a chance to defeat the Emperor of Alien. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered what she saw in the Sea of Evil Prison that year. There was indeed a towering, magnificent octagonal ancient tower inside. She had the honor of going in and found that there were 33 floors in the ancient tower, and each floor was full of caves, like densely packed eyes, which was creepy. Later, after being pointed out by a mysterious senior who was suppressed in the ancient tower, she learned that the cave contained the ancient Yuanshan. At that time, she was confused and didn't know the identity of the Yuanshan. Now she is clearer and can roughly guess that the golden gas mass on the top must be the Yuan. But she didn't expect that the treasure that the mysterious senior tried to open the altar to seize would be her ancient Yuanshan. At that time, she only knew from him that the art of immortality was buried inside. If she practiced successfully, she could become the master of the world. Now she suddenly realized that if she could refine her Yuanshan, accept her ancient inheritance, and obtain the blessing of God, it is indeed possible to become the Lord of Sunluo. However, judging from the experience of the old senior, it is not easy to open the altar, let alone get the inheritance. Therefore, although Wuliang Xinzuan said only a few words, Su Maoyang clearly understood that this process must be very difficult. Moreover, the Emperor of the others has already become a god halfway, and she has not even retrieved her soul yet. She has to rush to repel the Emperor of the others before he becomes a god and slaughters Sunluo. Anyone who hears this will think it is a fantasy. Realizing that this mission is time-sensitive and has a long way to go, Su Maoyang almost subconsciously made a decision. Okay, I will set off to the Evil Sea prison immediately. Wuliang Xinzuan shook his head and added, not only you. Everyone has to go together, because we have been exposed in the previous battle. With the strength of the Emperor of the others, he can track our breath and come to the door at any time. And the Immortal Palace Gate is just a space formation hidden in the virtual world, and there is a risk of being broken at any time. At present, only the life and death formation set up by the senior brothers and predecessors in the Evil Sea prison is relatively reliable. We can temporarily protect everyone for a while by forming a formation inside. Su Maoyang knew that it would take a lot of effort to lead so many people there, so he immediately clasped his fists and said in gratitude, then I'll have to trouble the Immortal Venerable to take care of them for me. Alas, you kid, you fight for the people. We can't help much. We can only do what we can. I'm already ashamed. Please don't be so polite. The Immortal Venerable Wuliang helped him up with heartache. I'll send someone to make arrangements right away. You take a rest. And when you feel better, we'll set off immediately. Under the leadership and arrangement of the Immortal Venerable Wuliang, Su Maoyang and the guests from the 4 tribes who attended the wedding banquet quickly arrived at the Sea of Evil prison through the teleportation array. For Su Maoyang, who revisited the old place, he could still remain calm in the face of the wreckage and ancient artifacts on the ground. But for other people who came for the first time, it was quite frightening. After all, if it weren't for the elders of the Immortal Palace guarding them, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to come in this lifetime, let alone see the grand scene of ancient artifacts everywhere, seeing everyone's eyes wide open, looking at the magic weapons around with eager eyes. Wuliang Xinzuan said, this is the ancient battlefield where Sunluo and the alien race fought to the death in ancient times. And many of the ancestors, heroic souls, and Hongming spiritual treasures are buried there. But no one expected that the alien emperor, who was suppressed here, would come back so soon. So if you don't want to be a member of the Tombstone and hand over Sunluo to the alien race, hurry up and take local materials and seek opportunities. It's just that inheritance is dangerous, and whether it can succeed depends on everyone's luck. When these words came out, everyone looked at each other in shock. With so many ancient inheritances for them to choose from, they really couldn't dream of such a big deal in their lifetimes. However, when they thought that they would become the dead souls of the aliens if they could not accept the inheritance and could not repel the aliens, their excitement sank to the bottom again. Inheritance is not easy, and repelling the alien emperor is even more difficult. Shinua, Qinjian, Ji Ruiqing, Dongfang brothers and sisters, Xiaoho brothers and sisters, Gongsun Jingji, Fu Minxiu, Mu Jichen and others knew that accepting the inheritance was dangerous, but they still stood up without hesitation. I am a vulgar person and can't say anything for the sake of the people of the world. But there are my brothers and sisters on the land of Sunluo. Even if I have to risk my 10 lives, I will fight for it. Otherwise, I will be ashamed of my lifelong cultivation. Ji Ruiqing said righteously. Well said. I have grown up so big and practiced for so many years. If I can't even protect my relatives and friends, there is no need to live in the world. What's wrong with risking your life? Lu Xiaoming stood up to support. Ran Shuqing smiled and nodded. His eyes firmly, but gently swept towards Su Maoyang. Of course, for the people we care about on this land, we must do our best. Fu Minxiu was fascinated by her bright and tender eyes. He was stunned for a moment, and looked along her line of sight. His heart skipped a beat, and he was shocked. In the past, he just thought that she admired and respected Su Maoyang. But now it seems that it may not be as simple as admiration. Feng Moxie has no eyes, but his heart is more open than anyone else. He seems to know what Su Maoyang is thinking, and he calmly comforts her. You don't need to worry about us, and don't have any burden. You don't owe us, and you don't have to be responsible for us. In the difficulties of Sunluo, each of us has a responsibility, and everyone has the obligation to save his home. To protect our home, we need everyone to work together, not just you alone. So you don't have to care about the people. Just do your best and have a clear conscience. Whether you succeed or not, I will be your unwavering supporter. Zino, Gongsun Jingji and others nodded silently, expressing their willingness to stand with her through thick and thin, and to share life and death. Su Maoyang saw that everyone fearlessly took up the responsibility of protecting Sunluo, and seemed to be infected by this passion. He swept his eyes over everyone's face one by one, swore in his heart, but his mouth turned into 4 short words. Wait for me to come back. I'll accompany you. Lu Yeyuan stood beside her, looking sideways into her eyes, his eyes flashing with the determination to accompany her through life and death. Su Maoyang was worried. What is in the altar? None of us knows. What if you? No one can ever happen. Do you still want to abandon me like last time and let Jun Haocang disappear? Last time, she left the unconscious Jun Haocang alone to go to this evil sea prison and encounter danger. Jun Haocang was buried here to save her. Now he finally got back Jun Haocang's feelings, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake again. Recalling that they had gone through so many ups and downs, life and death were no longer a fear. The only fear was that they were not by each other's side at the moment of danger. Su Maoyang smiled. Okay, let's go in together. After that, the two walked side by side, and resolutely walked into the octagonal ancient tower shrouded in thick fog, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of tragedy and stopped delaying, and began to search for their opportunities. Su Maoyang entered the ancient tower again, and the familiar breath and picture came to her face. But this time she had a different state of mind, because she knew that it was she who was buried under the altar. Little girl, I didn't expect you to come back to fulfill your promise. At this time, a deep and vicissitudes voice echoed again in the ancient tower, causing Su Maoyang to bow and kowtow, and replied, Thank you for your help in the past, but I came here not only to rescue you, but also for more important things. Let me ask you, are you from Sunluo? From the breath, this person should not be from the alien race. Of course he is from Sunluo. Why do you ask this question? Little girl? Su Maoyang glanced at the golden gas mass on the top floor of the ancient tower, and it was indeed gone. He understood and explained. The senior has been trapped in this tower for many years, and may not know that the top floor of this ancient tower is sealed with the soul of an alien race. Now that the soul has escaped, The alien race has returned and wants to devour my son Luo. I have no choice but to come here to open the altar, retrieve my soul from my previous life, and protect Sun Luo. What? This altar is actually your soul from your previous life? Who were you in your previous life? The old man didn't expect that the altar would contain such a truth. Yun Qianmo. Su Maoyang gave his name. However, when these words came out, the old man was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. You are actually Yun Qianmo. Su Maoyang was shocked by his familiar tone, and asked with hope, Senior, do you also know Yun Qianmo? This is the third person who knows her previous life besides her senior brother and Wuliang Xinzuan. How can she not be shocked? Chapter 2692, A Tortuous and Bizarre Life Experience. However, the old man did not have time to answer her question, and took the lead in asking two questions, with a hurried tone as if asking for confirmation. Are you from the southern Sui kingdom? And are you the daughter of Su Yihui and the eldest princess Nan Yunji? This sentence was like a flash of lightning, whizzing through Su Maoyang's head, making her look shocked and her chest heaving. How do you know my life experience in the lower plane? Who are you? Hearing this, the old man suddenly laughed up to the sky, and the laughter shook from his chest. Every word and sentence could not hide the grief and longing. The heaven has eyes. The heaven has eyes. Who would have thought that I would be trapped in this evil sea prison and still be able to see Shir's child? Do you know Long Yinchi? The sound of Shir made Su Maoyang freeze again. The old man chuckled and softened his voice, his tone revealing a bit of intimacy. More than knowing her, she is my biological sister. Child. Ordinarily, you should call me uncle. Su Maoyang never thought that the mysterious senior she met a few years ago would be her uncle. Perhaps this identity was too unexpected for her, and she was stunned for a moment before she asked excitedly, I am your sister's daughter. But why did I appear in the southern Sui kingdom? And why did I become the daughter of the eldest princess? Alas, it's a long story. Back then, your mother and the Hades emperor fell in love with each other and decided to spend their lives together. However, my dragon clan had a rift with the Hades clan because of the ancient war between the gods and the underworld, and we did not approve of this marriage and forcibly separated them. But I didn't expect that your mother would get pregnant with you at this time. And I didn't expect that the old demon emperor would actually set his sights on your mother. The old demon king was old, and Shir was pregnant. We couldn't bear to push Shir into the fire pit, so we rejected the marriage. But who would have thought that the old demon king was so despicable and shameless that he joined forces with the White Tiger clan to attack the Dragon clan and forced our clan to hand over your mother. At that time, your mother had just given birth to you, in order not to implicate the Dragon clan and prevent the world from discovering your existence. She entrusted you, who was still in the cradle, to me, and went to meet the old demon king alone. In the end, she committed suicide in the Phoenix clan. The old demon king knew that my mother was pregnant with the child of the Hades emperor, but he still forced her to marry him. Su Maoyang didn't understand. The old man sighed. He didn't know, and even your father didn't know. Why don't you tell the Hades? My father still regrets that he didn't save my mother in time. Are you going to disregard the lives of your relatives because of the grudges in the previous life? Su Maoyang didn't understand and asked angrily. The old man shook his head and said solemnly, Child, it's not that we don't tell, but we can't tell. Your existence is the biggest secret of my dragon clan, and there is no way to make it public. Hearing this, and in connection with Yun Qianmo's identity, Su Maoyang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Is it related to my identity in my previous life? Yes, although I am only a descendant of the ancient dragon clan. I have not experienced the ancient war, and don't know what happened in the ancient times. But I have heard the name Yun Qianmo, which is related to the lifeblood of my dragon clan, from my ancestor since I was born. It is said that she is the hope of saving Sun Luo. But unfortunately, she was killed by the villains in the ancient war. Her soul was broken, and her soul was scattered. And she has some origins with my dragon clan. The ancestors of my ancient dragon clan took a lot of effort to collect her soul fragments and bring them back to the dragon clan for nurturing, in order to reshape her true body. Our clan even sacrificed the luck of the dragon clan and sealed its soul in Sierra's body, hoping that she could reincarnate into Sierra's belly. The only thing they didn't expect was that Sierra would be pregnant with a child of the Hades. This is also the main reason why they strongly disapproved of Sierra and the Hades getting married. The dragon clan suffered a great disaster. So you sent me to the southern Sui kingdom in the lower plane? Su Maoyang guessed it more or less. the old senior admitted. Yes, your identity is too sensitive. And many bad guys want to get rid of you as soon as possible. In order to protect your soul fragments, our dragon clan has kept this secret for generations. Later, you came to the world and happened to encounter the dragon clan in trouble. I had to seal your breath and send you to the southern Sway kingdom in the lower plane for refuge. Because I carry the hatred of the dragon clan and my special identity. It is not suitable for me to stay with you for a long time. So I thought about finding a family to foster me. Perhaps it was fate that day when Nan Yunji of the princess's mansion gave birth. But the baby died at birth. I thought that although the princess's mansion in this remote place was not a wealthy family, it could at least ensure that you would have no worries about food and clothing. So I wanted to foster you under her name. The nanny beside her at that time couldn't bear to tell her the bad news of the baby's premature death. In order to stabilize the weak mother, she finally agreed to my request and moved you to her side. Hearing the whole story, Su Maoyang took a deep breath in shock. She never thought that it was the dragon clan that nurtured her soul fragments. Perhaps it was really as the Hades said. The reason why she traveled to Su Maoyang was because the soul fragments scattered in the other world were completely returned to their original positions, forming a complete her. This can also explain why Su Maoyang was crazy and stupid before, and lost her mind. And it was because the dragon clan sacrificed their dragon luck for her, that they suffered such a disaster, and ended up being exterminated. Therefore, such a tortuous and bizarre life experience was all the dragon clan's sincere love for her. So, Uncle wanted to come to this evil sea prison to seek opportunities and avenge the dragon clan? Su Maoyang was grateful for his kindness, but also felt sorry for his experience. This title, which was over 30 years late, instantly made Long Weiran burst into tears. He said bitterly, "The dragon clan was destroyed, and I am the only one left alive. If it weren't for revenge, why would I come to this dangerous place? And why would I hold on until now and end up as a ghost?" Su Maoyang felt a pang of pain when he heard this, and comforted him. "No, the dragon clan is not just Uncle. There is still me in the dragon clan, and your ancestor, the ancient blood ghost dragon. Although she is the reincarnation of the daughter of the God King, without the dragon clan, she, Su Maoyang, could not be born, at least in this life. The dragon clan is her benefactor, and Long Yinchi is her mother." When he suddenly heard the name of the ancient blood ghost dragon, Long Weiran was shocked. "What did you say? Ancient blood ghost dragon? Did I hear it right?" That was the ancestor of the dragon clan, who was a powerful figure in the God King period. Unfortunately, he fell with the God King and did not participate in the subsequent ancient war. Therefore, let alone a descendant of the dragon clan like him, even many dragon clan ancestors have never had the honor of seeing his true face. Now, he actually heard the news of this ancestor again from Yunshinma's mouth. If it weren't for the seal, he would have almost jumped out of the cave. Su Maoyang nodded. "You heard it right. Your ancestor is now in my dragon piano. I believe that as long as I can successfully retrieve the Yuanshan and reach the divine realm, I can reshape his true body for him." Good. Good. God has eyes. My dragon clan is saved. My dragon clan is saved. Long Weiran was so excited that his tears were boiling, and he roared to the sky. Su Maoyang didn't dare to delay, and immediately clasped his fists and bowed. "Uncle, time is tight. I can't stay any longer. For the dragon clan, for Sun Luo, I will do my best to retrieve the Yuanshan, and I will not let down the dragon clan and Uncle's painstaking efforts." Chapter 2693 Back to the Past. "Good boy. Go ahead. No matter whether you can get your soul back or not. You are my nephew, Long Weiran, and a descendant of my dragon clan. Your uncle has nothing to ask for but your safe return." During this journey, she heard too many words of concern for her, and her nose would become sour every time she heard them. She knew that in the face of the kindness of her relatives, words of gratitude were redundant, and only actions could not disappoint their love for her. Thinking of this, she bowed in the direction of her uncle and walked towards the altar. She took out the reincarnation stone prepared for her by Wuliang Xianzuan and placed it at the Taiji fish eye. At this time, there was a clear click, like the sound of a key turning in a lock, and the Bagua map on the altar seemed to be lit up, instantly bursting out a dazzling beam of light, and then opened to both sides with the spirit world line as the center, gradually revealing the underground entrance inside the altar. Su Maoyang and Lu Yeyuan looked at each other and stepped onto the stone steps leading to the underground together. The steps were deep, and they walked in the dark for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the bottom. The first thing that caught their eyes was a giant stone door that was 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. The stone door was simple and plain, without any patterns or carvings. It was bare, and even had no door knockers or mechanisms. It was only covered with a thick layer of dust, separating the inside and the outside world into two worlds. But both Su Maoyang and Liu Yeyuan knew that this door was not as simple as they saw. This door is covered with a layer of terrible barrier energy. It is not feasible to break through it by force. Although Liu Yeyuan did not find any door, he could also feel the terrifying power coming from the stone door. Su Maoyang closed her eyes, urged her mental power and soul power, and scanned the stone door like a detector without missing any corners. After this exploration, as she expected, there were extremely complex divine patterns hidden on the stone door, and many patterns could even be found in the ancient divine pattern atlas. In this way, it can be regarded as a confirmation that the ancient divine pattern atlas was indeed written by her master in her previous life, Lord Chaos. With this understanding, Su Maoyang suddenly felt more confident and began to unravel the divine pattern. This lasted for a stick of incense. And finally, when she saw the truth of the stone door clearly, she suddenly opened her eyes. Liu Yeyuan looked at her with shock and asked curiously, "What did you see?" "I actually saw my weapon on it," Su Maoyang exclaimed in shock, and her excited mood could not calm down for a long time. "There are 4 grooves on the stone door, which are the shapes of the weapons I contracted. I think that I only need to embed my weapons in the corresponding positions to open the stone door. I just didn't expect that the soul-snatching needle, dragon chain, evil blood cauldron and Qingming sword that I got by chance were actually the keys to open the stone door. If any of them is missing, the stone door cannot be opened, as if it was tailor-made for her, and it seemed to be arranged by fate." At this moment, Su Maoyang truly felt the hard work of her master. It turned out that her master had paved the way for her and guided her in the ancient times, waiting for her to return to the peak and take back everything that belonged to her. Because this place belongs only to her. Among the thousands of creatures in the world, only she can open the altar and walk here. This should be the sense of destiny of the destined person. Liu Yeyuan knew that this altar was left by Chaos Lord. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he learned about this thought. "For you, your master really took great pains. Fortunately, you didn't let him down. You withstood the test and came here step by step with your own strength." Su Maoyang shook his head with a sour nose. "I came too late. If I had been more diligent and worked harder, I wouldn't have put Sun Luo in danger and let the emperor take advantage of it. You have done very well. You have come to this point step by step from the most difficult environment in the lower plane. You have not let him down." Liu Yeyuan stroked her hair and comforted her. He knew that she was born extraordinary and would fall into so many dangers and difficulties. They were all tests from the Creator to her. Only those who have passed the test can come here and get the glory bestowed by the Creator. Now, she is only one step away from that glory. Su Maoyang also wanted to know what was behind the stone door. So she gently waved her hand to summon the 4 weapons, fitting them into the door one by one according to their shapes. At this moment, a rumbling sound like thunder shook the stone door, and a crack suddenly appeared in the thick dust, followed by a piercing cold wind. Liu Yeyuan was quick-witted and waved his robe to block the cold air for Su Maoyang. But even so, the two still felt their flesh and blood stagnated, as if they were frozen all over. Su Maoyang was secretly shocked and immediately activated the strange fire, which allowed the two to recover from the stiffness. But at this moment, she had no time to study this terrible breath, and her eyes were attracted by 2 silver air masses floating in the air in front of her, shining brightly, as if she was summoned and pulled by a huge force. She could not help but walk towards the ball of light. Even the cautious and suspicious Liu Yeyuan was stimulated by the light ball at this moment, and his calm state of mind instantly set off a huge wave, so intense that it seemed to burst out of his chest. The tragic scenes of the previous life clearly and deeply impacted his sea of consciousness. But when he looked around again, he found that the surroundings were white, and he could not see the objects clearly, and he could not tell the direction. It was like being on the top of the cloud, and even the road under his feet became light. Only the 2 balls of light shone like the sun, emitting a dazzling brilliance throughout the space. However, Liu Yeyuan had no time to stop it, and Su Maoyang had already reached out to one of the balls of light. I saw a terrifying beam of light exploded, And the scene in front of Su Maoyong suddenly turned. And he actually returned to the Xianyan Peak in ancient times. The fragments she had seen in the illusion were instantly reassembled into a coherent picture, which made her witness Yun Qianmo's life with her own eyes. She witnessed herself growing up under the guidance of Chaos God, and witnessed herself and her senior brother getting to know each other and accompanying each other in Xianyan Peak. They practiced together, collected herbs together, practiced swords together, and played the piano together. When she couldn't recite the alchemy book, he would cover it for her. When she got into trouble, he would take the blame for her. When she made the master angry, he would plead with the master for her. When she was angry, he would let her vent. When she was sad, he would cheer her up. When she was lonely, he would accompany her. In these pictures, the master was strict and scary, while the senior brother was gentle and omnipotent. It was because of the company of the senior brother that her depressed childhood was more colorful and happy. Now that so many real and clear images appeared in front of her again, Su Maoyong couldn't help crying. It was true. That dream was true. And her senior brother didn't lie to her. However, time was ruthless. And before Su Maoyong could be greedy for her senior brother's tenderness, the day of separation came in a blink of an eye. It was a gloomy afternoon, and the clouds were dark and about to fall, just like her mood. So heavy that she almost couldn't breathe. She would never forget what the man in the robes of the god said to his master with a sad face. God, Yun Qiange is the hope of my god clan. If she marries the demon clan, wouldn't it destroy the foundation of the god clan? After all, Yun Qianmo is also the daughter of my god clan. She won't ignore her own sister and her own people. Chapter 2694. She is not even as good as a tree. Although the master has always been serious and strict with her, it was the first time she saw him get furious and curse at someone with a red face. Where were you when she was crying for food? Where were you when she needed the company of her family? Where were you when she needed the guidance of her elders? You never raised her or cared for her for a day. Now that the gods are in trouble, you think of her and even have the nerve to say that she is your daughter. Are you worthy? The old man of the gods was scolded and embarrassed. He wiped the spit on his face and said in embarrassment, God, it's not that we don't want to raise her. She was born to be a disaster. We really don't dare to joke with the fate of the gods. Humph! If the fairy hadn't secretly saved this child, she would have died in your hands. Now that you know she is still useful, you have come to find her again. You don't care about her identity as a disaster at all. The gods are really shameless. Chaos God snorted sarcastically. The old man from the god clan knew that he was in the wrong and did not dare to get angry with him. He could only flatter him humbly. God, please agree to my request for the sake of the god clan. After all, she will marry the real demon queen. Lu Yeyuan will not treat her badly. Haha. Demon queen? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? It sounds nice to call her the demon queen. But in fact, she is just a hostage sent by the god clan to the demon clan. You can't bear to see Yun Qiange suffer this. And I won't allow you to pay attention to him or Xianyan Peak does not welcome you. Leave quickly. Chaos God angrily waved his sleeves and drove the guests away. Although Yun Qiange and Yun Qianmo are twin girls with the same appearance, temperament, talent and aura, they may reveal their true identity in front of Lu Yeyuan. Once the demons discover Yun Qianmo's true identity, she will have no way to go but death. If Yun Qiange is in danger, the gods will fight to save her. But as for his amour, even if she rots in the demons, no one will look at her. How could he bear to push her into the fire pit where she is isolated and helpless? God, if you don't help the gods this time, then Saluo will be in chaos, and the people of the world will be affected. Do you want to watch Saluo perish and the people suffer? There is more than one life in this world. Do you really want to be a sinner who ignores the people and does nothing about the world? Hearing this, a contradictory look flashed across the face of Chaos God, and his brows condensed into a mountain peak, with reluctance and heartache inside. At this moment, Yun Qianmo, who was hiding in the dark, stood up. There were traces of tears on her face, but her expression was very calm. She said 2 short words with determination. I'll go. Su Maoyong knew that the reason she agreed was that she wanted to see what the gods who despised her looked like, and what kind of grace the sister she had never met was that made the gods go to such lengths for her. She wanted to know whether the relatives who abandoned her had ever thought of her, and why they were so cruel to kill a child who was still in her cradle. Most importantly, she didn't want to embarrass her master. and didn't want her master to become a sinner who was criticized by the world. After all, the gods could shamelessly give her the identity of a disaster star. And naturally they could also fabricate a crime of harming the people for her master. Master raised her. How could she bear to let him bear the infamy? Yun Qianmo finally left the place where she was raised for 17 years, and came to the territory of the gods. She walked in the Yaotai Fairy Palace, where there was a corridor every 5 miles, and a pavilion every 10 miles, with clusters of flowers and green trees. And the fairy air was floating. She was frequently attracted by the majestic and magnificent jade pillars, and the glittering, elegant and gorgeous green tiles, and golden eaves. Finally, standing in front of the 3 gold-plated characters of Feiyun Hall, looking at the colorful and extremely prosperous and noble furnishings inside, Yun Qianmo couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. This was the first time she knew that there was such a poetic and beautiful place in the world. "Emo girl, your sister is healing now, so it's not appropriate to disturb her. You stay here for a while. If you feel bored, you can go to the nearby garden for a stroll." The old man of the gods squeezed a smile at her, but she knew that this smile did not belong to her, but to her sister Yunqianga. She did not expose the other party's hypocrisy, and accepted the arrangement without hesitation. She was actually very curious about how her sister lived in the god clan, and what kind of environment she lived in during the years without her. But after this stroll, she had to admit that Yunqianga's garden had many more flowers than her Xian in Peak's back mountain. They were crowded and stacked, and the variety was so complicated that it was impossible to count them. It was like the stars in the sky, which was dazzling. But what attracted her most was the pear tree that stood alone in a corner, out of tune with other flowers and trees, but looked like a dream under the rush of clouds and light. She couldn't help but walk under the tree. Her snow-white long skirt blended into the pear blossoms, and occasionally a breeze blew. The petals drifted down, and a touch of intoxicating fragrance passed over her nose. I don't know if it was the wind that wet her eyes, or the fragrance that stimulated her nose. Tears flowed down her cheeks, just like pear blossoms rolling down her dress. Although this tree is not as charming and colorful as the flowers, nor does it have the beautiful and strange postures of other plants, nor the elegance of pavilions and waterside pavilions. It is very simple and light compared to other landscapes. But even it can have a place in Yunqianga's garden. While she, as the daughter of the head of the god clan, was kicked away, never stood on the land of the god clan, lived in the palace of the god clan, and received a day of grace. Now, after finally taking her back, it is also to send her to the demon clan. And there is really no attachment. She is not even as good as a tree. However, just when Yun Qianmo was looking at her own shadow, the crisp sound of footsteps on leaves in the distance startled her to look up, and saw that behind the rockery, there was actually a tall and handsome young man standing. She was stunned for a moment, wiped her tears hurriedly, and asked cautiously, "Who is there?" "It's me, Ming Xianin." Ming Xianin awkwardly walked out from behind the rockery, revealing his full appearance. Yun Qianmo frowned, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Who is Ming Xianin? Hearing this, Ming Xuanin's expectation fell to the bottom in an instant. He didn't expect that after 3 years of not seeing her, she actually forgot about him completely. Yes, she didn't take him seriously in the first place. The only person she could remember was Liu Yeyuan, the 6th prince of the Ming clan. Ming Xianin. Perhaps in order to deepen her memory, he pronounced every word very clearly. Yun Qianmo nodded in confusion, and looked at him curiously. "Since you are from the Ming clan, why did you appear in the god clan?" I'm worried about you." When asked why, Ming Xuanin's face turned red, and he stammered with a bit of embarrassment. "Worried about me?" Yun Qianmo was even more puzzled. "I'm worried that the god clan will really agree to Liu Yeyuan's request and marry you to the demon clan. Everyone knows that the demon clan is a demon cave that eats people without spitting out bones. And Liu Yeyuan is a bloodthirsty and cruel demon. If you go there, you will definitely be humiliated. I really can't bear to see you humiliated. As long as you believe in me, I will definitely find a way to save you from the sea of suffering. And I will never lie." Hearing this, Yun Qianmo suddenly realized. It turned out that he mistook her for Yun Qianga. Seeing the other party's uneasy look because of his concern for her safety, Yun Qianmo felt warm and envied her sister. I didn't expect that not only the god clan was worried about her safety, but even the prince of the Hades clan was always thinking about her. It must be great to be cared for and loved by everyone. Thinking about it, she raised a light and gentle smile on her lips, and thanked him for his kindness on behalf of Yunxiang. Thank you. You are a good person. I appreciate your kindness. Why? Do you really want to marry Liu Yiyuan? Ming Xianin didn't understand, and asked emotionally. Yun Qianma shook her head. You have a noble status and a bright future. You should have a wonderful life. There is really no need to take such a risk. I can't bear it. Anyway, she is also a disaster star, and cannot be exposed in front of people. No one will care about her life or death. With her replacing Yunxiang, there is no need to sacrifice others. Not to mention that the other party is a good person with a bright future and good intentions. Chapter 2695 Sister, I have never met. You actually think I am noble? You don't mind my status as a bastard? Hearing this, Ming Xuanin's eyes lit up, and he asked back in disbelief. In front of the Nine Heavens goddess, he, a bastard, was actually worthy of her saying noble. He was really flattered. Yun Qianmo didn't understand why he was shocked. You are the prince of the underworld, so you are naturally extremely noble. And you are handsome, outstanding, and elegant, which is better than most men. As the saying goes, heroes don't ask where they come from. As long as you are a person with a clear conscience and do things without fear, why should you mind whether you are legitimate or illegitimate? Although Yun Qianma knew about the difference between legitimate and illegitimate from books, she lived in the mountains and forests for many years, and never cared much about the false reputation of bloodline. And after years of teaching by her master, in her concept, all beings are equal, as long as you have good intentions and behave in a way that is not ashamed of heaven and earth. You are an extraordinary person. But Ming Xianin had never heard such words before, and he sighed as if he had been enlightened. What a man who has no regrets in his heart, and is not afraid to do things. I understand. Thank you for enlightening me today. Even if he is a bastard. So what? He is already the prince of the Ming clan, which is more noble than most people. Not to mention that he is outstanding in every aspect, and is better than the eldest son. I believe that as long as he is strong enough and confident enough, he doesn't need to care about what is high or low. Thinking of this, Ming Xianin looked at the pair of clear and pure eyes, like spring water, and suddenly felt an unprecedented throbbing. This is the first time that someone has affirmed him, comforted him, and appreciated him with equal eyes. It is also the first time to see her true face under the mask, which is much more flesh and blood and warmer than that cold and hard armor. She is beautiful and elegant, kind-hearted and approachable. This is what a goddess should be like. 6 Prince, you don't have to be polite. I have to go. Yun Qianmo didn't dare to stay for long. Her existence was a secret that could not be exposed. It would be bad if she continued to talk about it. After that, without waiting for Ming Xianin to stop her, Yun Qianmo had already lifted her skirt and walked through the flower path towards Feiyin Palace. At this time, the doctors who treated Yun Qiange had withdrawn from Feiyin Palace one after another. The waiter of the God clan walked quickly and led the way for Yun Qianmo. Miss Yun, the lady has woken up. Please follow me. The waiter was just a maid serving Yun Qiange. Now that she knew her identity, she still called her Miss, which showed that she did not recognize her identity as the daughter of the clan leader. Yun Qianma, who was originally looking forward to meeting her sisters, suddenly understood a little. She followed the waiter through the spacious hall that was as spacious as dozens of her bedrooms. It took her half a cup of tea to finally reach the inner bedroom and see Yun Qiange lying on the couch, looking a little weak. On the way here, she heard that the gods and demons had been fighting for a long time. Although Yun Qiange was strong, he was not made of iron. The long-term consumption hurt his foundation, and he retreated from the battlefield. However, the moment they saw each other, surprise flashed in their eyes. They really couldn't imagine that there were people in this world who looked exactly like them. Not to mention the appearance and temperament. Even the surprised look and the subtle expressions were indistinguishable. I believe that if they were not all here, no one would be able to tell the truth from the false. It was really magical. Elder Yu who brought you back said that we looked like the same person. I didn't believe it at first. But after seeing you today, I realized that the fate in this world is really amazing. Yun Qiange looked at her carefully for a long time before she spoke with a sigh. Yun Qiange also stared at her intently, and heard that even her voice was exactly the same as hers, which made her feel absurd and ridiculous. Yes, everything is exactly the same, but the fate is very different. Yun Qiange was born to live in a magnificent palace, while she could only stay in a wooden house that was not even as big as the bed in front of her. It's really sad to think about it. Yun Qiange heard the resentment in her mouth, and her face was immediately full of heartache. She quickly stretched out her hand to beckon her over. My dear sister, I didn't know there was such a person in the world. I have wronged you all these years. Come here and let your sister take a look at you. Yun Qiange looked up in surprise. She thought Yun Qiange didn't like her either. But at this moment, she looked at her affectionately and deeply, without any disgust or airs, just like a pair of ordinary sisters who had not seen each other for many years, which made Yun Qianme's frozen heart loosen for a moment. She was stagnant for a long time, entangled for a long time, and finally couldn't resist the tender hand that was hanging in the air for a long time and unwilling to let go, and couldn't help but walk closer to her bed. Yun Qiange took her hand and held it tightly in her palm, as if to warm her heart that was frozen by family affection, and apologized with a guilty face. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the God clan wouldn't abandon you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to marry the demon clan for me. It's my sister who is sorry for you. As she said that, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from Yun Qiange's sad eyes. The self-blaming and guilty expression and the sincere apology made Yun Qianme's originally resentful emotions have traces of being broken. After all, when she was regarded as a disaster and spurned by the gods, Yun Qiange was still a baby who knew nothing. What had she done wrong? She wouldn't vent her anger on her sister, who was also innocently deceived. Yun Qianme shook her head and said sullenly, It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame my bad luck. I was born to be a disaster star. Yun Qiange immediately blocked her mouth with her index finger when she heard this. Don't listen to their nonsense. In my heart, you are not a disaster star. You are my sister, Yun Qiange, and also the noble goddess of my god clan. Yun Qianme got the recognition of her relatives for the first time, and then her eyes turned red, and tears could no longer be contained and rolled down. Don't worry. I won't let them send you to the demon clan. You have suffered so much, and it's time for your sister to protect you. Yun Qiange patted her hand in promise. But what about this marriage? Do you really want to marry Liu Yeyuan? On the way here, Yun Qianme learned about the whole story of this marriage. The god clan is already at the end of its strength, and cannot hold out for too long under the fierce attack of the demon clan. If they refuse to agree to Liu Yeyuan's marriage request, the god clan will be in danger of extinction at any time. But Yun Qiange is the successor of the god clan. How could the god clan hand over the future leader to the demon clan? That's why they would try every means to bring her back to replace Yun Qiange. Now from her tone, she actually wants to abandon all the people of the god clan to protect her. How can she feel at ease? Yun Qiange pretended to smile and said, In fact, Liu Yeyuan and I have developed feelings for each other after so many fights. It's a pity that although we love each other, we have not been together due to our status. Now he wants to marry me regardless of the hatred between the 2 races. Let's just say that he is sincere. Absolutely not. You are the pillar of my god clan. If you go to the demon clan, what's the difference between you and the extinction of the god clan? Goddess, you must not say these crazy things again. At this time, Elder Yu, who had been monitoring the conversation between the 2, walked in with a sullen face and stopped them. It doesn't matter whether I marry or not, but my sister has just returned to the god clan, and you are sending her to the demon clan. Don't you think it's too cruel? Yun Qiange was dissatisfied with the elder's mischief and roared angrily. Goddess, this is her destiny, and it is also your mission. The god clan needs you. You have to stay and support the god clan, and you must not be a sinner of the god clan. Elder Yu advised earnestly. Yun Qiange was pushed to the extreme, and pulled out the sword hanging beside the curtain and crossed her neck. What a bullshit mission. It's not enough to harm my sister to this point, but you also want to force her to a dead end. I might as well die. Yun Qianme couldn't bear to watch her sister die, and she was so scared that she hurried forward to grab her arm. Sister, don't do stupid things. I'm just a floating duckweed. I can marry anywhere. You really don't have to do this for me. I think Liu Yeyuan loves you deeply, and he won't treat me badly. You can rest assured. Chapter 2696. Yes. I fell in love with him. My silly sister. How can you go to the demon clan? Yun Qiange looked at her in surprise, with tears on her face showing heartache. Yun Qianme's eyes were stung by the blood on her neck, and she retorted with a heartache. You can go. Why can't I go? The god clan said I am a disaster star. I want to prove to them that I can also save the God clan and protect you. My sister? Although the God clan despised her, her sister was willing to recognize her, protect her, and even die for her. Now that she knew that her last relative in the world did not abandon her, how could she bear to put her in a dilemma? She wanted the God clan to owe her this favor, and to be so guilty that they could never say a bad word about her again. Under the planning and arrangement of the God clan, Yun Qianmo finally came to the territory of the demon clan. On the wedding day, she wore a wedding dress of the gods and a crystal crown on her head. She sat in the strange and empty, but festively decorated demon palace, feeling uneasy, until the hurried footsteps came from outside the palace, and a tall figure in red wedding clothes suddenly rushed into Yun Qianmo's eyes in the candlelight. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face, outlined by the flickering candlelight like a ghost in the night. Very charming and captivating. He was full of murderous aura, like Shura descending, but he was handsome and bright in a fiery red wedding robe. The deep ice blue eyes were shrouded in bloodthirsty coldness. But the moment he saw her, it seemed as if the fire was instantly forced into two clusters of hot flames, and crashed straight into Yun Qianmo's heart. Yun Qianmo was stunned for a long time, then suddenly opened her pupils and exclaimed, "It's you?" She didn't expect that he was actually the demon god Lu Yeyuan of the demon clan. Lu Yeyuan was also looking at her intently, but the next second he was amused by her strange reaction. "If it's not me, who else could it be? No one in this world dares to marry you except me, Lu Yeyuan." Yun Qianmo suddenly realized that she was now Yun Qiange, the noble goddess of the gods, not the Yun Qianmo who had met him once before. Realizing that she was almost exposed, she tightened her skin and clenched her fingers, trying her best to restrain the panic in her heart. Seeing her frozen there with a strange expression, Lu Yeyuan thought that she was too nervous on her wedding night, and comforted her in a relaxed tone. "Don't worry. If you are not ready, I can sleep on the floor." Sleep on the floor? Yun Qianmo didn't expect that the dignified demon god would actually be willing to sleep on the floor. She was originally eloquent, but she was shocked and speechless. She was stunned for a long time before muttering softly, "Will it be too unfair to you?" Lu Yeyuan's cold crimson lips were slightly hooked, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. But he didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he walked over and leaned over to support the bed, leaning against her body, and whispered, "If you feel that I am wronged, let me get on the bed as soon as possible." Yun Qianmo's pretty face was embarrassed, and before she could hide, he had already withdrawn and left, with a quilt and pillow in his hands. Seeing that he was just taking things, Yun Qianmo was even more ashamed. While she was annoyed by her dirty thoughts, she also felt an inexplicable loss. However, her shy and surprised expression perfectly pleased Lu Yeyuan. The girl in front of him was indeed much more lively than the one who fought with a mask on all day long. Recalling the past, combined with the beautiful face in front of him, his heart was throbbing, and he couldn't help it. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. "I am willing to wait." Yun Qianmo originally thought that he was just talking. After all, he was a demon who made people tremble. He was a demon god who could cover the sky and rain with one hand. He wanted any woman, so why wait patiently for her alone? But what he didn't expect was that he really kept his word, and was extremely patient and considerate to her. No matter how busy he was, he would rush back to accompany her to eat and sleep with her, in order to prevent the demons from pointing fingers at her, and to take care of her mood. He slept on the floor next to her couch for a month without any complaints. In the end, she felt sorry for him and called him to the couch. Since she came to the demons, she can sleep until noon every day, no longer needing to be taught by her master, can do whatever she wants, eat whatever she wants, and no longer need to be constrained by others and look at others' faces. That was the first time in her life that she felt the joy of freedom. Later, she learned that the maids and servants who served her were all hand-picked by Lu Yeyuan, and his daily food, clothing and daily expenses were also selected by him personally. She had never expected that a person who was so busy with affairs of state would be so meticulous. What moved her most was that he actually knew her preferences very well, and there was not a single dish, soup or dessert that she didn't like. Could it be that Yun Qiange not only looked like her, but also had very similar tastes? She couldn't figure it out, and she didn't dare to think about it. Even when she wanted to indulge in his tenderness and affection, she had to remind herself that she was a fake who had taken her sister's husband. She kept telling herself that all this was for her sister, and that she was just borrowing her identity and taking advantage of her. But every time she saw Lu Yeyuan, her heart would beat uncontrollably under his deep love, becoming more and more uncontrollable. In this way, they spent a year of sweet time together, until the news of the underworld attacking the demon clan spread to the demon palace, and the two of them welcomed the day of separation for the first time. Yun Qianmo will never forget her back standing at the gate of the palace and watching him rush to the battlefield, as if a silent farewell had condensed into eternity in her heart. After all, no one expected that this separation would be forever. Lu Yeyuan was gone for a month, and Yun Qianmo waited and waited for him to return. But she waited for the news that her senior brother led troops to besiege the demon palace. Junior sister, I'm here to save you. Hurry up and follow me. After more than a year, she saw Yi Nantian again. He came in a dusty manner, and his face was haggard without the mask, with anxiety and heartache on his face. Where did you get the soldiers? Were they sent by the gods? Yun Qianmo asked in surprise. Yi Nantian didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he just nodded. Follow me quickly. My people can't hold on for too long. Yun Qianmo hesitated at this moment. The idea of escaping had long been thrown out of her mind. Now there was only one thought in her mind. If she left, Lu Yeyuan would be angry, sad, and blame her. A strong desire to stay made her reject his kindness categorically. No, I won't leave. You fell in love with him? Hearing this, Yi Nantian still had something to understand, and he took a step back in shock. Yun Qianmo raised her head, looked straight into his eyes, and also looked straight into her heart. Yes, I fell in love with him. I want to stay with him. Yi Nantian roared with a hurt face. You wake up. He loves Yun Qianmo, not you. If he knows your identity, he will not only not love you, but also hate you and kill you. Chapter 2697. Her child. Yun Qianmo suddenly burst into tears. Even if he hates me, I still want to be with him. Please, let me stay. You are crazy. Have you ever thought that if Lu Yeyuan knows your identity, he will not only hate you, but also implicate the entire God clan? Do you really want to see the day when the God clan is destroyed? God clan. Yes. He will definitely hate the God clan for sending a fake to deceive him. Although she also hates the God clan for abandoning her. Her sister is innocent, and the countless people in the God clan who are unaware of her are innocent. If the God clan is destroyed because of her, wouldn't it really prove her saying of the disaster star? She couldn't bear it, and she couldn't do it. Seeing that she was undecided, Yi Nantian grabbed her arm and jumped out of the hall at a high speed. The situation was really urgent, and she couldn't think about it. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. Before they could safely withdraw from the demon palace, they were intercepted by Lu Yeyuan, who rushed back from the battlefield. Although Yi Nantian was powerful, he was at a disadvantage in the face of the God realm, and could only watch his junior sister fall into Lu Yeyuan's hands again. Lu Yeyuan had originally planned to show mercy to this member of the God clan for Yun Qianmo's sake, but he was unwilling to give up, and he looked like he was determined to fight to the death. And he was also forced to be angry, and the next palm was no longer light. Don't! Yun Qianmo sensed his murderous intention, and her expression changed drastically. She suddenly flew into the air and blocked the attack. Yi Nantian was her senior brother, a brother-like existence. How could she watch him die in the hands of her beloved? Lu Yeyuan didn't expect that she would protect him with her own death. He subconsciously reached out to grab it, but it was empty. He could only watch in horror as the palm print fell heavily on her body. A stream of blood spurted out. Yun Qianmo was unable to bear the load and fell backwards, and was caught by Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian's head rang loudly, and his face was as pale as paper. But facing Lu Yeyuan, who was flying over, he had no time to grieve, and suddenly turned around and ran back the way he came. Unfortunately, he saved his junior sister, but failed to save the child in her belly. Alas, this child is more than a month old, and the soul has been born before it is formed. If it can survive, it must be another child with the blessing of God. It's a pity that it died in the womb and died at the hands of its biological father. It has deep resentment and will most likely become an evil baby in the future. It will bring disaster to the world. Chaos God looked at the soul extracted from Yun Qianmo's belly and shook his head and sighed. Yi Nantian didn't expect that the fetus would give birth to a soul in such a short time. He was shocked and asked, "How does the master plan to deal with this soul?" Only by sealing it in the 5-color stone can this disaster be averted. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of Chaos God. 5-color stone? Yi Nantian was puzzled. Chaos God said solemnly, the 5-color stone is the spiritual stone used by the Creator to repair the barrier. This stone is the strongest. It is the most suitable to use it to seal the soul with deep resentment. Hearing this, Yi Nantian gasped in shock. In this way, the soul of the child will never be reincarnated as a human being. If Junior Sister knew about it, I'm afraid, then don't let her know. This is also for her good. If it becomes an evil baby, the first one to be attacked is the mother. I dare not bet on it. Chaos God shook his head helplessly. Yi Nantian lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the pity in his eyes, and gradually clenched his fists. Lu Yiyuan had brought his junior sister to this point. He must make him pay a heavy price. Su Maoyang, who witnessed this scene, fell to the ground with a pale face. She never knew that she had a child with Lu Yiyuan in her previous life. She never expected that they would hide it from her and seal the child in the 5-colored stone, making him unable to reincarnate forever. Seal in the stone? Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through her mind, and she was trembling with fear. Stone baby. It was a stone baby. It turned out that what she gambled with a stone was not a stone baby, but her poor child in her previous life. It turned out that he had found her so early, stayed by her side, and called her mother affectionately. But she didn't notice it at all. After learning the truth, she covered her mouth in shock and burst into tears. Lu Yiyuan was unintentional, and her master and senior brother were doing it for her good. So she couldn't blame them. She could only blame herself. As a mother, she had no idea about her child. She had sealed him for 10,000 years, and only knew about his existence today. However, just as she burst into tears and had no time to digest the truth, the scene changed again, and she was already in the cabin. Yun Qianmo was lying on the couch with a pale face, lifeless like a living dead, staring blankly at the roof, listening to the nagging pleading in her ear. Sister, I know you are blaming me for killing Lu Yiyuan and killing Ming Xianin by mistake. But now the world is about to fall. If you don't help me, not only you and me, not only the 4 clans, but even your master and your senior brother will die in the hands of foreigners. Can you bear to watch this land be devastated and blood flow like a river? Do you want to see the real murderer who framed Lu Yiyuan go unpunished? Yun Xiang knelt in front of her couch, crying with tears in her eyes. Is this why you want to sacrifice me? After a long time, Yun Qianmo slowly spoke. The broken heart had long lost any emotion. Only endless tears and despair. Sister, there is nothing I can do. Although I have touched the threshold of the divine realm, my divine nature is unstable, and I am no match for the aliens. And you have the same innate attributes as me. And you are the only person in the world who can be integrated with my flesh and blood soul. Only by sacrificing you can I help me become a god. I am also doing this to protect the people of the world. Yun Qianmo curled her lips sarcastically, and cold tears rolled down her eyes like beads from a broken string. It's a pity that there are so many people in the world, but I am the only one. Take it. My rotten life should not have come to this world. Lu Yiyuan is dead, and there is no point in her living, since the gods come to take it. Just give this life back to them. She has never been rare. Sister, I'm sorry for you. I'll repay you in my next life. Seeing her close her eyes in despair, Yun Qianmo was delighted and quickly stood up to absorb her spirit. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's tears flowed like a stream and shook her head in disbelief. No, it shouldn't be like this. No one is born to save the world. No one is born to sacrifice for others. She is also a person. A flesh and blood person who needs to be loved and protected. She must first be herself before she can take care of others. If she can't even protect herself, how can she save the world? Even if she wants to save the world, she is also one of them. How can she give up so easily? No one in this world is qualified to deprive her of her life. This is a fallacy. This is a fallacy that those who have ulterior motives want to squeeze her life and grab her interests. A strong unwillingness and desire to survive made Su Maoyang wake up. The awakened consciousness instantly turned into a dazzling light that burst out from Yun Qianmo's body, and immediately sucked Su Maoyang into the body, merging the two into one. When she opened her eyes again, a violent wave of air shook and swept Yun Qiang out. Chapter 2698 Yun Qiang's Pain. Yun Qiang didn't expect Yun Qiang, who had given up her life, to suddenly explode. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground. She raised her head and looked at her in shock. She saw Yun Qiange standing up with her life restored. Her usual clear and pure eyes became cold and murderous. So deep and sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts at once. Didn't you agree? For some reason. Under her sharp scrutiny, Yun Qiange felt a sense of uneasiness for the first time. Su Maoyang curled his lips with a bit of sarcasm. The one who promised you was Yun Qianmo in the previous life. Not Su Maoyang who experienced the suffering of reincarnation and generations of tempering. In my previous life, I was harmed by the name of the disaster star. I was poisoned in my thoughts since I was born. I was instilled with benevolence, morality, and the sayings of sages. Now, in my opinion, it's all a bunch of bullshit. What is morality? What is a sage? Having a clear conscience and cultivating one's character is morality. And practicing it in person, and starting well, and ending well is a sage. The true way of sages is to tolerate and accept different cultures, thoughts and beliefs, and understand and respect the diversity of every living being. Those who blindly use these great principles to kidnap other people's thoughts, control other people's lives to extract benefits, and gain self-growth are not called sages, but cancer. You, who are full of cancer, what can you do to save the people? Yun Qianmo in the previous life lived in the deep mountains and old forests, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, in order to prevent her from becoming a real disaster star. Chaos God blindly leaned towards goodness and ideological teaching. Little do we know that the real kindness in this world does not come from blindly giving in and sacrificing. But our conscience tells us that we can use our conscience to influence them. Then we should show them benevolence. If our conscience tells us that we should solve the problem by force, then we should suppress them with thundering means. Yun Qiange, who has been deceiving her own sister from the beginning to the end, and has done whatever it takes to make a profit, must fight back and never give in. Evil people must fight back with evil methods. This is the fate that evil people deserve. Hearing this, Yun Qiange widened her eyes in shock, and a fierce light suddenly shot out from her eyes. You actually succeeded in reincarnation. Why? Why are you able to reincarnate when you are also sealed here? Suddenly thinking of her hypocritical master, Yun Qiange smiled. I forgot that it was your master who set the seal. And of course, he is more partial to his own disciples. He sealed me here for eternity, but let you reincarnate. Is this what you call benevolence and morality? Isn't it still selfish and unable to treat everyone equally? You are wrong. I can reincarnate, not because of my master, but because the dragon clan collected my soul fragments and sacrificed the dragon's luck to nurture my soul. I am who I am today. You should reflect on yourself. Why no one collects your soul? Why no one is willing to sacrifice for you? You will reap as much fruit as you sow evil. And you have brought this upon yourself. Yun Qiange shook her head frantically, as if stimulated, and then nodded frantically. No. No. I am the goddess of the gods. And I can also summon a dragon with the dragon harp. They also recognize me. And they also recognize me. You just have the same talent as me. And you can also perform the eye sacrifice to the 9 heavens. But you stole the dragon harp from me. And you are just a powerful and talented robber. How can you admit it? Su Maoyang looked at her with a cold smile, as if he was looking at a poor creature who could only make a fortune by stealing. Yun Qiange was unwilling to accept this fact, and shouted at the top of her lungs. You are talking nonsense. I am the hope of the God clan, and the only successor of the God clan. You, the disaster star, are the one who stole my dragon harp. Su Maoyang stared at her with cold eyes. When talking about the unjust death, every word was filled with hatred. You fell into the poisonous scheme of the alien race, killed the demon race, and killed Lu Yeyuan. Before you completely understood the truth, you unjustly killed Ming Xianin and annihilated the Ming clan. You alone caused the 3 races to fall into an unprovoked disaster. You should be labeled as the disaster star. You have evil thoughts and have killed many people. You have been sealed in this Bagua tower and have not repented until now. It can be seen that you are the culprit who has harmed the people. You even dare to frame others. No. No. I am not. You are talking nonsense. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yun Qiange was peeled off her false skin, and suddenly revealed a hideous and twisted face, and rushed towards her like crazy. Su Maoyang looked at her indifferently, waved his sleeves lightly, and knocked her away again. You have no soul. Only the primordial spirit. You are no longer my opponent. Why humiliate yourself? Yunqiang covered her injured chest. Her mouth was bright red. And she yelled hysterically. You are the real robber. You stole my identity, took my husband, and enjoyed the love that should belong to me in vain. You are a liar. A liar who deceived my feelings and my appearance. If Lu Yiyuan knew that you cheated him, he would hate you, disgust you, and find you disgusting. Su Maoyang, whose primordial spirit returned to his place, was determined in his heart and never wavered for a moment. He just looked at her calmly, opened his thin lips slightly, and killed her heart. I don't care whether he loved me in the previous life. I only know that in this life, he loves me. Su Maoyang, not you. Yunqiang. I think if he knew that you were so dirty and ugly in your previous life, he would regret falling in love with you. No! You are talking nonsense. He loves me. He loves me. And you took him away. You despicable bitch. I will fight you. Yunqiang collapsed, like an enraged lion, rushing forward to die with Su Maoyang regardless of anything. Lu Yiyuan is the deepest pain in her heart, for the rights and status of the God clan, and for her own future. She reluctantly gave up her love. She seemed rational and unrestrained. But every news that Lu Yiyuan doted on Yunqiang was a wound in her heart. Every time she heard that they were in love, and deeply in love, she was jealous and crazy. She even thought viciously that it would be great if Lu Yiyuan found out that she was a fake. But Lu Yiyuan was so fascinated by her that he had no doubts at all. She even began to doubt whether Lu Yiyuan really loved her. She was not convinced. Why could Yunqiang, a country girl, perfectly replace her and occupy Lu Yiyuan? Why could she, a disaster star, enjoy the love of the demon god? This is unfair. Unfair. Su Maoyang saw that she wanted power and strength, but couldn't let go of the one she loved. He shook his head regretfully and suddenly raised his hand to pinch her neck, which was rushing towards him and had blue veins because of rage. There is no perfection in this world. The moment you gave up Lu Yiyuan for status and dignity, he no longer belonged to you. You have already stood at the top of the gods, and you have an identity respected by everyone. You should be content and take good care of your feathers. But you, who are greedy and never satisfied, have nothing in the end. Speaking of having nothing, Su Maoyang increased the strength of his hand, and the fierce force rushed into the body of Yunqiang's soul, causing her to open her eyes wide and reveal unprecedented fear. However, before she could let out the last roar, her body was crushed like a clay sculpture by a palm, and turned into fragments of light that flowed away from Su Maoyang's palm. At the same time, one of the silver light balls suspended in the space was extinguished in an instant like a burnt candle, and dissipated into the invisible. Chapter 2699 Meaningless Companionship. Su Maoyang settled the grudges of his previous life and merged with his soul. Lu Yiyuan on the other side was also brought back to the ancient times by Yunqiang's memory. Just when he was wondering where he was, a stern scolding behind him attracted his attention. Humph. I told you to memorize the book well, but you actually ran to the back mountain to be lazy. You don't have to eat today. Kneel here and memorize the book before you can go to bed. Lu Yiyuan followed the sound and walked to a small wooden house. He saw a little girl about 4 or 5 years old kneeling in front of a tall and serious old man with tears in her eyes, and being trained obediently. She had a hanging bun and a blue jacket skirt. Under her crescent-shaped eyebrows were a pair of big, sparkling eyes like black pearls. Her fair and tender face was chubby, like a plump and juicy peach, making people want to take a bite. The mouth was small and red, but now it was turned down because of sadness, and there were still crystal tears on it, just like a small cherry covered with dewdrops. But at this moment, Lu Yiyuan had no time to sigh at the cuteness of the little girl, but was shocked by her childish appearance, which was 90% similar to Su Maoyang. This extremely impactful scene made Lu Yiyuan freeze, until the real and clear curses and the cold wind mixed with moisture stimulated him to shiver, and he reacted as if waking up from a dream. This is not the southern Sui kingdom, nor the God clan, but a remote and secluded forest, where there is only a pair of lonely master and apprentice. The answer is already obvious. He returned to the ancient times and met Su Maoyang's previous life, Yunqiang. After learning that Su Maoyang was Yunqiang's twin sister in her previous life, he often wondered what kind of person she was in her previous life. What kind of life did she live in a place he didn't know? What stories did she have with her senior brother that he had never participated in? But the more he thought about it, the more regretful and jealous he felt. He wished he could live again and meet her and accompany her before Yunantian. Instead of falling in love with the wrong person, giving away his deep affection in vain, and ending up with a tragic death. However, he didn't expect that he would actually meet Yunqianmo from 10,000 years ago in his lifetime, and really came to her before Yunantian, knowing that he had a chance to make up for the regret of not being able to accompany her in his previous life. Lu Yeyuan's heart suddenly became like a pot of burning fire, warming the blood in his body and rushing violently. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by heartache and excitement. He strode forward regardless of anything, wanting to help Yunqianmo up and protect her behind him, but who knew that his hand didn't even touch her, but went straight through her body. Yunqianmo still kowtowed to the old man unconsciously, spread out the book in her hand obediently, and recited with sobs, while the old man turned around indifferently, left with a wave of his sleeves, and didn't see his existence at all. Seeing this scene, Lu Yeyuan suddenly realized that he didn't return to ancient times, but was just in the illusion of Su Maoyang's past life memories. In these memories that have long been a foregone conclusion, he is nothing and can do nothing. A bitter water of disappointment instantly drowned Lu Yeyuan's expectations. He looked at the young age, but was punished to kneel and receive training because he couldn't recite the names of medicinal materials that adults thought were difficult to pronounce. And a sour feeling surged in his heart. Forget it. Since nothing can be changed, then I will accompany her to be punished and recite with her, even if Yunqianmo can't see or touch his company, and it has no meaning to her. He is already satisfied to participate in every moment of her life and understand every past of Su Maoyang's previous life, and dare not hope for it. At least he has known Yunqianmo in this life and experienced her life. What does it matter whether she knows it or not? From this day on, Lu Yeyuan took out more patience than 2 lifetimes, watching her eat and sleep, reciting books and picking herbs, accompanying her to run wildly in the back mountain, and picking birds from the trees. Although these are childish things that only children would do, he understands her heart, feels her loneliness, understands her grievances, and with her daily ups and downs of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, it seems to bring a different color to his life, allowing him to understand Su Maoyang's past and present life more deeply and comprehensively. It's a pity that good times are always short. When Yunqianmo was 10 years old, Yi Nanshan's arrival finally broke this tranquility. From then on, she had a senior brother by her side. He watched them play the piano and practice sword together, study and train together, complain about the master together, imagine the future together, and talk and laugh together. The figures of the couple were so harmonious and so eye-catching. Lu Yeyuan gradually found that Yunqianmo smiled more and more. Her personality became more cheerful, and even her tone of voice and angry expression became more and more vivid and clever. He had to admit that a real, visible and tangible senior brother was the one who could bring her happiness and warmth, and he was just a useless bystander who was immersed in illusions. However, the only consolation was that he noticed the little girl's thoughts earlier than Yunantian. He found that as she grew older, Yunqianmo no longer liked to run around the hillside, but often hid in the tree alone, quietly looking into the distance. She looked into the distance in fascination, and he looked at her in fascination. Although she had no expression most of the time, he still saw from her eyes the desire to go outside Xianyan Peak. It was a desire that had been buried in her heart for many years, and gradually took root and sprouted. She didn't know why she was born to live in Xianyan Peak and couldn't go anywhere, and she didn't know why her master always warned her not to show it in front of people, as if her existence was a secret curse. So she didn't dare to mention it to her master, because her master would scold her. And she couldn't tell her senior brother, because her senior brother would persuade her. She could only hide in the tree and silently digest this sinful, but increasingly strong desire. Lu Yeyuan understood better than anyone that the freedom that others could easily have was a luxury that she couldn't even ask about. Perhaps she was too absorbed in her thoughts. Yunqianmo didn't notice that the branch behind her had broken. With a click, she fell backwards. Lu Yeyuan subconsciously reached out to catch it, but he completely forgot that everything in front of him was an illusion. He watched Yunqianmo's whole body pierce through his arm and fall to the ground. Her white and delicate arms and knees were scratched with a big bloody wound. She collapsed on the ground in pain and sweated. Lu Yeyuan stood in front of her and could do nothing. Fortunately, Yunantian arrived in time, treated her wound simply, and carried her on his back neatly. Only then did Lu Yeyuan breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, he deeply realized what it meant to be helpless and sad, and what it meant to be meaningless companionship. She never knew him. Never understood him. Never felt happy because of his company. Never felt happy because of his protection. And even never knew of his existence. He was just a fool who moved her. A stranger who had never appeared in her life. Now that this bloody reality was revealed, Liu Yeyuan found that he could not look directly at the harmonious and happy backs that were gradually moving away, and had to turn his back and forcefully restrain the tears that were about to burst out. However, the next second, the tears he had been holding back finally flowed down because of Yun Qianmo's voice from afar. "I let you run around alone. What would you do if I wasn't here? How could I run around? You're here. Besides, I've always felt that someone was accompanying me and protecting me in the dark since I was a child. So I'll be fine." "Oh, is it Master? How is that possible? Master is annoyed when he sees me. He wishes I wouldn't get in his way. Haha. There are only 3 of us on Xianyan Peak. Apart from Master, there's only me. That's right. Then senior brother must always accompany me and protect me. Never leave me." Chapter 2700 Lifesaver. Although she said so, Yun Qianmo couldn't help but look back. The forest behind her was empty. Nothing. There was only the breeze rolling up the leaves, circling the traces of falling. As if there was an invisible force hugging her when she fell. As if the leaves were followed by the breeze wherever they flew. Which made her have an inexplicable illusion since she became a magistrate. Perhaps she was too lonely. So she imagined such a person who was always by her side like air. Yun Qianmo withdrew her gaze in disappointment. But Liu Yeyuan at this moment seemed to be awakened from a dream. And suddenly widened his pupils. She actually felt his presence and his company. Liu Yeyuan turned around excitedly. But before he could see her back clearly, the scene changed. And he was already in front of the cabin. Yun Qianmo, who came into view again, had lost her immaturity as a little girl. She was now graceful and beautiful. Like a peony flower about to bloom. She had the charm to attract everyone. But at this moment, she still stood in front of her master like a child, and bowed her head to receive training. During the time when your master and your senior brother are down the mountain to do things, you must be good at collecting herbs and refining pills. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Understand? Chaos God warned this disciple, who always made him worry like a strict father. Although Yun Qianmo was holding a respectful attitude, her face and tone were already rebellious. She muttered in a coquettish and innocent way. "I know. You have said this hundreds of times. And my ears are calloused from saying it. Humph. If you had made me worry less, I wouldn't have to think about you every day. I'll make it clear. If you're lazy and don't make the elixir I arranged, I'll see how I'll deal with you when I get back." Yi Nantian hurriedly winked at Yun Qianmo to smooth things over. Junior sister has become more sensible and hardworking these years. She no longer clamors about practicing sword and piano, and is completely focused on the elixir, which shows that she understands Master's good intentions. "Master, don't worry. I will make the elixir obediently and live up to Master's teachings." Yun Qianmo bowed helplessly, but a sly look flashed in her eyes, allowing Liu Yeyuan to see through her thoughts at a glance. Sure enough, as soon as the Master and Yi Nantian left, Yun Qianmo quietly slipped to the mountain pass and learned some magic from somewhere. But she actually weakened the barrier of Xianyan Peak and got out easily. You know, he has watched her grow up over the years, and Chaos God has not taught her any skills in order to discipline her strictly. Now she could open the barrier with the skills she learned secretly. Even he is shocked by such talent. But what surprised him even more was, the foot of the mountain he came to with Yun Qianmo was particularly familiar to him, as if it had appeared in his dream. But he had no impression of being here before. Just when he was puzzled, a figure lying under a tree in the distance covered in blood suddenly caught his eye. And he was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. And he was stunned on the spot. He actually saw his past life at the foot of Xianyan Peak. At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and recalled everything. He had been secretly plotted and hunted by the people of the God clan, and fled to a strange land. In the end, he was too seriously injured and fainted due to exhaustion. At that time, he had a quick glance and didn't know where he was. He didn't expect that he had accidentally entered the foot of Xianyan Peak. Realizing this, Liu Yeyuan's heart suddenly beat violently, and the blood running through his body seemed to explode, prompting him to widen his eyes and look at Yun Qianmo with astonishment. The knot of regret in his heart for loving the wrong person seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer at this moment, and there were traces of splitting in an instant. It turned out that it was not Yun Qiange who saved him, but Yun Qianmo, who was hiding on Xianyan Peak and happened to sneak out to play on this day. She found herself seriously injured and unconscious. In order not to expose her identity, she vigilantly put on a mask and dragged him into a cave not far away. He never knew that she actually guarded him day and night for 10 days and nights, looking for water for him, collecting herbs for him, and refining pills for him, saving him from the hands of death bit by bit. He only knew that when he woke up, he saw a mysterious woman wearing a mask. Although he couldn't see her face and expression, he could hear a sense of familiarity from her clear and pleasant voice, and he could peek into some inhuman secrets from her unique breath. So he immediately had a guess. Later, the natural attributes exposed by her movements made him confirm her identity. But he was tactful and didn't expose her. However, in his impression, the Nine Heavens goddess has always been high and mighty, and she doesn't care about worldly things. But he didn't expect that she actually has such a down to her side. She can use her sensitive hearing to identify where there are mountain streams and waterfalls, and can identify the height of the groundwater level by whether there is water vapor rising from the surface in seasons, the mist in the early morning and the dew in the evening. She can use her sense of smell to identify the types of soil and herbs, and know which medicinal materials can cure diseases, and which fruits can satisfy hunger. She would spear fish barefoot in the stream, climb trees to get bird eggs without caring about her image, and make strange tools to hunt a bunch of wild game for him. In particular, she could use her white, delicate, and slender hands to cook all kinds of delicious food for him. That period of time was the happiest time of his life. He could put aside all worldly disputes and lean against the cave entrance to watch her jumping up and down to work for him. He could watch her spearing fish and catching hares, running towards him with loud laughter, showing off today's achievements to him. He could watch her boil medicine for him, while enthusiastically sharing interesting stories about hunting, as if he could taste the taste of candied fruit from her voice, no matter how bitter the medicine was. He could hear her chirping voice every day when he opened his eyes, could see her energetic, graceful and beautiful figure as soon as he opened his eyes, could see her lightly and skillfully shuttle through the woods anytime and anywhere, like a forest elf, revealing a natural, smart and simple breath. Lu Yiyuan had seen dignified and elegant women, beautiful women, cute women, cold and ruthless women, and indifferent and arrogant women. He could be said to have seen countless women, but he had never seen an elf as pure and untainted as her. She was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. As long as she could run wildly at the foot of the mountain, hunt 1 or 2 wild game, and eat a delicious meal, it would be a great pleasure in life. But she was also incredibly talented, smart, and had a survival ability that even he was inferior to, and knew many stories about nature that he had never heard of. For the first time, he discovered that those details that were once insignificant in his eyes, and had never been studied in depth, actually had so many knowledgeable ways. She seemed to be born as a darling of nature, flying freely in this world, which made him feel envious and happy, so much so that his heart, which had never stirred up any waves, gradually began to rise and fall with her beautiful and smart figure. Chapter 2701. It's you from the beginning to the end. But the more beautiful the memories, and the purer the feelings, the more remorse Lu Yiyuan felt. He couldn't believe that he had always recognized the wrong person, hated the wrong person, and let down his deep love for a lifetime. He couldn't believe that he was fooled around like a fool, and almost hurt Su Maoyang in this life. However, before he could digest this misunderstanding, the scene changed, and the conversation between the Chaos God and the God Clan servant on Xianyan Peak caught him off guard. He never knew that there were so many unknown secrets behind this marriage. Speaking of which, he still clearly remembered that after parting in the cave, he completely lost the news of Yun Qianmo until he saw Yun Qiange on the battlefield of the gods and demons a year later. On the battlefield, she was heroic, cold and arrogant, revealing unparalleled dignity and refinement, which was very different from the simple and wild image. But the same aura and extremely rare natural properties, as well as the familiar voice that was a little cold but still pleasant, made him extremely sure she was the girl running wildly at the foot of the mountain. He also ridiculously understood that as a goddess, she saved the lives of the enemies of the gods and could not make it public. So he kept silent and only claimed that he loved the goddess and wanted to marry her as a condition for calming the war. But who would have thought that the gods promised him verbally? But in order to protect Yun Qiange, they shamelessly went to Xianyan Peak and begged Yun Qianmo to marry in their place. After hearing this absurd proposal, Lu Yiyuan was neither happy nor angry. The surprise was that he did not marry the wrong person, and the woman he loved deeply had always been with him day and night. What made him angry was the attitude of the God clan. Not only did they abandon Yun Qianma, they also wanted to squeeze out the last bit of her value. With mixed feelings, Lu Yiyuan followed her all the way to the God clan, and witnessed Yun Qianga's falsehood and hypocrisy, as well as the selfishness and coldness of the God clan. They teamed up to deceive her, and sent her to the demon clan. Those warm scenes of being inseparable, and rubbing ears, and temples, in the demon clan reappeared in front of him again. And love filled his chest like a tide, making him unable to help but reach out, and touch the face that made him dream for 2 lifetimes. But unexpectedly, the next second, his palm actually fell on Yun Qianma's belly, and blasted her away. Before Lu Yiyuan could stop, the scene in front of him instantly melted away, and he was once again thrown back to the Xianyan Peak by time and space. He saw her lose their child because of that palm, saw Yun Qianga sacrifice her spirit despite her weakness, saw her fight to the last breath to die with the alien race, and became a hero of the God clan. Those tragic scenes, like a punishment from heaven, slashed heavily into Lu Yiyuan's chest, knocking him to the ground in embarrassment. Pale. He didn't expect that he would kill their child with his own hands. He didn't expect that the God clan would not only let her marry in place of him, but also be so vicious as to sacrifice her life. It is hard to imagine how desperate and helpless she was at that time. But she still chose to sacrifice herself to save the people. Now looking back on the suffering and grievances she had suffered, Lu Yiyuan was heartbroken, angry, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. When he opened his eyes again, the illusion had long disappeared, and what came into view was Su Maoyang's face full of worry. Seeing his beloved again, his eyes suddenly tightened, and he hugged her in his arms, as if he had found her again. Su Maoyang was slightly startled, and before he could ask, he heard a choked apology in his ears. "I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry." Su Maoyang felt his grief and guilt, and his heart ached, and decided to tell him the truth. "I should say sorry. I lied to you. It was not Yun Qianga who married you in the previous life, but me. I lied to your feelings, but I was afraid that you would hate me, so I didn't dare to mention it to you." Lu Yiyuan cried and shook his head, holding her tighter. "Silly. I love you. From beginning to end it's you. From the moment I woke up in the cave to every moment I hold you now. I have the same person in my heart, and there is no room for anyone else." Su Maoyang was startled, broke free from his embrace, and looked at him in confusion. Lu Yiyuan slowly curled his lips, with guilt, regret, and relief in his eyes, and more of a deep affection that never changed. "I never loved any goddess. In my previous life, I only loved Yun Qianma, who ran down from Xianyan Peak and replaced my sister to marry me. In this life, I only love Su Maoyang, who has accompanied me through all the ups and downs and never left me. It's all my fault that I recognized the wrong person back then. I mistakenly thought that Yun Qianga was you who lived with me day and night at the foot of the mountain. So I thought of marrying with the gods. But I didn't expect that I would marry the real you. Fortunately, everything is still in time. Fortunately, we are still together." After hearing this explanation, Su Maoyang suddenly realized. It turns out that they have always loved each other in their past and present lives, but they have been blinded by the changes that happened by chance. So they have been misunderstood until now. Knowing that she did not steal Yun Qianga's husband, did not deceive Lu Yiyuan's feelings, and everything she got originally belonged to her, Su Maoyang could not help but feel relieved, and smiled and shed tears. "Thank you. No matter how many misunderstandings and hatreds there are, you still love me unwaveringly." Seeing her unconditionally tolerate everything about him, Lu Yiyuan's heart seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and his heartache could not be worse. "I killed our child and made you suffer so much. Even if I were cut into pieces, it would not be too much. How can I deserve your thanks?" Su Maoyang did not expect that he also knew about the child. After a moment of stunned, he shook his head calmly. "At that time, even I did not know that I had a child. How can I blame you?" In fact, his soul Su Maoyang was about to tell him about the existence of the stone baby, and a loud noise outside suddenly interrupted her words. "Oh no! The barrier is about to break. It should be the alien emperor attacking." Lu Yiyuan frowned and sighed solemnly. The only one who could cause such a commotion was the emperor. Su Maoyang didn't expect the other party to come so quickly, and said anxiously, "The elder of the Immortal Palace Gate can't hold on for too long. We have to get out quickly." After that, the two of them quickly left the altar and returned to the ancient tower. Seeing that the two came out safely, and Su Maoyang's breath was obviously full and strong. Obviously he had taken back his soul. Long Weiran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and urged, "Quick! The outside can't hold on anymore. Quickly help me unlock the seal and help you." Su Maoyang didn't delay, and immediately waved his hand to form a seal. In a moment, a giant black dragon suddenly flew out of the cave above and stopped in front of them. Now the situation was urgent. Su Maoyang and Lu Yeyuan were too lazy to be polite with him. Both jumped on the dragon's back and flew out of the tower with the dragon. Because the emperor became a god in advance, the elders of the Immortal Palace Gate who formed a formation outside the tower were finally unable to withstand the attack of the gods, and only lasted for a cup of tea before being blown away. The barrier was broken, and the other four tribes could not withstand the power of the gods, and were blown to pieces, with serious injuries. The alien emperor led the alien army and floated in the sky like a swarm of locusts, looking down at the group of ants that had no power to resist. His laughter was like thunder, shaking the whole area. "Ha ha ha! I have become a god. No one in the entire Sanluo realm can be my opponent. Stop struggling fearlessly. Yes, you should surrender quickly. I have already pleaded with the alien emperor. As long as you bow down and submit, the alien emperor will show you extra mercy and spare your lives." After these words came out, everyone suddenly noticed that there was a familiar figure beside the alien emperor. Chapter 2702, The Running Dog of the Alien Race. The Hades recognized this man at a glance as Bai Jingshan, the chief of the White Tiger clan, who had a blood feud with Su Maoyang's master, and immediately roared in anger. "As a member of Sanluo, you actually degenerated into a running dog of the alien race. Are you worthy of Yaoyu realm and the White Tiger clan who support you?" The demon emperor intervened that day, and Su Maoyang failed to take this man's life. Later, Yi Nantian blew himself up, and the Immortal Palace Gate was in a hurry to evacuate the four clans, and failed to notice his whereabouts in a hurry. Who would have thought that he would quietly surrender to the alien emperor and become a traitor to Sanluo? Such behavior is even more hateful than the invasion of alien races. Don't be naive. The alien emperor has become a god, and no one in Sanluo can be his opponent. Those who go against him will have a bad end. Why should I deceive myself and ask for trouble? Bai Jingshan thought they were stupid and sneered. Feng Mosiet quickly retorted, "Who said that no one is his opponent? Su Mo Liang has the blessing of God and is the hope of saving Sanluo. In the previous life, he successfully repelled the alien race and sealed the soul of the alien emperor. This life is no exception. You are unwilling to trust your compatriots, but instead help the tyrants and join the enemies who invade your territory. You are worse than pigs and dogs. It is unforgivable." "Humph. Don't talk so righteously. You are all Su Mo Liang's confidants. You are of the same mind as her, and can naturally resist the alien race with her. And I am her enemy who she wants to eat alive. Even if I stand with you, I will end up with a tragic death. It is better to join the alien emperor." In the final analysis, it was Su Mo Liang who forced me to do it. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame her for bullying me too much. However, the emperor said that as long as you can hand over Su Maoyang, he will let you go today. If you don't, your clan will be exterminated. You should think it through." Bai Jingshan warned confidently. The demon emperor was already extremely disappointed with Bai Jingshan's position. Hearing this shameless remark, he was furious and cursed. "Bah! What a bullshit! It's not 1 or 2 days since I had a grudge with Su Maoyang. We are sworn enemies. But in the battle for Sanluo and in protecting my native homeland, no matter how deep the hatred is, I have to get out of the way. As long as she is willing to stand up to protect Sanluo, she will be my comrade in arms and the benefactor of my demon clan. Even if she wants to kill me, I will admit it." Seeing that even the demon emperor was so righteous, Xuanzun Shengwang also stood up to express his position. "Yes, Su Maoyang has harmed my grandson several times, and made my great Yin dynasty in chaos. In the end, my grandson's soul was destroyed for her. All these things add up to a blood feud. However, as long as she can protect Sanluo, my great Yin dynasty will support her to the death without hesitation. Yes, in front of the righteousness of the country, personal grudges are not worth mentioning. I also hate her and envy her from the bottom of my heart. But she is the only hope to save Sun Luo and protect my great Yin dynasty and Zhuge family. No matter how much hatred there is, it is not as important as Sun Luo. Zhuge Ying also echoed loudly. At the same time, several major families in the great Yin dynasty, who had a bad relationship with Su Maoyang, also stood up and built a human wall to show their attitude of standing together with Su Maoyang. In addition, the Shengming king of the life and death realm, Ning Qinxian, the Feishing palace, who had a deadly feud with Su Maoyang, the demon lord of the demon realm, Ran Jingchen, Ran Ningen, Ran Hanyan, Yu Changjin, Yu Changqiu, and a series of former enemies also stood up and said the same thing in unison. If you want to take her away, you must die. Seeing such a spectacular scene of unity, Bai Jingshan was shocked speechless, and his eyes widened in disbelief. You are crazy. Don't you want to die? They are not crazy, but they deeply love this land that raised them, and their relatives and friends. In their eyes, it is better to die for Sun Luo and be a hero who saves the people than to live in the world as a traitor who is despised and humiliated. After all, Sun Luo belongs to everyone. Without relatives, friends, and people of your own, what is the point of living alone under the feet of foreigners? Ming Baiting looked at him with sad eyes, his tone full of contempt and pity for him. A running dog who forgets his ancestors and sells out his country for glory will not have a good end even if he survives and lives in the hands of foreigners. Nonsense. Life is meaningful. Why do people need so much fame after death? I have promised him the jurisdiction of the entire Yaoyu realm. If you know what's good for you, I can give you the other realms. If you are a step late, I am not sure if I still have this kindness. The alien emperor snorted and retorted. Bai Jingshan was determined by these words, and he shouted again with the momentum of a running dog. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over Su Maoyang quickly. Don't force us to use force. I thought it was a dog barking, but it turned out to be you. A beast that is not even a dog. Su Maoyang came flying on the black dragon and heard their conversation from a distance. She didn't expect so many enemies, who were not on good terms with her, would stand up to support her. And she didn't expect Bai Jingshan, a fish that escaped the net, to be a running dog of the alien race without humanity. But when he thought about it, he could kill his own brother with his own hands. So it seemed that selling out his country for fame was not a strange thing. Seeing Su Maoyang appear, Bai Jingshan, who was just arrogant, suddenly remembered the scene that day when he almost died under her sword. He was so frightened that his neck shrank, and he immediately retreated behind the Emperor Yi. The Emperor Yi was frowning, looking at the only threat to him with a sharp gaze, and said tentatively, "Even if you get your soul back, you are still not my opponent. So give up this idea. He is already in the God realm. And even if Su Maoyang gets his soul back, he can only reach the level of the peak Supreme Spirit Immortal at most. And he knows better than anyone that it takes a lot of time and great opportunity and understanding to break through the God realm." He admitted that with Su Maoyang's talent, it was only a matter of time before he crossed the realm of gods. But definitely not now. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and waved her hand to summon the dragon zither. "I'll know if I can be your opponent after trying." As she spoke, her fingers quickly swiped the strings of the zither, suddenly raising a sea of zither, and the entire space instantly vibrated with terrible sound waves, violently rushing towards the alien emperor. At the same time, Lu Yiyuan beside him also suddenly drew his sword, and the cold light suddenly appeared, hissing and breaking the wind, and suddenly slashed the vitals of the alien emperor like lightning. Seeing the two people riding on the giant dragon approaching him, the alien emperor's eyes condensed, and he quickly raised his palm to respond. The seemingly simple palm method was calm and unhurried, and he caught the two-sided attack in all directions without dead angles. So that after a few rounds, Lu Yiyuan, Su Maoyang and Long Wei Ran, the three of them, broke out in full force, but were also bombarded by him without any power to fight back, and one of them was unable to parry, and was blown away. Chapter 2703 Help Her Become a God. Seeing that Su Maoyang and the other three were no match for the emperor, everyone present could not help but feel despair, and Wuliang Xinzuan knew that this was not a solution. So he immediately gave a desperate order: "All elders of the Immortal Palace, listen to my order. Quickly form a life and death formation to protect me and sacrifice me." Hearing this, everyone instantly understood that Wuliang Xinzuan was going to sacrifice himself to help Su Maoyang become a god. The elders of the immortal palace had no heart to form a formation to send him to death. And they all froze in place with a look of reluctance on their faces, and did not react for a long time. Feng Emosia knew the importance of Wuliang Xianzuan to Su Imo Liang and the entire Sanlu realm. So he immediately stood in front of him and frowned, saying, "Your Excellency, you can't do that. Lianger needs you to lead the seniors to protect him when he becomes a god. I'll do the sacrifice. Becoming a god requires delaying the alien emperor to buy time. And he doesn't know how to use formations. Nor does he have the ability to seal and repair the barrier. He only has the cultivation of a supreme spiritual immortal. So he is the best choice for sacrifice." After saying that, he ignored Wuliang Xianzuan's objection and resolutely flew towards Su Imo Liang, using all his life's cultivation to push Su Imo Liang's back with a palm. Su Imo Liang didn't expect Feng Emosia to sacrifice himself, and turned around in horror to stop him. But it was too late. The spiritual power he burst out instantly turned into a raging fire, quickly covering him with the momentum of a prairie fire, as if he was in a sea of fire, reflecting his whole body red. In a moment, his body merged with the flames, like a fireman, releasing a scorching energy aura that swept towards her like a wave. But at this moment, Su Maoyang had no time to admire the handsome face that was made brighter by the flames. She rushed into the sea of fire in a panic, as if she could not feel the scorching temperature, and tried her best to put out the flames on his body. But for some reason, her hands were like accelerants. The harder she beat, the more fiercely the flames burned. In a moment, she burst into tears. "Why can't I put it out? Why can't I put it out? Why can't I put it out? Why can't I put it out?" Feng Emosia felt Su Imo Liang's anxiety turn into collapse. He grabbed her frantically beating hands and held her in his arms. "Don't beat it. You can't put out the fire of the fire spirit body. Let me hug you again. I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future." "You fool. Who said you have to sacrifice? Did you get my consent? I don't want your power. I don't want it. In the last life, the God Clan wronged you and owed you. I haven't compensated you for the God Clan yet. You can't just leave like this." Su Imo Liang grabbed him in fear, fearing that he would turn into scattered light spots and disappear in front of her eyes, like his senior brother in the next second. Feng Emosia heard this, and his heart was filled with deep reluctance. Thinking of the grievances in the previous life, his tone could not help but add a bit of sadness and regret. "I don't care about the hatred between the two tribes of God and Ming. My only regret is that I didn't meet you and know you in the previous life. If I could meet you earlier, maybe." Since he learned about Su Imo Liang's true identity, he often wondered if he could meet her earlier in the previous life. Would the ending be different? Would she fall in love with him in this life because of the ties in the previous life? Unfortunately, all this is just a luxury that can never be realized for him now. Su Imo Liang cried and shook his head. "No. No. We have met. The woman you met under the pear tree when you sneaked into the God Clan was me, not Yin Xianga. We not only met in the previous life, but also talked. You said that you felt sorry for me marrying into the Demon Clan and were willing to help me stop this marriage at all costs. That was the first time I felt the kindness from a stranger. Although I knew that the kindness did not belong to me, I was still moved by your sincerity. To this day, I still clearly remember the sincerity and pity in those eyes that were as bright as stars that night. I will never forget that scene." Hearing the truth, Feng Emosia was shocked and felt relieved and happy. It turned out that he had liked her from the beginning, thinking that he loved the same person in his past and present lives. Feng Emosia couldn't help but smile with relief, and sighed with satisfaction. "In this way, I will die without regrets." After saying that, he reluctantly let go of her arm and fell down with the greatest comfort and attachment in his life. The last words that were as light as a whisper still retained the unique breath of Feng Emosia. But at this moment, it rang in her ears like a death knell of doomsday. She was stiff, her arm still holding his waist tightly, staring blankly ahead. Her wide-open pupils were smoked red by the dazzling flames, and a layer of unclear mist floated up, rushing down like a stream. At this moment, Feng Emosia's spiritual power, flesh and blood, and even spirit, were transformed into the purest fire spirit under the refinement of the flames, rushing into her pores, blending into her body, flowing into her blood, filling her body and sea of mind. In a moment, she felt a ball of energy fire burning rapidly in her body, spreading throughout her limbs, burning bones and meridians everywhere, and causing a pain of broken tendons and veins, making her kneel down on the ground and trembling unbearably. She could no longer tell whether it was the pain in her body or the pain in her heart. She just felt as if her body was torn apart, making it difficult for her to resist. Seeing this scene, Will-Yang Shinzuan couldn't help but burst into tears. The body of the fire spirit, the spirit body born of the fire of life, is destined to illuminate others and sacrifice itself. Although he lamented Feng Emosia's fate, he also knew that this was the critical moment for Su Mo Liang to become a god. So he immediately ordered, "All the elders of the Immortal Palace Gate, follow me to form a formation to protect the law. And all the old members of the God clan will offer the blessing seal to help your master." With a command, the elders of the Immortal Palace Gate quickly formed a formation, surrounded Su Mo Liang in a circle, and built a solid barrier with their backs to Su Mo Liang, while the old members represented by Gong Sunjingji, Fu Minxiu, and Lu Xiaoming came out one after another, pushed their palms to offer the blessing seal, and tried their best to help Su Mo Liang comprehend the realm of God. They were once blessed by Mu Qiongtian and were given talents that ordinary families did not have. Now it is time to repay his descendants. I saw countless blessing seals intertwined together, all of which were injected into Su Mo Liang's body, causing her forehead to suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance, gradually revealing a fearful mark. God's blessing. Seeing the divine seal, the emperor was also shocked, and immediately blasted several palms, trying to interrupt their formation and prevent Su Maoyang from ascending to the godhood. Facing the power of the emperor again, although the people present were protected by the formation and not killed in one blow, they were still overwhelmed and knocked to the ground. Even the elders of the Immortal Palace Gate who maintained the formation spit out several mouthfuls of blood in succession, and almost collapsed. Only Liu Yuyuan with his strong defense withstood this wave of bombardment, but he knew clearly that the formation of the Immortal Palace Gate could not withstand several attacks from the Emperor Yi, and Su Maoyang needed the right opportunity to ascend to the godhood and experience the terrible heavenly tribulation. So, he must buy enough time for her. Realizing this, Liu Yuyuan did not hesitate and drew his sword again and rushed towards the Emperor Yi. The Emperor Yi did not expect that he was so seriously injured that he still had the strength to launch an attack, and completely lost his patience and slapped a fatal palm. However, Liu Yuyuan was like a man of iron. Not only did he withstand the attack, but he also swung his sword with undiminished force, still slashing at his arm. Although the Emperor admired his tenacity, a trace of pity for the fool flashed in his eyes, and he sneered, "Give up. You are just courting death if you keep holding on like this." Chapter 2704 The Power of Life. Humph. We still don't know who will win. Don't brag too early. Liu Yuyuan swung his sword desperately despite his injuries. The sword light flashed, as if it was connected to the 9-day stars, and a galaxy made up of thousands of sword shadows was swung out. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed to be the last sword of his life, and the void was shaking and splitting, as if it was going to break the sky. However, as a divine realm, the alien emperor did not take it seriously. Although it took some effort to deal with it, it was not scary. He could take it easy. Su Maoyang's puppets and spirit beasts, as well as many Saluo clansmen, saw that Liu Yuyuan was struggling to resist, and they all rushed up to share the damage for him. Unfortunately, even the puppets without flesh and blood and amazing defense could not resist the alien emperor's moves and were blown away one after another. Not to mention other ordinary people who had not even reached the supreme spiritual fairy. Therefore, under the impact of waves of terrifying power, only Liu Yuyuan stood firmly in front of everyone, protecting them, and Su Maoyang behind him like an unshakable mountain. Even though he was already bloody at this time, even though his spiritual power was exhausted, his spirit was weak, and even his moves could not be connected. But the pair of feet that sank into the ground still took steps as heavy as 1,000 pounds, constantly moving forward, constantly swinging the sword, and constantly using his flesh and blood to resist the power that rained down like raindrops. After such an entanglement, the Emperor of the others was also aroused by his indomitable willpower, and was angry. He no longer cared about the face of the god realm, and kept urging the power in his body, increasing the strength in his hands, and bombarding him without reservation. But at this moment, Liu Yuyuan had been blasted to the point of being almost exhausted and covered in blood. But he seemed to have formed muscle memory, constantly falling to the ground and constantly getting up from the ground. No matter how many times he was defeated, he could stand up with the tenacity of defending Su Maoyong to the death. Like a stubborn stone that would not feel pain, fatigue, or be broken. Blocking in front of Su Maoyong again and again, and attacking the enemy again and again. The emperor did not understand what kind of power had allowed him to support himself until now. But he could not help but be shocked by it, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. You are worthy of being the reincarnation of the demon god. Even if you have not reached the realm of God, you can force me to such a point. It is really amazing. When I think of losing an opponent like you, I feel a little heartbroken and reluctant. He has never admired anyone. Lu Yeyuan is the first. The last sentence should be said by me. Although Lu Yeyuan's face was covered with blood and miserable at this time, a strange and unpredictable smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The emperor was so surprised by his smile that he felt uneasy. Before he could understand what was happening, he saw a huge cloud of disaster flying out from behind him and quickly gathered above Su Maoyong's head. It's a disaster. She has touched the threshold of the divine realm. She did it. Someone from the 4 tribes exclaimed, and everyone was surprised. But the emperor was surprised instead of happy. He frowned and said in panic, "No. It's impossible. It can't be so fast." It took him hundreds of years to bring about the disaster of ascending to the divine realm. Su Maoyong had just taken back his soul. How could it be possible? Before he could recover from the sudden change, a lightning bolt with enough power of heaven suddenly fell from the sky, as if to crush his faith, and hit Su Maoyong like an axe. There was a loud bang, and the whole Salua was shaking, and even the ground hit cracks. Su Maoyong's flesh and blood exploded, and her bones and flesh were separated. She fell to the ground unable to bear the huge force. Seeing that Su Maoyong was not yet mature, the emperor did not dare to delay for a moment. He quickly slapped her forehead with a palm, wanting to kill her on the spot while she was weak. But who would have thought that the huge palm print condensed in the void was split in half by the lightning that followed before it touched Su Maoyong's hair. And even the emperor's body was caught off guard and injured in the arm by the residual power of the wave. Feeling this kind of power, the emperor, who had been strategizing and confident, could not help but show a trace of panic. You know, he also experienced the heavenly tribulation before successfully entering the divine realm. It stands to reason that he doesn't need to be afraid of the power of the heavenly tribulation. But he is injured by Su Maoyong's heavenly tribulation at this moment. It can only be said that Su Maoyong's potential and understanding of the divine realm are far superior to his. So she can gather more terrifying heavenly power and accept more demanding tests of becoming a god. Once she withstands such a test, her strength after successfully becoming a god will far exceed his. Realizing this, Yi Huang couldn't help swaying in his palms, and his face turned pale. His heart, which was originally calm, suddenly hung in the air, like a boat in the waves. But he couldn't resist the power of her heavenly tribulation, and it was unlikely that he would kill her again. Now he could only hope that she would fail to pass the tribulation and die under the tribulation cloud. In any case, she had just taken back her soul, and her foundation was unstable. The more severe the heavenly tribulation she attracted, the more dangerous the process she would experience. By then, it is very likely that she would fail to become a god and lose her life, which saved him from doing it himself. After all, talent is like water. It can carry a boat or overturn it. I have to admit that this heavenly tribulation was indeed too fierce, and it was the most terrifying and painful torture Su Maoyong had ever encountered in her life. One after another, from skin to bones to soul, layer by layer of whipping, destruction again and again, and reconstruction round after round. In just a cup of tea, she seemed to have died and reborn 10,000 times. In the end, she no longer knew what pain was, what death was. She only knew that she had to live. Live with all your strength. Not for others. Not for the common people. Not for interests. Not for cowardice. Just for life. As long as you are still alive, there is still a possibility of saving the defeat. As long as you are still alive, you will have the power to turn the tide. As long as you are still alive, there is hope of happiness. Because there is nothing greater than being alive and living in this world. After understanding this point, the lightning that shuttled between her flesh and blood instantly turned into the water of life to wash away her charred dirt and heal all her wounds. The heavenly ways that were engraved into her bones and soul gradually revealed clear veins, rebuilt new bones and meridians in her body, and grew skin as tender as a baby. At this moment, Her body from flesh to soul was completely sublimated, and she exuded the brilliance of the divine realm. Her eyes that suddenly opened contained the power of the heavenly way, like two sharp heavenly tribulations that struck into the heart of the emperor, making him choke, his scalp numb, and almost unable to stabilize his body. He didn't expect that she actually succeeded. No! This is impossible. The emperor's breath was unstable, and he roared in horror. At this time, Su Maoyong raised his hand slightly with an expressionless face, and his slender jade fingers with divine power gently plucked the surface of the piano, but suddenly raised a sharp and high dragon roar, and saw a huge red dragon wrapped in the heat of magma soaring out, as if the entire area was instantly plunged into hell on earth. Then Su Maoyong tapped his toes lightly, took advantage of the situation to jump onto the dragon's head, and rode the huge beast towards the emperor. Ancient Blood Demon Dragon. It's actually an ancient blood demon dragon. As a figure from the ancient times, Williang Xinzuan recognized the identity of the giant dragon at a glance, and a loud exclamation exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Chapter 2705 Finale. Hearing the name of the ancient blood demon dragon, the Saluo tribe members were shocked and their blood began to boil. You should know that the ancient blood demon dragon was the first fierce beast in the era of the God King, and witnessed the golden age when the God clan stood at the top of Saluo and looked down upon the heroes. Unfortunately, it fell with the God King that year, and many people had never seen its style. But they did not expect that it would be summoned again by Su Maoyong today. Now they can witness the goddess riding the dragon to fight and reproduce the glory of the God clan that day, and they are undoubtedly excited to tears. And the Huang and Bai Jingshan who saw this scene were forced to retreat again and again by the powerful pressure of this man and dragon, and hurriedly resisted. Su Maoyong did not give them a chance to breathe. His hands filled with divine power seemed to be integrated with all the weapons. The sound of the piano vibrated. The divine pattern surrounded him, and the sharp blades of swords and knives shot out. Every casual punch, palm, knife, sword, sound and symbol contained the Sunluo Avenue. With every step she took, a divine pattern array formed under her feet, spreading like ripples in a lake, exuding a terrifying divine power and aura. This breathtaking aura alone was enough to make the aliens feel suffocated, not to mention that her skills and sharp blades were used together, as if they had laid a net of heaven and earth, leaving them nowhere to escape. The alien emperor was forced into a desperate situation, so he had no choice but to harden his heart and roar to the sky. Soul-sucking magic. Sacrifice the soul. Everyone help me become a god. As soon as the words fell, the alien emperor's hands became claws, and a terrifying force erupted from his body. I don't know what kind of weird secret technique it was, but his body became 5 times the original size, like a steamed bun that had been soaked, and his wrinkled skin and flesh hung on his body like dough. Originally, it still looked somewhat human, but now it looked even more bizarre and terrifying. Not even human. What was even more terrifying was that the extremely sharp claws actually opened 2 bloody mouths in the middle, covering the heads of the alien army. On the spot, some aliens were cut open and their souls were taken out. Their brains exploded, their consciousness collapsed, and their bodies quickly shrank as if their essence and blood were emptied, leaving only a pile of flesh and bones. Bai Jingshan was so scared when he saw this scene that his face turned pale, and he turned around to run. However, before he ran a meter, his body was sucked by the bloody mouth. The next second, before he could beg for mercy, his soul was forcibly stripped away, and his essence and blood were sucked dry. After a fierce scream, he collapsed on the ground like a pool of mud. Seeing such a painful and horrible death, all the Saluo people were so scared that their hair stood on end and their backs were cold. But no one had any sympathy. After all, a traitor who killed his own brother and sold out his country for glory was killed on the spot by the master he surrendered to. It was a deserved retribution. Williang Xinzuan didn't care about the fate of a traitor. Seeing the sudden increase in the strength of the alien emperor, he warned loudly with a horrified look. No. He is going to sacrifice all the alien army to enter the super god. Mo girl is in danger. He really didn't expect that the alien emperor would be so vicious as to harm his own people. Su Maoyong had just reached the realm of God. Even if his talent and strength were much stronger than those of ordinary gods, his godhood was unstable after all. He was obviously still a little short of the fire to fight against the super god. Once he succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. As expected, As soon as the voice fell, the alien emperor, who was forced to retreat again and again, suddenly launched a counterattack at a tricky angle. The fierce fist prince seemed to engulf the wrong souls of all the aliens, grinning and swallowing Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang had never thought that his strength had increased so horribly before he reached the super god level, and he was caught off guard and blasted away. Lu Yeyuan was shocked by the sudden change in the battle situation, and his face changed drastically. He immediately flew into the air and caught her body, and the emperor of the others would never let go of such a good opportunity. He took advantage of the victory and blasted the two of them with a palm. The terrifying palm prince intertwined with thousands of skulls, accompanied by the wailing and roaring of hatred. Be careful! All the people of Sunluo below were scared to death, screaming, and didn't care whether they could bear it. They all used their spiritual power and risked their lives to block this huge force that had touched the threshold of Super God. And Lu Yeyuan knew that this disaster was unavoidable. He turned over and protected Su Maoyang under him, lowered his head and kissed her lips, silently expressing his deep love for the two lives. At this moment, Su Maoyang felt a strong force flowing from his mouth into her body. She was shocked and her eyes widened, meeting those blue eyes that were as deep as the sea. In addition to the deep love and reluctance, there was also a farewell. She immediately understood that he was going to sacrifice his life like Feng Moxie. Su Maoyang was so scared that her heart and liver broke, and she pushed his shoulders frantically. But Lu Yeyuan held her waist tightly, showing his determination to die for her with unshakable strength. He was already at the end of his strength, and his only wish in this life was to protect her, even if she hated him or blamed him, as long as he could occupy a place in her heart. No matter how many afterlife, no matter how many times he encountered danger, he was willing to die for her, without regrets, feeling this deep affection that transcended life and death and time and space. Su Maoyang's frightened pupils gradually surged with relief and warmth, and two lines of happy tears slipped out of the corners of her eyes. Since they both deeply love each other, this land, and this group of people, this love cannot be shaken by thunder or wind, and even death cannot take it away. So why should they be afraid of separation and death, and insist on companionship and possession? Everything in the world will change. Only love is eternal. As long as this love is always there, their hearts will always be together and never separate. After understanding this, Su Maoyang stopped struggling and was no longer afraid. She hugged him tightly, feeling his last bit of warmth and his last heartbeat for her, and let death come. However, just when everyone was anxious for the safety of the two, they saw a dazzling white light suddenly blooming between them, suddenly blocking the palm print that was pressed down, forming an indestructible ball of light that wrapped the two of them. At this time, everyone saw clearly that a chubby baby was suspended in the ball of light. He curled up, emitting a soft and sacred light, and used the pure power of life to dispel all the wrong souls and evil thoughts brought by the palm print for them. And he himself withered away like a flash in the pan, turning into scattered points of light and merging into the bodies of Su Maoyang and Lu Yeyuan. This scene came suddenly and went strangely. Everyone was still in the dark and had no time to figure out the identity of the baby. Suddenly, of vicissitudes of life and death. Pity all living beings. You are for the people. The people are for you. You should be the master of the universe. At this time, Lu Yeyuan and Su Maoyang were both lifted into the air by the power of the heavenly way that gathered from all directions, and suddenly sprayed out thousands of golden lights like a rising sun, covering all things with a layer of brilliant divine light. It was not until waves of terrifying divine power vibrated out that Wei Yuanzhou, who was stunned like a half-block of wood, came back to his senses completely, and shouted with a trembling voice, "My God! Super God! Mo girl has reached Super God! Super God? It's Super God? My daughter has reached Super God! Did you see it? My daughter has reached Super God!" At this time, Ming Biting also recovered after realizing it belatedly, hugged the Eternal Emperor beside him, and jumped up excitedly. Wuliang Immortal Venerable was also excited to tears, and nodded repeatedly with shock in his heart. Not only did she reach Super God, Lu Yeyuan also returned to the Devil God and restored the God realm. They realized the true meaning of love and life, and gained the will of all living beings. They are the worthy Lord of Sunluo. A person is willing to die for the people, which means she has great righteousness, and the people are willing to die for her, which means she has great love and has gained the will of all living beings. This realm is a height that even the God King could not reach back then. After these words came out, after a brief silence, more and more people reacted. Everyone's pupils flashed with a madman's light, and everyone's body was surging with burning blood. Except for the Emperor of Dissimilar. He was like a mouse seeing a cat under the shining holy light, and he fled backwards at a rapid speed. But Su Maoyang did not give him this opportunity. He raised his palm slightly, and crushed down with the glory of the super god. There was only a loud bang, and the figure that was neither human nor ghost completely sank into the dust, picking up a layer of dirty air waves. Seeing the demise of the Emperor of Dissimilar, everyone couldn't help but hug and cry, and couldn't calm down for a long time. At this time, Lu Yiyuan was not happy. He stared at the rolling dust, and suddenly he felt sad. It's a pity that Feng Moxia will never see Sun Luo's victory again. Su Maoyang shook his head, opened his 5 fingers towards him, revealing a crystal clear fire bead that flashed with blood-red light, slowly raised his lips, and said firmly, "He will see it." Perhaps it was God's will that the fire phoenix spirit bead in Feng Moxia's body was not burned by the spiritual fire, and was preserved intact, and his soul was condensed on it. I believe that one day they will meet again. 10 years later, the dome palace, the moonlight was like water, as if it was gently hanging down from the 9-day galaxy, reflected on the sparkling lake, and a layer of intoxicating silver light appeared. On the lakeside, a pair of lovers sat snuggling, and the tenderness between them seemed to melt in this warm moonlight. You can think of it. You actually put Feng Moxia's soul into the belly of Princess Ping'an. If he recovers his memory and learns that he has become the son of his former subordinate, he may be so angry that he will faint. Lu Yiyuan thought of Feng Moxia's angry expression and laughed out loud. Su Maoyang seemed to have imagined the scene in his mind. And then he chuckled. My idea is so good. The king of Ping'an and the princess of Ping'an have never had a child. They adopted me as their adopted daughter because they hoped to have a child. Now they finally have the hope of having a child. They are eager to plant the soul and hold the child as soon as possible. What's more, Feng Moxia is their lord of burning heaven. Being the father and mother of the king is a blessing that many people can't even hope for. They can't wait to be happy. Since Su Maoyang told the couple about this plan, they came to ask about the refining of the soul almost every day. It's a pity that the process of refining the soul is complicated. It took her 10 years to finally repair Feng Moxia's soul and put it into the belly of the princess of Ping'an. Now she is pregnant with a big belly, and she is looking forward to it. Only you can come up with such a good idea. Lu Yiyuan laughed and shook his head, his tone teasing, but also admiring. However, before Lu Yiyuan's voice faded, and he had no time to be affectionate with her for a moment, he was interrupted by the sudden wailing outside. "Mo girl, please save me. I'm almost annoyed to death by a group of little monkeys." At this time, Wei Yuanzhou came in from the front yard with an old face, looking back while running, as if he was chased by a ghost. Su Maoyang was curious when he saw it, and asked with a smile, "Master, shouldn't you be preaching in the fairy palaces at this time? Why did you come to my dome palace?" "Oh, don't mention it. It's all your fault. You don't discipline your children well, and push them all to me. You should notify Xinhua, Liyue, Wanxian, and others immediately, and ask them to take the children back. I still have a group of disciples to take care of. What's the point of being pestered by a group of children every day?" Wei Yuanzhou complained with an angry face. Lu Yiyuan was amused. "It means that the children like you. Why should Elder Wei keep them away?" "Bah! What do you mean by like? They just want to torture me. They are so cunning and make me restless." Wei Yuanzhou waved his sleeves angrily. Su Maoyang suppressed his smile and gave advice. "Williang Immortal Venerable. He has always been the most idle person in the Immortal Palace. You can ask him for help." "Oh! He is also in a dilemma now. Ever since the Demon King and the Dark Emperor made a 100-year agreement to fight and vowed to defeat the Dark Emperor, he has been entangled by the Demon King. You also know that the Demon King is a bird. His defense is good, but his brain is not very smart. Every day he wants to learn from Williang Immortal Venerable how to improve his understanding. What kind of understanding do the demons have? Isn't this making things difficult for people?" Wei Yuanzhou had never seen such an unreasonable person, and he was full of anger when he talked about it. Su Maoyang didn't expect the Demon King to have such a lofty ambition. She was in awe and asked, "Where is my father? My father likes children. It's right to find him." She had seen the nature of the daughter slave of the Hades Emperor, and it was definitely no problem to coax a few children. Unexpectedly, Wei Yuanzhou's face became more and more ugly, and he almost cried. He hangs out with your uncle and the blood ghost dragon all day long, saying that he wants to seek some super god method. He is so mysterious that I can't even see his shadow. Where can I find him? Su Maoyang was helpless now, and quickly comforted him. Master, don't worry. I will call the child's parents, and I will scold him personally. Okay, Elder Wei. You actually came to my mother to complain. I will jump up and pull out your beard. But at this moment, a crisp and tender child's voice came from a distance. Then, several young and tender-looking little kids rushed over with angry faces, ready to jump up and pull Wei Yuanzhou's beard, frightening Wei Yuanzhou to hide behind Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw that it was his son who took the lead, and his face immediately turned serious, and he angrily scolded, Lu Yuxiao, how can you talk to your elders? You are so disrespectful all day long. I think you are itching for a beating. Mother, Uncle Demon Emperor gave me a soul-chasing whip not long ago. It is said that it hurts to hit people, and it is just right to use it to beat my brother. The little girl with double buns and cute appearance standing aside immediately offered Su Maoyang a chaos treasure-level whip diligently when she heard that she needed a beating. Her big grape-like eyes flashed with ignorant and excited light, and she was even more troublesome than her brother. Su Maoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and glared at Lu Yiyuan in anger. The Demon Emperor is really willing to give the Chaos Supreme Treasure to a 4-year-old baby, and he is not afraid that she will cause trouble. Lu Yiyuan smiled, while reaching out to hug Lu Nanqi, and kissed her soft and tender face lovingly, saying, Who made my daughter so lovable? Let alone the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Even the Hongming Spirit Treasure. My demon clan can afford it. Humph. Daddy. Just spoil her. Spoil her into a lawless female devil. I want to see how you end up. Lu Yunxiao glanced at the father and daughter without looking at them, and accused them with a stern face like a little adult. But his jealous tone revealed his jealousy at the moment. Su Maoyang sensed his son's resentment, and immediately bent down, pinched his little face that pretended to be indifferent, but showed concern everywhere, and chuckled. You also know that she is lawless. So why do you run around with her all day long? If you don't want her to turn into a female devil and whip you with a whip, you should be a good brother and set a good example. And don't cause trouble for me all day long. Why am I not a good brother? Tell me. Am I the best brother in the world? Lu Yuxiao seemed to have his dignity trampled on, and hurriedly turned to Dongfang Ziyuan, Xiaohou Lui, Qin Jingzhuo and others to ask for confirmation seriously. Xiaohou Lui was very loyal to him, and nodded obediently. Brother Yuxiao. He is a good brother. I testify that he helped me bandage my wound last time I was injured. Dongfang Ziyuan and Qin Jingzhuo had indescribable expressions, but they were glared at by Lu Yuxiao, and they could only nod quickly against their conscience. Lu Yunxiao's talent and strength are obvious to all of them, not to mention the children themselves. Even many elders are afraid of his fists, so it is better to avoid provoking him. Su Maoyang took in all their expressions, and laughed in his heart, but he still scolded. Don't do anything in front of me. If I hear you causing trouble, disrespecting elders, and leading your brothers and sisters astray, I will make sure your butt is bruised and you can't go anywhere. No, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Lu Yunxiao is most afraid of being spanked by his mother. The board is no weaker than the soul-chasing whip when it falls on him. He immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Hurry up and apologize to the master, Su Maoyang reminded sternly. Although Lu Yunxiao was full of grievances, he raised his hands and bowed to Elder Wei. His childish face was filled with the helplessness of an adult. I was wrong. I will never pull Grand Master's beard again. I hope Grand Master will forgive me. Seeing that he apologized, Su Maoyang did not let Lu Nanqi go. You too. As a sister, how can you instigate your mother to spank your brother? Apologize to your brother quickly. Lu Nanqi was too young to watch the fun. She didn't understand what it meant to respect her brother. Now that Su Maoyang was angry, she immediately felt a pool of hot tears. Tears fell, and he pouted his lips in grievance. I'm sorry, brother. Su Maoyang's face softened after hearing this, and he gently warned the other children. Don't bother Elder Wei all day long. Elder Wei has a lot of things to do, and has no time to take care of you. If you are really bored, I will let Uncle Lu Xiaoming teach you personally. Okay? When they heard Lu Xiaoming's name, the children's faces turned pale instantly, And Lu Yixiao waved his hands repeatedly with a look of resistance. No. No. He is a body-refining demon. We can't stand his torture. The youngest, Lu Nanqi, looked at Wei Yuanzhou with curiosity and said crisply, "Isn't the master sleeping all day? What's he busy with?" Su Maoyang frowned and looked at Wei Yuanzhou. It turned out that this guy was exaggerating in front of her. As expected, Wei Yuanzhou touched his nose awkwardly and looked away. Lu Yiyuan saw the cunning flashing in Lu Nanqi's eyes at a glance, and laughed and kissed her cheek heavily. This girl is as cunning as Su Maoyang when she was a child. The other children swarmed over and surrounded Wei Yuanzhou. That's right. Elder Wei lied. He's not busy at all. He just deliberately complained about us, and didn't want us to disturb his sleep. Hearing the children's chattering, the Dongfang siblings who were walking in from outside couldn't help but asked with a smile, "Oh, every time I come to your bedroom, it's so lively. What case are you solving today?" In addition, the Xiaohe siblings and the Xinhua couple also walked in with a smile, looking like they were watching a good show. Su Maoyang saw them and complained, "How dare you say that? You're just a hands-off shopkeeper who doesn't care about the children all day long. And now you all come to me to ask for justice. No matter how big my domed palace is, it can't stand their tossing. I beg you, take the children back quickly, and don't disturb my husband and I from watching the moon. Ha ha ha. They worship you and only obey your discipline. 10 words we say are not as effective as 1 word from you. Who told you that you are the only super god in our Siluo?" Xiao Zian teased shamelessly. Su Maoyang didn't buy it. "Don't flatter me. Get out of here." Dongfang Liua immediately smiled and winked. "Look at you. You don't recognize your relatives. We came here to announce the good news to you, but you drove us away before we even opened our mouths. You are really heartless." "Good news? What good news?" Su Maoyang was interested and asked seriously. Xiao Wanxian covered her lips and smiled softly. Even though she was a mother, she couldn't hide her girlish coquettishness. Lu Xiaoming finally caught up with Sister Rui Qing. "We are going to have a happy event again." "Oh!" Lu Xiaoming finally got it. "I thought he would never get married in his life." Lu Yiyuan was shocked and teased seriously. Qin Jian nodded sympathetically. "Yes. It took a full 10 years to finally catch her. It was really not easy. Ha ha ha. No matter how difficult it was not as difficult as Fu Minxiu. Lu Xiaoming at least caught her. But Fu Minxiu chased her for 10 years. And Ran Shuqing didn't even bother to glance at her. This is really miserable." Dongfang Liua didn't mean to laugh. She just couldn't help it. "Dongfang Yaoyu said, in fact, I admire Ran Shuqing. She has been devoted to alchemy for many years. Apart from learning alchemy from Lian, she doesn't care about anyone or anything else. There are not many people who are as calm and focused as her." Xiao Wanxian took over the conversation. "Gongsun Jingji is the same. He is devoted to medical skills and has become a world-famous doctor. He has no intention of getting married and having children. I don't know how good a girl can make him fall in love with her." Xinhua looked at Su Maoyang knowingly and said with a smile, "Maybe he hasn't met the destined person." Qin Jian sighed with envy. "Mu Jichen is still the most free and easy. He left the Red Star Alliance and the Blood Wolf clan alone and traveled around the mountains, rivers and lakes. He is so happy. If you want to be happy, I can set you free now." Xinhua glared at him and twisted his waist. Qin Jian grimaced in pain and immediately raised his hands to surrender. Su Maoyang, Lu Yiyuan and others laughed when they saw it. However, just as everyone was talking and laughing, there was another hurried sound of footsteps outside. Shishu stumbled in and reported breathlessly, "It's bad. It's bad. Princess Ping'an is about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly jumped up from his seat and said excitedly, "Quick! Go and ask the midwife and doctor, and immediately arrange for the maid to boil hot water. I'll go and see it myself." After that, Su Maoyang rushed to the Princess Ping'an's courtyard as if he was on fire. Others understood Su Maoyang's impatience, smiled at each other, and sighed. After 10 years, they are finally going to meet each other.